All right. Hi, everyone. Welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Happy July, which that came faster than I expected. My name is Malia Nellums. I'm sure you've seen my name through plenty of communications. I am the program coordinator here at NCHL, and I steward the NCAF program, which is the National Council on Administrative Fellowships. If you have any questions during this pretty long event, feel free to reach out to me either through the NCAF email or just message me directly in the chat. I'll be on all day just to kind of field any questions, or if we have any technical issues, I'll be around. I have a few pieces of kind of guidance for the day that I'll hand off, and then we'll go into our first presentation of the day with Keck Medicine. The first thing is the agenda, which I'm going to drop in the chat. Um, you have probably all seen the agenda. It's linked in so many things. But the good thing about the agenda is that all of the presenting organizations have sent over resources. They've sent over flyers, they sent over links to their website, and you can go into the links column on the agenda and click through and access all that information. So if you maybe miss a piece of their webinar and they have webinars that are scheduled later in the year, a lot of them have those on those flyers and all that information. A lot of them also left their LinkedIn's, and I'm sure several of them today will be leaving contact information and answering questions in the chat. So if anything comes up and you have extra questions, this is kind of just like a preliminary for y'all to get to know some of these organizations, get to know some of the recruiting teams. But it's a great time for you to really get the information you need. So a lot of them have built in time for questions in their presentations as well. So make sure that you're ready to go with your questions. Outside of the agenda, there's also, I would be remiss if I didn't plug our own application service, which is NAFCAS. Not all the presenters use it. There is no pressure to use it, but a lot of them do. I'll definitely be letting you know as the presentations come through of who's using NAFCAS and who's not. So the ones who are using NAFCAS, you can go through, and it's just like any other CAS system, any other common application service, that everything's there in one place. But other presentations who are not using NAVCAS, they will tell you about how to apply. So don't even worry about it. I'm going to drop the information for the link for NAVCAS in the chat and where you can go in and make an account on there. And the very last thing that I have to share is um, that NCHL, the NCAF program, has a student resources page. One of the coolest things that I think we have is we have a webinar calendar. So again, if you miss some of these, or we have some programs that were on day one or weren't able to come to this fellowship fair, you can always navigate over to our webinar calendar on our student resources page and find out more about who's an NCAF member in general, the organizations, but also more about what webinars are coming up. The one for July actually just launched today because it's July. So that's pretty exciting. Other than that, I'm going to quiet down and if you have any questions again, you can chat me directly and I'll help you solve things, but I'm going to throw it over to the team at Keck. Yeah, and Sierra and y'all, whenever you're ready, you're good to start your session.
Wonderful. Well, thank you all for attending. We're super excited to be here. So on our agenda today, we'll talk about our Keck Medicine of USC Health System, our administrative fellowship, of course, and then we will be making sure to leave room for questions at the end. But if you have questions during the presentation, please feel free to send it in the chat. And starting with introductions, my name is Sierra Ritchie. I'm our second year administrative fellow.
Hi, everyone. My name is Nidhi Bandrapalli. I am a program manager for the Keck Community Medical Group.
Hi, everyone. Milan Urkalo, Program Manager, Post-Acute Care and Strategy.
Hi, everyone. My name is Miranda Zaragoza. I'm a business operations manager at Keck Medicine of USC.
Good morning. My name is Ellen Camerano. I'm the manager of strategic operations and program planning.
And my name is Brenton C. I'm the Associate Administrator of Transformation here at Keck Medicine of USC. And as you guys can probably tell, we're fellows at Keck.
Okay, jumping straight into our Keck Medicine of USC overview. Some of you may be familiar with our footprint, others may not be. But we are comprised of 4 hospitals and a growing ambulatory clinic footprint. This We have 969 beds across these 4 facilities. So our Keck Hospital and Norris Cancer Hospital make up Keck Medical Center. So they're right next to each other. And Keck has 401 beds, Norris 60. And then we have our 2 community hospitals, USC Verdugo Hills Hospital and USC Arcadia. Verdugo Hills has 158 beds and Arcadia has 348. Arcadia being our most recent joined to the Keck Medicine family about 3 years ago now. So time definitely flies. We have around 9,000 employees, over 2,000 faculty, and over 1,000 residents. And our net revenue is around 3.2 billion. You'll see in a later slide that we continue to grow year over year. We also have partnerships with Children's Hospital Los Angeles, LA General Medical Center, which again, if you're familiar with the LA area, is right in our backyard near Keck Medical Center. Also the LA Kings, Henry Mayo Newhall Hospital, and the Culinary Health Fund in Las Vegas. We also are super proud of our rankings. So Keck Medical Center of USC was ranked number 3 in LA and number 6 in California. LA and California is a super saturated market. So we are super proud of our ability not only to earn these rankings and accolades, but also the speed at which we were able to achieve them. So it only took 10 years for us to be 16th in the nation, and no other hospital has climbed to the honor roll or the top 20 this quickly. So this was a huge celebration at Keck and something we're incredibly proud of. In terms of certifications, our Keck Hospital, which is our largest, is Magnet recognized. Arcadia Hospital, as I mentioned, our most recent acquisition, has begun their Magnet journey as well. Our cancer hospital is a designated comprehensive cancer center. And then we also have the LGBTQ healthcare quality leader. You'll find later we'll introduce our preceptors for the program. Felipe is a huge advocate for gender affirming care as well as the well-being of LGBTQ employees in our system. And so what makes Keck Medicine unique is the complexity of the patients that we care for. So highly acute tertiary quaternary care. So we like to say that we take care of the sickest of the sick. So we don't cherry pick patients. So we have the highest case mix index at certain weeks, points of time in the nation, and we're always in the top for the nation. So because we're highly acute, we do find that patients travel from far away to see us. Patients coming from Vegas have a 4-hour drive, Bakersfield a 3-hour drive. It's definitely where you go when you're incredibly sick and need high quality care. So we find that we have way more transfers than any other regional hospital or health system. So at our most recent count, 336 institutions transfer patients to Keck because our doctors and our teams are so prepared to take highly specialized patients that other hospitals and health systems perhaps cannot. So transfers make up 40% of Keck admissions. For example, Kaiser is a big partner in sending us those transfers. Many of our MDs are the go-tos in their field for difficult cases, revisions, weighing in on those super complicated patient cases.
So this slide tells a really interesting story, and not just about our revenue, but really about the kind of environment that you'd be stepping into as an admin fellow here at Keck. So, Keck is a relatively young health system. We didn't even really own our flagship hospital until 2009. So, in many ways, we'd like to consider ourselves like an academic medical startup. Really, in just over a decade, we've been able to build a health system from the ground up. So, really navigating all the complexities of academic medicine, patient care, operations, and integration decently, like all simultaneously. And honestly, since opening, we've grown fast. So as you can see here, our revenue has increased sixfold. Discharges have more than doubled. But really, what's driven the growth isn't just strategy, it's our culture. Growth has never really been about scale for scale's sake for Keck. It's really been aligning with the mission and creating value through strategic integration, which Ellen will go through in the next couple of slides. So whether it's acquiring Verdugo Hills Hospital, opening Norris Healthcare Center, affiliating with Arcadia, or even expanding into Pasadena, we've really taken a longer, more deliberate approach to how we approach our partnerships and expansions. But truly, like this growth doesn't happen without the culture behind it that supports it. And Keck's culture is really unique. We're horizontally integrated, where leaders and fellows alike tend to wear multiple hats. We stay close to the work, and truly lead with humility. For example, Felipe, who is one of the preceptors for the program, but also is our chief of post-acute care and our chief of staff for the health system, has led countless operations projects, has helped build our vaccine infrastructure during the pandemic, and he still finds time to round on units and support our frontline teams. And as a fellow here at CAC, you won't be boxed into just one lane. There's real flexibility to explore different areas, take on meaningful projects, and get exposure to executive level work from day one. Now I'll pass it to Ellen to go over our main focuses.
Thanks, Nidhi. So yeah, I'm going to talk just a little bit about our strategic focus areas. These have kind of been some of our focus areas for the last couple of years and are going to continue to be as we move into this next year. And I think something that's really great to see is that even in what's been a really tough and challenging year financially for most health systems, we are still really committed to the growth and that sort of piece of our strategy that's always been a big part of our culture as well. So the three big buckets right now are increasing capacity and efficiency at Keck Hospital and Norris Cancer Hospital, expanding geographic access and network, and ensuring physician and payer alignment. So as far as increasing capacity, we're doing a bunch of different really exciting things right now. One of them is we recently onboarded a new orthopedic surgeon that will be our most productive physician in the health system. He currently does over 1,600 joint replacements a year. The average orthopedic surgeon does about 400. So really increasing access by bringing on new providers, as well as by building out new spaces. So we are currently building out a heart hospital within the third floor of our main flagship site, the Keck Hospital. And we are doing that to create more capacity for high tertiary and quaternary cases. And we are building out a new building in Pasadena to decant some of that less highly acute care into the community setting. So we'll show a little bit more detail on that in a second. But just to look at the other strategic focus areas, the next one is expanding geographic access and network. So as I just mentioned, we're building out a new medical office building in Pasadena that's over 100,000 square feet. So really excited about that. We've grown throughout the years by acquiring other hospitals and other ambulatory practices, but this is really one of the first times that we're going to be building something from the ground up, which is pretty rare out in California where real estate is super expensive. We are also starting joint ventures with other practices like Henry Mayo out in Santa Clarita, as well as creating physician services agreements with practices in places out like Bakersfield, where access is really a problem. So really happy to be a part of kind of increasing access for that part of the community out in the east side of Los Angeles. And then lastly, ensuring physician and payer alignment. So we are always looking for new ways to partner and to grow our physician presence out in the community. And so there are lots of providers that perhaps aren't like faculty type of providers, but they really want to benefit from just being part of a healthcare system. And we can benefit them through contracts and just being part of our system and having our branding. So we have started our Keck Community Medical Group that Nidhi is now part of the core team to help build that out and to create, again, more opportunities for our community physicians to partner with us as Keck Medicine. So if we can go to the next slide. We just wanted to spend a little bit of time sort of highlighting two of these strategic focus areas. So the first being increasing capacity at the Keck Hospital. So these are some renderings of what our reimagined Keck Hospital and really that heart hospital will look like. So we are renovating the Keck Hospital in the space right adjacent to it to create more space for, again, those really highly acute quaternary and tertiary cases, mostly cardiac and vascular. We'll also be expanding our transfer center and our lobby, creating a lot more surgical spaces, as well as adding some storage tanks to meet these seismic requirements that are coming up in California. So a really exciting opportunity for a fellow, for the incoming fellow to partner with our strategy and design team, and really from the beginning see a construction project within a hospital from start to finish. And if you go to the next slide, so this is an example of one of those construction projects that some of our fellows have gotten to see from start almost to finish. So as I mentioned, we are building this brand new 100,000 square foot medical office building in Pasadena. This is really in an effort to expand our geographic presence, expand our access for patients, as well as meet some of the payer redirection that's been happening in the market. So we are opening our first ever ambulatory surgery center where we'll be moving some of our orthopedic cases out into that community type of setting. We are expanding our infusions presence significantly, our clinic presence with 49 exam rooms, and that makes up about 5 different clinic spaces. And so Nidhi, as a second year fellow, has been a really integral part of the project team for getting this space ready to see patients. She has led the patient access working group for this initiative and really helped us redesign as a health system how we are going to meet these scheduling, pre-arrival, and just communication needs of our patients. So she's been a key part of that group as well as the patient experience group, and then just a core part of sort of the construction and project team helping with on-site events. And Sierra, our current first year fellow, even helped out with fire and life safety training a few weeks ago, where we trained over 100 staff members on safety and emergency protocols to access the building during this construction period. So never short of opportunities to participate in all of the growth that's happening at our health system. I think that's one of the most exciting things about working here is we're always looking towards the future and looking for new ways to meet patients where they're at. And the Pasadena Medical Office Building is also my baby, so that's why I had to spend a couple of minutes talking to you all about it. Thank you, Sierra. Next slide.
And so now we'll jump into the Administrative Fellowship. Our program started in 2017, so we're very lucky to have Brenton on the call today and still with Keck Medicine since being our inaugural fellow. It was the personal goal of our CEO to develop young leaders that will grow with Keck and has become something that across leadership is incredibly important to Keck Medicine's mission. And so the model has changed as we continue to iterate every year, beginning with Nidhi completing a 2-year fellowship. And as we move forward, figuring out what that 2-year fellowship looks like depending on the needs of the fellow. So we have the unique structure of being both rotation and project-based. So the 2-year fellowship would start in July 2026, and you get that opportunity for executive mentorship and professional development opportunities. Some rotations and projects that I've been able to work in have been in hospital operations, finance, health equity, and nursing administration. So managing projects like opening up a unit in Arcadia Hospital, which is one of our community ones, creating a business case to expand our revenue cycle team within finance, and also working with IT and hospital leadership and the health equity team to create a health equity dashboard. So these are really just a few of the areas that you could find yourself either rotating in or completing a project in, and really getting to work with leaders in these different areas to take ownership of a project that is both important to the goals of the health system, but also to your goals as a young leader looking to develop. So we've mentioned him a few times, but Felipe Osorno is the fellowship preceptor. So you'll have weekly one-on-one meetings throughout your fellowship for mentorship and guidance. Felipe has been at the organization for 10 years, and prior to that has experience in consulting and working at other health systems. So he's incredibly well connected, not only within the health system and just knowing what is going on as our chief of staff for Keck Medicine of USC, but also just understands healthcare incredibly well. So can facilitate rotations and attendance and leadership meetings, but also identifying project opportunities to expand your view of healthcare and really develop those professional skills. Actavias is our Chief Human Resources Officer, and she is our executive sponsor for the fellowship. So you will meet with her monthly throughout the fellowship, and she's wonderful at offering guidance, career advice, how to navigate not only this organization, but again, um, the entire healthcare industry as a whole. So she has an incredible background in organizational structure and leadership, and is definitely a resource that you'll be able to tap in throughout your time here. I'll pass it to Nibby to give an overview into the incredible leaders we have over at Keck Medicine.
Thanks, Sierra. So, one of the things that really sets Keck apart is our executive leadership team. And in my opinion, Keck has one of the most dynamic and diverse leadership teams that I've ever seen. So, not in just how we look, but also in the way that we think and lead. We have leaders like Ernie, who's our chief contracting officer, who spent years on the payer side before joining Keck. He really brings a deep understanding of how insurance companies think, and he has used that knowledge to really help us negotiate more favorable rates and bring stronger partnerships. Ike Majay, he's the CEO of USC Arcadia Hospital. He actually started his career as an admin fellow, just like us. Rod Hanners, our system CEO, was a submarine officer in the Navy before entering healthcare. Tammy Capretta, our chief of risk and transformation, who's been at Keck since has been at Keck since before we even came to being. And Dr. Dorian, our CEO of Verdugo Hills, used to be an actor, and he brings a whole different level of just emotional intelligence and communication to how he leads. And we could go on and on about our amazing leaders here, but we'll give you that tidbit for now. So it's truly just this variety of experiences and perspectives that makes our leadership so strong. And as a fellow, you don't just observe it from a distance, you're actually in the work. So in your first month alone, you'll have around 50 plus one-to-ones with over different like 50 senior leaders in our health system. So including everyone you see here. You'll attend daily leadership huddles with Felipe's team and then the executive team. And every week you'll have the opportunity to sit at the table at our EOLT executive operations leadership team meetings. You'll work with these leaders on your projects. You'll help with goal setting retreats and leadership trainings. And what's really cool is that they'll know you by your name, which can't always be said for other programs. Really, this kind of exposure, mentorship, and connection is something that I haven't taken for granted, and I know the fellows on this call haven't taken for granted. When I was applying, I chose Keck because I really felt represented in this leadership. And as I finish my fellowship, I can honestly say that the relationships that I've built here will last long after the program ends. And on top of these one-to-ones and awesome meetings that you'll get to sit in on, you'll also have ongoing mentorship, like Sierra mentioned, from Felipe and Ekta, who will serve as more of your core preceptors. However, you'll have the opportunity to rotate under several of these leaders directly. I'll pass it over to, I'll go over the timeline. So now what you've all been waiting for, our timeline. So we're no longer on NAFCAS. So instead, we'll be posting our live application directly on our website in the next couple of weeks. So I would encourage you to keep checking back if you're interested in applying to KEX Fellowship. Our site also contains relevant details, timelines, and required materials. All of this information is located on our website, and there's a little bit more about who we are as fellows and what we stand for as well. So you could do some of your research there. So our application this year will be due on Sunday, September 14th, with first round and second round interviews happening mid to late September. Our final round interviews happen the first week of October, where we'll fly out a handful of candidates to spend some time with us in Los Angeles and meet our executive team. So in order for your application to be considered complete, we require that you submit it on the Keck Medicine of USC Fellowship website, where we don't have our application hosted anywhere else. So what we require are one, your personal statement that is unique to you and tells us about why you want to pursue a fellowship at Keck and maybe what about Keck's fellowship resonates most with you. Your resume, so try to keep this to 1 to 2 pages if you can. Official transcripts. We now require both grad school and undergrad transcripts, and then 3 letters of rec. So one academic, one professional, and one other. So we're looking for something academic, professional, a letter from your program director, a past internship preceptor, that sort of thing. Now, in order to be considered for our fellowship in terms of qualifications, you have to be graduating from a graduate program either at the end of this year, so fall 2025, or finishing up your program by spring 2026. I do want to call out that we also accept applicants from 3-year programs like UAB or George Washington, where a fellowship is required to graduate. If you have any additional questions about this, please don't hesitate to reach out to us. But we have it this way because as our fellowship starts in July, we want our fellows to be able to hit the ground running as this is a full-time job. And now this question comes up every year, so we want to state it here, but we are unable to provide visa sponsorship for individuals participating in the admin fellowship program. Do we have any questions here? I think I saw one pop up in the chat. Are the graduate program graduation dates strict on fall 2025 or spring 2026, or can spring 25 graduates apply? I'll have my teammates chime in here, but we are pretty firm on that we do want new grads, as this program has been tailored for those who may not have too much work experience or that sort of thing, or people who are just exiting their graduate program. But if any of my teammates want to expand on that.
Yeah, I think we'll have to double down. I think our policy for hiring for the recruitment year is the upcoming cycle. So anyone that graduated in the spring would be the previous one. So if that is your situation, we apologize. But Keck is looking for other talent and hiring opportunities as well. So feel free to reach out to us and we can try to get you connected with somebody.
Thank you for your question, Cassidy. Do we have any other questions on our application timeline? Okay, I'll pass it over to you, Ellen.
Thanks, Nidhi. We'll go through these last couple of slides really quickly. Sarah, you can just kind of flip through as I'm speaking. But we love to spend just a minute talking about living in Los Angeles because we know that for those that aren't from this area or aren't from the West, it can seem like a big scary place, and it's really not. So LA has a lot of really distinct and cool neighborhoods. I am from here and love living by the beach. So I choose to have about a 50-minute commute to Keck. But I spend my evenings after work when I don't have to go into the office walking along the beach. So if you come work for us, I will force you to come have a fellowship beach day with me. Next slide. So there are a lot of amazing, really different cultural things to do in LA. This picture is from the LACMA Museum downtown, but there are a lot of different museums focused on history, culture, architecture, automobiles, you name it. So kind of something to do for everyone. And of course, LA is home to, I think, every single major sports team in the country. So as a kind of fellowship crew, we have definitely gone to our fair share of Dodgers games and LA Kings games if you like hockey. But again, no shortage of kind of different things to do. We're always looking for different excuses to get together and have an outing. And then, of course, it wouldn't be LA without just touching on all of the amazing food we have. So this picture is taken from a kind of food market in downtown LA where there's a bunch of different types of food stalls. There is this one taco food stall that's been there for over 100 years. So I love, getting everyone together to go have tacos. There are taco trucks where you can get an amazing $1 taco, but of course there are also those fancy places, and we do love to go out to a nicer dinner every once in a while, especially to welcome our newest fellow. But my favorite food in the world is breakfast burritos. So everyone on my team knows that during the recruitment season, when we are all getting together and reading your applications on Sunday evening, we are also eating breakfast burritos because it's my favorite food and everyone must partake. So thank you. I think that wraps up our presentation. Again, just wanted to give a little bit of color to living in Los Angeles and being a part of this team. So if anyone has any questions, you can reach out to any of us. Our information is up on our website. We also have our new fellow here, Caitlin Sasaki. She's not with us this morning, I don't believe, but she's starting with us in just a couple of weeks. So she'll be another fantastic resource for you all as she onboards and gets a true sense of what being a fellow at Keck looks like. I see there are a couple more questions in the chat, so we'll just quickly try and address those. Are there any word limits for the
Actually, Ellen, sorry. We have the next session that's like kind of ready to go. If y'all want to hang on and just answer the questions in the chat, that would be super helpful just so we can stay on track for the day. But I really appreciate y'all. Thank you so much to the team at Keck. We're gonna throw it over to see Elizabeth and Kinsey are on. So we're going to throw it over to the team at Prime Care. But if y'all have questions for Keck, feel free to drop them in the chat and they'll stay on and answer them for you. But Elizabeth, Kinsey, whenever you're ready to share your screen, you're good to go.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thank you for being here. Good afternoon. I'm sure we have some East Coasters here too. My name is Elizabeth. I'm joining you from Chicago, Illinois, from Prime Care Health Community Health Centers. And I have Kenzie Kiesler on the call with me too. And while we get started, if you'd like to just start by sharing your name, the degree that you're working towards, and your school in the chat, that would be great to get to know you a little bit. You can go to the next slide. All right, so here's the agenda for today's presentation, probably very similar to the other presentations you'll be viewing. We'll start by giving some introductions of some key staff members who are involved here with our administrative fellowship program. I'll give an overview of Prime Care as a whole, as an organization, and then also talk a little bit about federally qualified health centers. And then Kenzie will jump in and share a bit about our fellowship program as to how it's structured and what it kind of looks like. And also talk about the application process through NAFCAS. And we'll hopefully have a few minutes at the end as well to answer any questions and share our contact information with you too. All right, so this is our team who's really hands-on with our administrative fellowship program here at Prime Care. I'll just go left to right. We start with Lynn Hopkins, who is our Chief Executive Officer. She is our executive sponsor for our fellowship program, and she has about 30 years of experience working in federally qualified health centers in the Chicago area, and is a great resource and great advocate for all of us. My name is Elizabeth Brington. I'm our executive administrator here at Prime Care. I've been at Prime Care for about 3 years. I established our administrative fellowship program and serve as the program's preceptor. So we're now in our 2nd year, so still new. And then I'll let Kenzie introduce herself as well.
Hi, my name is Kenzie Kiesler. I was the 2024-2025 Administrative Fellow at Prime Care. I got my Master's in Health Administration degree from the University of Illinois in Chicago and got my Bachelor's in Public Health from the University of South Carolina. And I have now accepted a position to stay at Prime Care as the 340B and EMR Administrator.
Thanks. And then our last person here on our slide is Yaya Abdulhay, who is our very brand new fellow. He just started last week, so he will be with us through summer of 2026. Okay, so our first slide just kind of provides an overview of Prime Care's values and mission. This is, everything that we use to ground what we do and to stay centered in the communities that we serve. So starting with our values, I just have them spelled out here. So care for the whole family, collaboration, education, excellence, service for all, and commitment to each other. And Prime Care's mission is to promote wellness and provide accessible, compassionate, and culturally respectful healthcare in partnerships with our patients and the communities that we serve. So a little bit about Prime Care. We have been around for a while. We were founded back in 1992, kind of in conjunction with a hospital system in our service area. So previously owned by Ascension, St. Mary, and St. Elizabeth hospitals. We were really started just in response to lots of unmet healthcare needs in our West Side communities here in Chicago. We are a nonprofit organization, and we became a federally qualified health center, which you'll hear a lot is referred to as FQHC, back in 2000. And we have a very strong track record of excellence. We are consistently ranked among the top 9% of health centers across the nation. So we've been around for a while. We really love what we do, and we're good at what we do. So that's Prime Care. So to get a little bit into just explaining what a federally qualified health center is, these are community-based healthcare centers that are kind of governed by HRSA. So these programs that we offer are generally primary care services with lots of wraparound supports and services that are strategically placed in underserved areas. So under HRSA guidelines, FQHCs are required to do all these things here. So we offer services to all patients who walk through our door, regardless of their ability to pay or their insurance status. We function to serve a medically underserved area or specific patient population. We provide comprehensive primary care and wraparound services. We have a sliding fee discount program so patients can pay what they're able to pay. And we're a nonprofit or public tax exempt organization. And lastly, something I think that's really cool is that we're community-based in nature. So our board of directors, our governing board, is composed of at least 50% active patients. So it's really our patients who have a voice in the strategic direction of our organization because they know what's best for themselves and for their own community. So here's a list of some of our services that we provide. If you were to just walk by an FQHC, just looking at it from the outside, it would look like a typical doctor's office, but it's really the medical home model. So primary care is our bread and butter, but we also have integrated behavioral health services at all of our sites, as well as some other sites that we'll talk about, and additional services. So just to give you a sense of our patient population a little bit too, we saw about 32,000 patients last year in 2024. And we have about 250 employees here at Prime Care. You'll see translation services is listed on this page. We have a very diverse patient population. About 40% of them are best served in a language other than English, and about 70% of them identify as Hispanic. And then a little bit about our payer mix too. About half of our patients have Medicaid coverage, about a quarter are on private insurance, and then that remaining quarter is kind of a split between Medicare coverage or patients who are uninsured. And I will pass it over to Kenzie.
Awesome. Yeah. So I'm going to talk a little bit about our locations. So as Elizabeth has stated, we're located in the Chicagoland area. We're located more in the northwest areas and neighborhoods of Chicago. So we have an administrative office that's located in a part of town called Bucktown. And then we have 7 primary care and behavioral health sites. So these are really our integrated model, like Elizabeth was saying. And then at these sites, two of them actually have substance use disorder sites, either in them or located near them. We have two dental sites that provide comprehensive dental services, and then also two academic sites. So this is St. Mary and St. Elizabeth Medical Centers, family medicine residency program. So every year we accept about 14 fellows that rotate through prime care. And this is really like integrated in our model of education and allowing people to lead the way and teach our future healthcare leaders. So I'm here to talk more about also the administrative fellowship structure. So at Prime Care, we offer one position total, and it's a 12-month program. So it's only 1 year instead of like the 18-month or 24-month model. It is salaried with full benefits. So I'm treated, or I was treated like a regular employee when I started. You attend new employee orientation, and also get all the same benefits, including the amazing PTO. You get over 4 weeks PTO, which is definitely great, and being able to take time off, especially when that's needed. And during the fellowship, I really got a broad-based exposure to healthcare operations management. So really, every aspect of a community health center I was able to touch in during my fellowship. Um, I primarily work out of the administrative office and still do in Bucktown, but then also will attend each of our sites at different locations and do some remote work as well. And as far as we know, unless something's changed this year, we're still the second FQHC in the country to offer an administrative fellowship, which really makes this a unique opportunity for people who are interested in working at this really community and patient-focused medical center. So the role of the fellowship is pretty similar to what else I've heard. So it's rotational based, but then also it is based on you have a standing and capstone project also. So I engaged in and led a variety of department and organization-wide initiatives and projects. So this was through the different chiefs and then through the people that they were under as well. I also participated and contributed to a lot of key meetings alongside our senior leaders and then also some frontline meetings as well. So really getting the opportunity to interact with all levels of leadership and just staff at Prime Care. I also worked very closely with our clinical and administrative leaders to develop or expand operational efforts and programs at Prime Care. So this was done in each of my rotations and then also through my year-long capstone project as well. And then probably the best thing I was able to do is really have those deliverables come out of multiple projects. So some of them included analyses, budgets, improved workflows, and this also included presenting my central capstone project to the key stakeholders about a few weeks ago as my fellowship capstone. So this is our executive leadership team, which we refer to as ELT. Our structure, like I said, is rotational. So you spend about 2 months with each chief throughout the year. So the first on the screen, Elizabeth already introduced Lynn Hopkins, our CEO. She has over 25 years of experience working in community health centers and knows everything there is to know. Next is Dr. Christopher Ritas. He is our Chief Medical Officer. He also still practices at Prime Care about 2 days a week as well. And he's been at Prime Care since 2000, so also a very long time. Mike Holdrop is our Chief Financial Officer, and he received his MHA as well and did an administrative fellowship back in his day too. So he's well versed in this area as well. Next is Andrea. She is our Chief Operating Officer. She's been at Prime Care for a very long time and started her previous position was a Chief Behavioral Health Officer. She's a well-rounded individual and really has that care for underserved communities. And then next is our Chief HR and Compliance Officer, Christine Spring. She has lots of experience in every aspect of health centers. She has also been at Prime Care for a long time and really is a great asset to the executive leadership team and brings a wealth of knowledge. And then next is Barthy. She's our Chief Behavioral Health Officer. She's been in this position, I think, about a year. She was a Director of Behavioral Health at Prime Care before and then was promoted to this position. And she really does a great job and also just as an LCSW, she's such a nice person as well. So, obviously, if you guys have sat on any other sessions, most administrative fellowships are hospital. Um, so why would you choose an FQHC over maybe a larger hospital system academic medical center? So at federally qualified health centers, we really provide that preventative primary care service to a diverse and historically underserved group of people in the community that we serve in. It's really a great opportunity to gain firsthand experience into all the mission-driven work that we're really dedicated to do. And then just in the group of health centers that's in Chicago and through Prime Care. You also have the experience to experience broad exposure and high visibility across all areas and levels of the organization. So, like I said, I work directly with the executive leadership team and had a really great one-on-one relationship with them throughout my rotations and then after as well, and even now in my new role. So I think it's a really unique experience to be able to say that you're texting, emailing, calling the CEO on a regular basis. I feel like that's not an experience you can get at every healthcare organization. I also was able to receive this direct mentorship from them as well, and then regular engagement with each member of the executive leadership and also each member of our senior leadership team as well, which gave me a really diverse background. I was also able to strategize on the minimal resources that health centers are given to drive sustainable and a meaningful impact as well. So this was a really great opportunity. I also, in that picture, that's with one of our state legislators. There was a lot of advocacy that I wasn't expecting to get involved in that I thought was really awesome. I was able to advocate in Washington, D.C., and then also advocate in our Springfield or in the Illinois capital, Springfield. So I just had a very different experience than a lot of my peers who did administrative fellowships. And I'm so grateful for what I went through. And it really made me love the community that we're serving and the work that health centers are doing. So now to talk about our application process. So we are accepting applications through NAVCAS and NAVCAS only. We do not have this posted anywhere else. So for the general aspect of the timeline, in June of 2025, which I guess we're over now, the cycle one did open. And then in August of 2025, we'll host 2 informational webinars and also probably include our new administrative fellow, Yaya. And then in September 2025, cycle one application closes. And then October 2025, we conduct all 3 rounds of interviews. So this is really like a phone screen interview, an interview with some more of our team, and then a final interview with all of our executive leadership team. So for the application materials on NAVCAS, it will include a cover letter, a resume, a personal statement, and most importantly, an FQHC specific essay question. So this is something that I would really, your personal statement is definitely great to hear about your experience, but the FQHC specific essay question is really great to hear why you want to work in a health center specifically. You'll also include your official undergraduate and graduate school transcripts, and then 3 letters of recommendation, so academic, professional, and other. So this can be, another job that you had throughout your grad school, or it can be, your program director, so whatever you're thinking of choosing. And that is all we had. So we'll definitely have a lot of time for questions. This is Elizabeth's contact information and my contact information. So definitely I can look through the chat and see if there's any questions. I saw Brianna ask if someone has graduated previously, can they still apply? So unfortunately, we require you to be a graduate. So for our next cycle, you'll need to graduate in 2026. The spring of 2026 or the winter session of 2025. So you're not able to apply if you've graduated previously, but you're also welcome to look at our website on our careers page. We have all of our openings there as well. And then also in the guideline of do you provide relocation assistance? Unfortunately, with our scarce resources, we are not able to provide relocation assistance. Me and Elizabeth will definitely serve as a great way to help people move to Chicago, but we are unable to offer that at this time. For the other question I see, when do you see the application? It should be live on Navcast right now. I think Malia could confirm if we're actually up and running.
Yeah, you're definitely up and running. Yeah.
Okay. And does it help to apply earlier? We constantly monitor applications as they come through. I will say that there's a lot of people who tend to apply closer to the application due date. But no, I think it's just spend as much time as you need on your application. Definitely don't rush through it. It doesn't help to apply early. It helps to have a good application. So I see the next question is, can you apply if you graduated previously but went back to get another degree? Yes, if you went back to get another health administrative related degree, so an MHA, an MPH with a focus in health administration, and maybe an MBA with a focus in health administration as well, and you graduate in 2026 or at the end of 2025, you're definitely welcome to apply. Or how many credits you have in your MBA academic transcript. You want to answer that, Elizabeth?
Sure. So as long as you have finished the didactic portion of your learning, so all the classroom learning is done and you are able to earn your degree, you're able to apply. So the number of exact credits that you'll need will depend on your program, but as long as you've completed all of your classwork before you join us, you're able to apply. Any other questions we can help with today? All right, we have a question. Do you consider applicants who are going through a 3-year program who will be finishing their didactic in 2026? So if you're finishing it in the spring of 2026, you would, 2027. So no, because you haven't completed your coursework at the time that you'd be joining us. Good question. Each program's a little different, so. All right, we'll just wait one more minute, see if any other questions come in, but otherwise definitely feel free to use our contact information that's listed here. Feel free to email Kenzie or myself if there's anything else we can help you with, and feel free to check out our application on Navcast. Okay, you got one more question. Is this fellowship 2 years? This is a 12-month fellowship. So this would be starting in summer of 2026 and then ending in summer of 2027. And, hopefully you get to stick around too, but 1 year for the fellowship. And we have a question. If you graduated in 2022, can you apply? Not at this point. We're just looking for applicants who finished in either the end of 2026 or 2025 or spring 2026. All right, well, we're a little bit ahead of schedule, but again, feel free to please reach out to us over email or pop any more questions into the chat and we will stick on for a few minutes and hopefully get to those. So thank you everyone so much for your time. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Yeah, we are good on time again. As they said, if there are any other questions, feel free to pop them in the chat. From my experience with the team at Prime Care, they are so responsive. So if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to them. We're a couple minutes ahead, but Mike, are you ready to go?
I am ready to go. Hi,
Okay.
everybody. My name is Mike Jeppes. I am the administrative manager for the Population Health Department over at Boston Medical Center. And in that role, I'm also one of the main coordinators for our administrative fellowship. Joining me today on this call is my co-conspirator, Ben. Ben, do you want to give yourself a quick intro?
Sure, Mike. Thanks. Co-conspirator is high praise when it comes to working with you. I'm Ben Delicat. I'm a senior manager of population health. I work very closely with Mike. Prior primarily in our Medicaid ACO or Accountable Care Organization program at Boston Medical Center Health System. So pleased to be with you today. I'll pass back to Mike.
Alrighty, excellent, excellent. Let me go ahead and share screen and walk through our presentation deck. So bear with me for a quick second. Da-ba-da-bum. Share screen. Okay, here we are. Slideshow. Can everybody see a gorgeous bluish green tone on their screen? Emphasis on the gorgeous. Excellent. Alrighty. So this will be a pretty informal presentation because we want to make sure that we have time for lots of Q&A. So you might see me go through these slides rather quickly. That said, I will put my email address in the chat. And so feel free to email me and I will send you the deck so you can review on your own time. So as far as breakdown for this conversation, so Ben and I gave quick intros. We'll kind of walk through like why you should come to BMC because who wouldn't want to come to BMC? Give a little origin story on where the fellowship came from, some general overview, and then some application requirements. So why BMC? I think our big standout point is that we are truly centered on supporting the most marginalized communities in the greater Boston area. I always tell people if you want to see a health system walk the walk and not just talk the talk about supporting marginalized communities, look up their payer mix ratio. If it's not heavily on Medicaid, Medicare, that's a point of conversation with the team. We on our end have over 75% of our insurance revenue comes from Medicare and Medicaid, just to kind of like back up the point. Over 70% of our patients are BIPOC, meaning Black, Indigenous, or a person of color. Nearly 30% of our patients do not speak English as a primary language because we support a lot of immigrant-based communities. We've also thankfully gotten really positive feedback on a national and state level as far as the culture we provide and the work experience we create for our staff. And when I say Boston Medical Center, it's really a broader health system. So there's a central campus located in the heart of Boston. We've also recently acquired two other hospitals, which we have now named Boston Medical Center South and Boston Medical Center Brighton. We have an insurance plan called Wilson's Health Plan. The Boston University Medical Group is the formal affiliation for our clinicians. Boston HealthNet is a great program we run, which is a partnership with 12 other affiliated community health centers in the area, really supporting access for patients for specialized care, given the limitations of what community health centers can often provide. We have our Great Center for Addiction, our Clearway Health, which is our specialized pharmacy, and then the Health Equity Accelerator, which is a really exciting new initiative that focuses on really addressing equity and access and outcomes, and particularly recognized chronic health conditions. This slide is really just walking through some of the same stats I've mentioned, but again, really just want to highlight we are the largest safety net hospital in the New England area. And then as far as the genesis for the fellowship, this was sort of a partnership between population health services, ambulatory operations, and then sort of a little strategic alignment with the broader health system. I think in parallel, both the population health and ambulatory operations departments were doing some introspective work and strategic planning to address like what are the needs of the departments and more broadly the health system. And in those conversations, I think something that was read loud and clear is that both staff and patients want to see leaders who reflect the communities they're serving. And so given that we support heavily BIPOC populations, wanting to make sure that we are elevating people of color in roles of leadership, whether that's as clinicians, as administrators, and so forth. And so the two departments basically bridged the conversation between themselves and kind of said, what is a systematic way to approach this to sort of support this on a system-wide level? And I think through those conversations and doing some landscaping of what opportunities like these look like, the fellowship sort of kind of came into fruition. As far as what the fellowship actually entails, we are a one-year fellowship. And the way it is composed is you will go through several months of shadowing all the various departments at Boston Medical. So very clearly ambulatory operations and population health, but also finance, human resources, legal and compliance, Wilson's our health plan. You will see inpatient services. You will work with broader patient care. And so it is not limited to these two departments, despite that being the genesis for the fellowship. The other 9 months of the program are project-based. So we assign you project managers who will essentially give you a set of deliverables to complete over, on average, a 3-month window. And we try to tailor those projects to one, sort of meet what your learning goals are. So if you're telling us, hey, I have a pretty strong basis in stakeholder engagement and, you know, leading meetings, but where I really want to grow is my technical skills in sort of say like financial models or cost-effective analyses, then we try to make sure we match you with projects that really provide an opportunity to develop those skills. We also give you multiple layers of support. So we, basically have a planning committee, which includes myself, Ben, and a few other staff in ambulatory ops and population health. We are giving you like weekly support. And so our touch points are more along the lines of how's your experience going? What are your needs? How can we support you? How are things going with your project managers? Do you need any coaching? Do you need any advocacy? On a monthly basis, you're meeting with department specific leadership. So this could look like the director of the department or the vice president. And they are really providing you an opportunity to identify what your longer term trajectory looks like, right? So what are you experiencing in this department? What do you want to learn more about? What doesn't feel like it's the right fit for you long term? And kind of giving you some of that coaching from a professional development standpoint. And then health system leadership is much more on a quarterly basis. And we like to encourage folks to use that venue as a space to kind of hear the leaders' journeys. They're kind of like, were you always someone who wanted to be chief operating officer? Were you a clinician at first? Were you in a different department? How did you end up here? And they're kind of helping you build that much bigger, longer picture trajectory of your career and help you understand where you want to grow, where you're not sure, where you want to explore a little bit more. And then I'll note that we have a couple sponsors who support this project. Sort of the leaders really are Joe Camillus, our system chief operating officer, Christine Pace, who's our vice president of population health, and Laura Terry, who's our vice president of value-based care. And then I just want to highlight our two most recent graduates of the fellowship, Khadija and Davina. They participated this past cycle, graduating just last month. And they have now stayed on at Boston Medical. Khadija is staying on as an operations manager in our quality department. Davina is a manager in our value-based care department. And I highlight that to say that we are very interested in long-term retention. So while we obviously want to make sure that we support you wherever you go, know that we are really committed to your professional development. And our goal is saying, we don't want this to just be a 1-year tour de force across the health system. Like, how can we help you feel empowered to stay here, make you feel excited to be here, make you feel really dedicated to the mission? We're really invested in your long-term growth. Now, as far as let me just give a backpedal here. So we've kind of talked through what are the components, right? It's a year-long fellowship. It's shadowing based and project based. 3 months of shadowing, 9 months of projects. What does it look like to actually apply for the program? So we accept folks who are either entering the last year of a graduate program or who are recently graduated, meaning that you graduated this past May, you are eligible to apply to start next summer. That's sort of the cap point. I know somebody asked a question in the chat for the prior group about whether or not you can apply if you're 2 years out, 3 years out. For us, the requirement is you're either entering the last year of your graduate program or have just recently, in the past month or so, graduated from your graduate program. We list a couple examples here, right? MBAs, MHAs, MPHs. These are not exhaustive. We have had conversations about what if you're a doctoral candidate? We very much accept people who are pursuing PhDs, DRPHs. I think at that point, the reflection point is for the student to say, are the skills I'm gaining in an administrative fellowship what I feel matches my graduate program and my long-term career interests? For a PhD, you might have more research-intensive career goals that may not be the right match. But if you're saying, I want to leave research and enter industry in some capacity, it could be a good fit. So all to say, we do expect some type of graduate degree program. Work experience, we do prefer people have had work experience, but we provide a lot of flexibility in what that looks like. So if you've had 1, 2, 3+ years of full-time employment in a healthcare context, fantastic. but we also accept internships, summer practicums. Maybe you had an informal initiative you led on your own time that was healthcare oriented. We want to make sure that we're being holistic and not sort of like being overly rigid and limiting how we define healthcare, because as you know, it's so complex and exists in a myriad of ways. Um, and then as far as the requirements, we ask for a resume, we ask for a personal statement, your official graduate school transcript, 3 letters of recommendation, and answer to a few short answer prompts, which you see here. I will say on the transcript piece, if you're applying before you've graduated, obviously what you're providing is an incomplete transcript. We will ask right before you start that you kind of provide evidence that you have graduated from your program. But other than that, I think you are fine with the transcript that you submit at the initial application process. And as far as timeline, right, like what does this look like? So as was mentioned earlier, the NAFCAS application portal is now live. We will plan to engage in phone and Zoom interviews in early October, given that applications close in late September. Folks who are selected for in-person on-site interviews, those will be conducted in mid-October, with the plan to either in late October or early November extend offers. Again, with the plan that you start the program at the first week of July the following year. And one thing I'll note is people asked, some programs have people have different ways that they can apply through NAFCAS. We only accept candidates during the first wave of application submissions. So I do encourage you to take that into account. Whoever applies in that first window is who's going to be interviewed for the role eventually. And then a couple quick FAQs. Folks have asked, does BMC's fellowship support foreign applicants? Yes, we do. We support people's participation through the optional practice training status, but we do not provide work visas. So just a little context there. Our fellows offered permanent roles. We do not guarantee those, but we do strongly advocate for you. And that looks like coaching you for interviews. That looks like engaging departments at BMC to understand what open positions are coming on the pipeline. That looks like really having extensive conversations with you about what your interests are. So you're not blindly applying for roles just to fill the role, but making sure that you're applying for the roles that you're really driven by and passionate about. And what about compensation and benefits? We offer a competitive salary to typical norms. So we are mid 70s K is sort of where we are right now in compensation, not including benefits package. We do provide some support with relocation, recognizing that it is sort of like an upfront cost a lot of people experience. And throughout the fellowship, in addition to your full-time work, we try to support you with engaging in certification opportunities, attending conferences that are relevant to you, supporting continuing education. So just know that we are not just centered on what you're producing, but also more broadly about how you want to develop and grow. So I'll stop there. That was a long ramble, and I want to recognize that we sort of kind of went quick and dirty, given the very limited time window to present. But I really wanted to make sure we used our remaining time for questions. So I'll go ahead and look to the chat and see what's being asked. Otherwise, can open it for hand raise function to see who has questions. Correct. So fall 2024 graduates are not recommended to apply because unfortunately that window has been missed. Is there a desired specialty for MPH graduates? No. Some people may have pursued an MHA or, maybe pursue an MPH with a healthcare management track. That is not required in our experience, whether you're pursuing a track in epidemiology and biostatistics and health policy and government. There's a lot of core skills you develop there in project management that are still applicable to administration more broadly. As far as opportunities exist after the fellowship, our goal is making sure you're ready for a manager level role upon graduating, right? And so if there's an opportunity where you feel like I'm qualified to be a director of a department, we encourage you to apply. But our goal is to make sure that you're manager level ready. But that's cross-cutting from departments. So it could be in value-based care. It could be in ambulatory operations for OBGYN. It could be in finance. It could be in compliance. So there's no subspecialty focus, but making sure that you're at least have the rough level of skills that are typically required of a manager across departments, right? As far as stakeholder engagement, strategic thinking, critical analysis abilities, how you utilize and present data to stakeholders and so forth. Next question. What makes a candidate stand out? I'll speak personally, and then Ben, I'm happy to have you chime in if you have a different take. What I care most about, being myself a person of color who grew up in the Boston area, who now works at Boston Medical Center, is I want to see a really strong commitment to supporting marginalized communities. So if I bring an application that says something like, yeah, I just have a passion for healthcare and we should help people, like I'm moving that to the no pile, just to be quite blunt. I think I want to see something along the lines of growing up, I observed X experience and it taught me Y, and I responded to that by doing Z later in life. Like, I want to see concrete examples of how you demonstrate that commitment to the mission of supporting marginalized communities, right? It's where's the walk that supports the talk, so to speak. It's sort of my crude response to that. But Ben, curious to hear what your own thoughts are.
Absolutely agree with what you shared, Mike. From my own perspective, I would say our system and hospital are extremely dedicated to our mission to improve equitable health outcomes for our communities and for our patients. And so I think we really do look for genuine experience and dedication to that same sort of mission fit in our applicants' responses. So as Mike flashed up on the screen, and as you'll be able to access in the slide deck we're sharing, those two application questions are really your opportunity to sort of give that narrative to our review team and stand out in that way.
Thank you, Ben. And then as far as relocation assistance, we provide some support, but we do want folks to recognize that there is typically an expectation that you might absorb some upfront costs with relocation. That obviously you can help cover as your paychecks start coming in. So I say yes, but it's a small amount, to be frank. And so want to make sure folks feel like they have financial capacity to prepare for some of the upfront costs of relocating, right? Whether that's signing a lease in an apartment, moving existing furniture, if you want to bring that along with you, things of that nature, just be prepared for some of those upfront costs. What certifications or licenses outside of the degree make a candidate competitive? Ben, I'm curious to get your take here, but what I would say is I think I'm personally less invested in certifications, right? Like I think if you have a PNP, that's fabulous, but I don't think I'm going to see that and say, this is the person we want to hire. I think for me, it really comes down to how you're responding to those personal statement and short answer questions, right? Again, are you giving concrete examples of experiences with healthcare access or inaccess and how you've responded to that? Or are you giving me sort of like high level pleasantries that you think resonate? I think one thing that kind of like made me check off applications as like not for next step last year was people giving me the definition of social determinants of health. I'm glad you know the glossary, but that for me is not specificity for wanting to pursue work here. So I'd say I'm more focused on your responses to the application than I am I guess secondary certifications, but feel free to chime in if you feel otherwise in your own review process.
I totally agree with that sentiment, Mike. I think we're, as a review team, more frankly looking for sort of that experience and that mission fit and commitment to the elements that we're looking for in those questions and what the MC as a health system is really dedicated to, more so than even certifications or licenses. So I agree with that.
Alrighty, and I think those are all the questions in the chat. Anything else on folks' radars? And again, put in the chat, use the hand raise function. Happy to answer. Alrighty,
Yeah, we have a bit of time until the next session. Don't think UT is going to log on here until maybe a couple more minutes. If you want to talk more about your own like personal experience from going from being in early careers to where you are now, you're welcome to talk more about it. And I think there's some requests for contact information in the chat too.
Excellent. Ben, do you want to field the question response first, and I'll respond to the chat comments for contact info?
Yeah, of course. So I would say as far as career moves, I can speak personally that I also sort of come from a background of public health. I was a health educator in New York City prior to being in this role. I'm originally from sort of the Boston area, so this is sort of a move back home to me. And Mike has put our emails in the chat, so please feel free to reach out to us if you have specific questions or want to set up individual appointments. I think that's how you can get in touch with us. I wound up at Boston Medical Center Health System and working in the Medicaid Accountable Care Organization program after going back to school for an MPH and MBA myself. So I definitely appreciate where many of you are sitting now and looking at this administrative fellowship. I did not personally participate in BMCs, but I did start full time and have been supporting this administrative fellowship. Pass to Mike.
Yeah, mine was a little all over the place, but still within the healthcare realm. I think I was cliche pre-med immediately after college. And then I had to do actual physical patient care and was like, I don't know if I have the mental fortitude for this. And so kind of went on this journey of like, I know I want to work in healthcare access, but what is the role of clinical care? Isn't it for me? Um, and so I ended up working as a sexual health and STI testing educator at Yale School of Public Health. So shout out to anyone in that program here in this chat. Um, and then a master in public policy with a focus on healthcare access at the Harvard Kennedy School. And then initially after that, I actually pursued nonprofit consulting with the focus of being healthcare org oriented. And while informative and helped me develop a lot of strategic thinking skills, it didn't feel as strong of a commitment from a North Star perspective as working directly in a community health center or healthcare system standpoint. Um, and then I pursued BMC for a variety of reasons. I think one, like I was a PEDS recipient over at BMC as a child. My family still gets extensive care at Boston Medical. And so for me, it wasn't just a place that maybe had prestige, but a place that quite literally had an influential role in my family's healthcare access, health outcomes, longevity. Um, and so I think there was a very personal connection that made me say, like, sure, I could apply anywhere. But I think where am I going to feel the most direct connection? And what's the place that really is matching my drive for supporting marginalized communities' care, right? Again, to this piece of like, let me see your payer mix ratio. What's lip service and what's evidence based? And that drew me to BMC. And someone asked about international applicants. Yes, we do, but there are some technicalities on how we can receive international candidates because we don't offer work visas. So for folks who are interested, again, use our email addresses to contact us, and I can just send a broader webinar deck your way too. All right, with that, I think we might be at time. Are we cutting into anyone else's presentation time, Aaliyah?
No, you're good. You have technically 4 minutes left. So if I
Oh,
mean,
we do. That's fabulous.
yeah, UT is already here. I see Leah is already here. But if anyone else has any other questions, now's your time to talk directly with the recruiting team. But if not, I think, yeah, feel free to drop your questions in the chat too if y'all need to.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, George. We love a good shout out, so appreciate it.
So, okay, Leah, would you be ready to go? We're a couple
All right.
minutes early, but I think we let the awkward silence sit long enough. So,
Sure.
all right. Thank you, Mike and Ben, so much.
Thanks, team.
Yeah, I'm happy to start, Malia. Thanks so much for welcoming me here and for this opportunity to present. I'm gonna put in the chat just a link to our website, and on our website is all of our contact information. So if you have any questions, there's an FAQ on there as well. I'm happy to answer for sure questions at the end of the presentation today. But if there's anything outstanding that isn't answered by the FAQ on our website, please do email us. And we'd be happy to, set up a meeting or just respond to those questions via email if that's easier. But I'm going to go ahead and get started. I do want to say that our fellow, he's not on yet, but he's going to be joining soon. And his first day was actually yesterday. So, but he's going to be here to help answer questions at the end if you have any questions for him, mostly about the application process since he just started, so he won't be able to speak to the fellowship itself. But I'm going to start by sharing my screen. And I'm going to, hold on just a moment. Okay. Okay. Does that look good to everybody? Okay. Again, thanks so much for having me. My name is Leah Gallivan. I'm our program manager for the Administrative Fellowship Program here at UT Medical Center. And today I'm just going to be sharing a little bit about the history and kind of overview of UT Medical Center. And then I'll talk specifically about the program, the Administrative Fellowship Program, and then kind of what next steps could look like for you if you're interested in applying. So, our vision at the UT Medical Center is really to define the future of health. We're working together with our community really to set priorities and a standard for excellence in integrated multidisciplinary patient care. We also are an academic medical center, so we're hoping to pioneer research with meaningful impact and lead innovation in medical education and catalyze life sciences entrepreneurship. This is our mission to revolutionize how people get and stay healthy. And we're approaching this at all different angles through collaboration, patient empowerment, research, innovation, new technologies, and also leadership development. This is a little timeline that shows the beginning of the medical school to today. So our medical school actually began not that long ago in 2012 through Proposition 1, which was voted on by Travis County voters to increase taxes and provide uh, funding for our new medical school and for community health. And so we haven't been around that long. We're pretty new, and so there's a lot of exciting growth going on. We had our first class of medical students matriculate in 2016. And then in 2017, we opened UT Health Austin, which is the primary teaching hospital for our medical students. And in 2018, we opened the Texas Center for Pediatric and Congenital Heart Disease, which really provides world-class care for people close to home. In 2020, we graduated our first class of medical students. And in 2022, we got a new dean. Her name's Claudia Lucinetti. And she's really advanced the vision of where we're going. And so in 2023, we had the announcement of the UT Medical Center, which includes two new state-of-the-art hospitals. One is a UT specialty hospital, and the other is a cancer center being built by MD Anderson. And in 2024, we launched our strategic plan, Health Starts Here, which will really help us get to the goal of opening those two hospitals. So thankfully, this growth is really coming from a strong foundation. Over the past 10 years, we've recruited 445 new doctors to Austin, added 86 faculty researchers with 132 million plus in sponsored projects. We've graduated 230 plus medical students and trained 465 residents and fellows. And this is a community effort. It wouldn't be possible without the partners that we have in the community. And so our faculty, in addition to teaching and practicing at UT Medical Center, 75% of our faculty actually work full or part-time in the community with different clinical partners. Our students and trainees also support the health of our community by practicing in the city of Austin and beyond. And if it isn't clear by now, supporting our community is really central to the mission of UT Medical Center. So these are just some of our community initiatives. Austin State Hospital redesign. This was a complete redesign of the mental health hospital in Austin, and an incredible effort. There's a very cool website you can look up to learn about that, how it was a really patient-centered redesign. Diversion is really helping to prevent criminal justice involvement for people with mental illness and substance use disorders. Medical respite really closes the gap for people who experience homelessness but don't need to be hospitalized and are ill and need care. And then we also have the Permanent Supportive Housing Healthcare Collaborative, which helps support folks with primary and behavioral health care in supportive housing units. Like I mentioned, we're an academic medical center, so we have a real emphasis on research. And in 2023, we had 86 funded faculty researchers and 241 active funded projects. And of course, that has grown since these numbers are a little bit old, but we continue to grow and grow more each year and hope to triple our funding by 2030 when we open our new hospital. So as I mentioned previously, the University of Texas Medical Center was announced in 2023, and by 2030, we'll have two new hospitals, really staffed by top talent. We'll be able to integrate new technology and expertise, which will hopefully help us advance our bold healthcare strategy. So not only will we be expanding our facilities with the new hospital and the MD Anderson Cancer Center, but we'll also be recruiting tons of new faculty and staff. More than triple, I said earlier, more than tripling our NIH research funding, expanding our philanthropy efforts. And this expansion also provides opportunity to transform in the digital space. So we're integrating a new EHR, Epic, and a new enterprise research planning system to support HR and finance, as well as acquiring an advanced data platform and incorporating AI and more. So all of this will allow us to increase and enhance the care we provide for patients, which is what is most important to us. And so I'm going to share some concepts about our new medical complex on the coming slides, but I'd like to emphasize that these are concepts, not designs. And I'd also ask that you not screenshot anything or share them with others as they're, a work in progress. So this is kind of an overview of the new site. The UT Dell Tower is on the left and the MD Anderson Cancer Center is on the right. And then the middle will be a space that's called the Heart, which I'll talk about more in a moment. But our current campus sits south and west of this site, so to the left and above the drawings on the screen. And our UT Dell Tower will have 24 floors, and the MD Anderson Tower will have 22 floors. So a lot, we're packing a lot into not a very big square foot area. So there's a lot of growth going on. And then, like I mentioned, this is the Heart. It's going to be a really unique space for the Dell Med and MD Anderson to come together and collaborate. And there's going to be a space for research, for education, and innovation, and as well as things like a community resource center, an event space, conferencing, and staff wellness. So building a hospital in the 21st century, it allows us to take advantage of incorporating new technologies that really enhance patient outcomes and experience. And so these are some design concepts of potential technologies we're looking to implement in the medical complex. And that was a really speedy overview of our history and kind of the future of UT Medical Center. But I'm going to transition now to talking a little bit about the fellowship program, and then we'll have some time for a question and answer. So our administrative fellowship program, it's a 2-year program. We are currently hiring one fellow at a time. So at any given point in time after this first year, there will be a junior and senior fellow. We're also pursuing a relationship with Army Baylor to hire some Army Baylor fellows starting in fall 2026. And these individuals will really make up your learning cohort. And in addition, we actually have partnerships with other UT system sites like MD Anderson, UT Southwestern, and UTMB who have administrative fellows. And we participate in what we call an administrative fellowship exchange program. So there will be opportunities to work with and get to know the other administrative fellows at that site. So I don't know if I mentioned this at the beginning, but our fellowship program is brand new. We have our inaugural fellow who started yesterday. I think he's online now, but we're really just getting started and are excited for the growth that's going to come with this program. This is kind of a high-level overview of the 2-year fellowship. The first couple months will include orientation and immersion, and then the fellow will move on to project assignments for the rest of year 1. And like I mentioned, this is a project-based curriculum. You may have heard of another common curriculum structure, which is rotation-based. And we honestly feel that the project-based curriculum provides a really strong experience for fellows because it's less compartmentalized and more consistent with how a healthcare administrator would really function. And you'll naturally be able to be exposed to all the various functions of the institution through these projects. So the totality of the projects are really intended to provide direct interactions with leaders and deep exposure to all the key functions of the enterprise. Some of them will be considered core, like clinical operations, strategy, finance, and be elective and be able to customize to your own interests, like Say you're interested in medical education or research or marketing, things like that. So fellows will get to serve in either a leadership capacity on some projects or serve as in more of maybe a supportive role or as an individual contributor. It really depends on the project um, and yeah, the role that you might play in that. So, and then in the second year, you'll be assigned to an interim management role. And you may also be able to complete some of the projects that you started in year one if it aligns with your job duties. So these are some of example projects of that you could be doing as a fellow. These are the projects that our current fellow is going to be working on, some of them. And as you can see, these projects will really give you exposure to a variety of business domains and competencies. We also have specific funding and curriculum designed to develop the fellows' leadership skills. So one of the primary ways this will occur is through an assigned mentor relationship with senior leaders, and you'll meet regularly with your mentor to discuss your goals and just really how things are going with your current assignments. And then the fellow will also be engaged on a regular basis in different senior leadership team meetings and committees. And hopefully, being exposed to these different groups will allow the fellow to be able to contribute to executive level decision making across the organization. And we also have funds set aside for the fellow to take classes and attend conferences to grow in specific leadership skills. There are a lot of benefits to the fellowship, of course. Some of the tangible benefits are the competitive salary that we offer, paid time off, insurance and wellness programs, relocation expenses, and a cellular device allowance. And our fellows are treated just like staff are here, so they receive all the same benefits that a full-time staff member would receive. And our application opened on June 6th through NAFCAS, and it's going to be closing on the 26th of September. We are going to be reviewing applications on a rolling basis, probably starting in August. And so the sooner you can apply, probably the more quickly you'll be able to be moved on to the interview stage. And we'll be doing individual interviews a little bit later, late in September and then early October, and then with an on-campus interview day in mid-October. And we hope to make our final selection by end of October or early November. And as I mentioned earlier, I had put our link to our website in the chat. So if you want to reach out to me, I'd love to connect with you and answer any questions. And you can browse the FAQ on our website as well. But I think hopefully we have time now for Q&A. So I'll stop sharing. And it looks like there might be a question in the chat. Does it matter if you work? Oh, great question. So the question is, does it matter if you work or gain practical experience before you start the fellowship? For example, for an insurance company. One of the requirements for applying is that you have experience in the healthcare field of some sort. So that could be an internship, it could be a full-time job, it could be with insurance. So yes, that is important for us that you have had some sort of experience in the field. And then another question for those of us who are graduating right over the cutoff. Fellowship starts July 25th. We present our thesis in August. Are we eligible for the fellowship? I think that's a great question. So our hope is that you would be finished with all of your didactic material before you start the fellowship, because it really ramps up quick. And so if I'm not sure your exact situation, but if you're able to have finished your didactic material and really the only presentation you have left is the thesis, then yes, you'd be eligible. Any other questions? Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, hi, nice to meet you. I'm Nydia. I was wondering if you had a limit as far as like what type of graduates can apply to your program. Do they have to be recent graduates? Is there somebody there's like a year or two?
Yeah, that's a great question. We don't have any restrictions. We do prioritize more recent graduates, but anyone who's graduated with a degree that's, a master's with a healthcare emphasis of some sort, can apply, and we encourage that. So yeah, no real restrictions, just more of probably preference towards the more recent graduates. Great question, Nadia. Thanks. What aspect of this fellowship do you think best prepares participants for leadership roles in healthcare administration? Oh, that is a great question. I think all of the components of the fellowship really work together to help prepare participants for a leadership role. I think really the experience of getting to lead projects is something that will be really helpful, because that allows you to be in a decision-making role and really have to negotiate um, and potentially um, lead others on your team, or get other people on board with how you're thinking about the project. And so I think that experience of leading a project is really, and not just like a little project. You saw some of the project examples that our fellows is going to be working on, and these are big projects. And so a lot of them to do with the new hospital design. And I think that'll be a really incredible experience to be involved in that. So that's probably how I'd answer that question. What would you say sets this fellowship apart from other hospital fellowships? I think probably our unique experience in that we're such a young institution, and this is the beginning of our fellowship. And um, I think the growth that's going on is really incredible, that you're not really, probably not a lot of other sites are going to be building a hospital from the ground up. And so getting to be involved in that and get to learn about what that takes to stand up a new hospital and partner with another um, system is really valuable and interesting and exciting. And I think to that, we have kind of a startup culture around here, and that's really unique. And it requires people to often wear a lot of hats, but I think through that you can gain experiences well beyond maybe what your job description would say, which is really, I think, valuable and exciting to get to experience a bunch of different things that you might not get to in a more traditional role. So I think that really sets us apart, is just our the growth and the exciting nature of getting to build a new hospital and also shape a new administrative fellowship program. We are in our first year, and we've prepared really well, and hopefully our new fellow will have a great experience. But I'm sure there will be ways that we can learn, and so getting to help provide feedback and tailor the program to be great for yourself as well as future fellows, I think is really also a unique experience too. Great questions. Good question.
Yes, one more question. Since you mentioned, that you have your first fellow, do you have any plans for retainment as far as like fellows when they are starting to complete the program?
Yeah, our hope is that our fellows would want to stay. Our dream is that we would find a job that fits great with their goals and aspirations when they are at, finishing their fellowship. But we'll really begin those conversations in year two, after they've had experience with a bunch of different projects and have got to meet a lot of different folks across the organization. I think hopefully around year two, they'll have an idea of, okay, this is where I'm really excited and passionate about investing my skills and talent. And then from there, we're hoping that there will be an opportunity that fits really well with them that they can move into after that 2-year fellowship. But like I mentioned, we have a ton of growth going on, so there's a need for hiring folks. And what better person to hire than a fellow who's already invested so much and gotten to network and learn about a bunch of different individuals across the institution. So yes, our goal is to keep the fellow if they want to stay.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions? Comments? I don't know if Rohan was
Yeah,
able
I
to
think you
join,
might have
but
a couple in the chat. but also
Oh,
if you want to expand on maybe what it's like living in Austin, um, or Texas living,
yeah,
that would be great.
sure. Yeah, I'm happy to. Um, yeah, so I love living in Austin. I'm from Seattle originally. I've lived in Texas now for almost 15 years. And I love it. It's a great city. It's a very vibrant community. There's something for everyone. I think it's very family friendly, but also great for the young professional, lots of networking opportunities and just opportunities in general. Tons of great food here, beautiful outdoor areas for hiking and swimming, and lots of great parks. And we're very close to, other major cities like Houston and Dallas. So you're you're close to probably where a lot of like other big conferences might occur. And so we're situated probably really well in the state of Texas because we're kind of our own little oasis. I feel like the city of Austin is really green and beautiful, and it's hot, but it's just the summertime. So luckily the rest of the year, probably like October through April, is just gorgeous and you can be outside all day. In the summer, you might not want to be outside all day, but in the morning it's actually pretty nice here. So it's not as humid as Houston. So if that's helpful. West Texas for the kolaches. Yeah, for sure. Um, yeah, I hope that helped answer your question, Malia. Thanks for asking that. It looks like there's another question in the chat. Can you describe or talk about any work UT is doing to engage in any diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives or health equity initiatives? So as you might know, the DEI was cut by the state legislature like about a year and a half ago. So we do not have a DEI program at UT anymore. But there are ways that we're striving for inclusivity and equity. Really just can't have an office name for it, I guess. There's a lot of engagement efforts going on for staff, ways to build community. And then we do still have an Office of Health Equity. So there's 3 people that staff that office, and they not only work to determine how our institution is interfacing with the community to make sure it's in an equitable way, but they do a lot of their own projects with our community partners. So we have different FQHC community partners that they do special projects with to provide care for people who maybe are not able to access it. And so if you just go on our website, you can look for the Office of Health Equity at the UT Dell Medical School, and you'll be able to find that information there. But they're doing some great work, and I feel like the culture here is one that supports everybody and is really, strives, not only at the employee level, but also with our patients to provide the best care and support each other as human beings and employees and friends. And so I think hopefully it feels like an inclusive workplace. But unfortunately, we can't have any more DEI initiatives. But there was a great groundwork laid. We had a fantastic DEI office for many years before, like since the inception of the school, before it was cut. So I think that laid some good groundwork. Okay, another question. Thank you. If I'm correct, you said open to any healthcare master. What does that mean, open to nurse? Yes, if you have like a master's of nursing in nursing, I don't know what that might look like, but yes, I think that could be applicable potentially, but you do have to have a master's degree. So yeah, hopefully that helps answer your question. Any other questions? I think we're close to time probably.
We have 2 minutes left before we move on
Two
to the
minutes.
presentation. So if anyone else has any questions for Leah about UT or Austin or being an early careerist, what makes you stand out as an applicant, anything like that, now's the time.
Yeah, and hopefully you guys have my my contact information, so don't hesitate to reach out if you can't think of any more questions now. I know it's probably a long day, so
We are
a
so
lot of
ahead of schedule today. It's genuinely impressive. Like everybody has ended like at a perfect time. So this is really great.
amazing.
You have one
Oh,
question.
question. Okay, let me try and answer this fast. We have 1 minute.
Mhm.
What are some of the qualities you're most looking for in candidates? I think I spoke to this earlier with my nod to our startup culture, but someone who's able to be flexible and innovative. I think those are some of the biggest qualities that we're looking for in an applicant, someone who is confident and thinks outside the box and isn't afraid to share their ideas, but also is also really receptive, excited to learn, and humble in that way too. Just ready to network and is very friendly. I think that's a huge quality that's important for fellows is really just being able to get to meet a lot of different people so you can understand what you might want to do long term. So I think that's really what we're looking for. But I know it's 12:45 now, so I'll probably stop talking, but thanks y'all for listening and I hope to connect with all of you or see your applications. Thanks, Malia.
Thanks so much, Leah.
Bye, everybody.
And we're right on time to throw it over to the team at Ochsner. So whenever y'all are ready.
Sure, absolutely. Hi, everybody. It's great to be with you today. I'm actually just going to take a moment to share my screen and get my deck up, and then we'll proceed. So does everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay, great. So my name is Shannon Berg, and I am the program manager for the Ochsner Health Fellowship Program. And with me today is Ernest Grimes, who's our Director of Hospital Operations, and we will have Beth Walker joining us today as well. Beth will be joining the call in a few minutes, and she is the CEO for our Ochsner Medical Center in New Orleans. And she is also the executive sponsor of our fellowship program. So I'm going to go ahead and start with some of the other slides, Ernest, and then we're going to come back when Beth joins us because we really want you to hear from both Beth and Ernest. They are former fellows of the Ochsner program in addition to being leaders at Ochsner. And I think that that speaks a lot about our program. Our program has been around over 50 years, so it's very well established in the Ochsner culture. So let me tell you a little bit more about Ochsner, and then we'll come back and they'll tell you specifically about their experiences. So this is our mission, our vision, and our values. And we really live by this. Whenever we are making decisions as a healthcare system, we always look at, does it align with our mission? Does it align with our vision and our values? For us, patients are always our first priority. We believe in acting with integrity, compassion. Inclusivity is really important part of our culture as well for our patients and for our employees. We want everyone to feel included. Excellence and teamwork. Now, a lot of times when you hear about Ochsner Health, you may think, oh, well, that's that hospital in New Orleans. And yes, we do have hospitals in New Orleans. But what I wanted to share by showing this to you is that Ochsner has a very large footprint. And there are opportunities for fellowships in New Orleans, but also what we call the North Shore, which you'll see the red dot above New Orleans. That is the North Shore area above Lake Pontchartrain. We also have Baton Rouge, Lafayette, Shreveport, and I know I'm missing one. Baton Rouge, Lafayette, New Orleans, North Shore, and Shreveport. So those are all the places that you can have a fellowship. But I'm going to pause because Beth has joined us. And so this is perfect timing, Beth. I was just telling them about our mission, vision, and values and went into our locations. But we wanted to pause for a moment because we have Beth and Ernest on the call, give them a chance to introduce themselves and also share about their their experience as fellows. So Beth, I didn't know if you wanted to go first.
Sure, happy to. I apologize for my tardiness. I was running from another key meeting, and then now I'm having technical difficulties. But don't worry, I can adjust here. So sorry for I had to pull my laptop off here. Well, it is a pleasure and an honor to be here with you all today. And thanks for taking a couple minutes to listen to our opportunities here at Ochsner Health. So as Shannon mentioned, I am the CEO here at Ochsner Medical Center. Ochsner Medical Center is our sort of our flagship hospital for the entire system located here in New Orleans, Louisiana. I am also a former fellow. So I did my graduate work at Ohio State in Columbus, Ohio, and then moved down here to be a fellow 22 years ago, almost 23 years ago, and have been able to grow up in the Ochsner Health System, had a tremendous amount of opportunities afforded to me at times that I didn't think I was ready, and others said, you know, you can do this, we believe in you, and would offer me different opportunities. Fortunately, came into the system at a time when it was really growing, and that afforded us a lot of opportunities, whether through sort of crisis and tragedy like a Hurricane Katrina, where our system grew tremendously, or truly just growth and business opportunities as well. And so I feel very blessed, very fortunate to have come full circle, and now I get to be the CEO at the hospital where I started as a fellow many years ago. And I am also the executive sponsor for the fellowship program. It's something that is so near and dear to my heart, and I believe, you know, I'm so filled with gratitude for all those who believed in me and gave me opportunities and supported me throughout my journey. And I want to do nothing more than offer that back to others that are getting their careers started as well. So it's a pleasure and an honor, and I will pass it off to my esteemed colleague, Ernest Grimes.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Beth, for your wonderful words about the fellowship and your experience. I'm also honored to have the opportunity to speak with you guys. It was, I guess, just under 4 years ago or so. I was in your shoes as well, looking around the country for different organizations to align my personal values with, and an opportunity to start my career with health administration towards an administrative fellowship, and kind of what a few things that about Ochsner that I was able to resonate with and identify. One, being with the fellowship, one thing that I really valued was the cohort model. As many of you will be doing, moving to a new city, a new environment, the opportunity to be able to develop and learn and grow alongside other individuals that are going through the same program that you are really has resonated with my career. Many of the co-fellows that I worked with are still dear friends to this day. So and I know many of the fellowship classes can say the same. Some other things that really resonated with me was amazing career stories, like Beth Walker and many others, which Shannon's gonna mention as we move through our slides. But there are just so many great individuals, great leaders throughout the organization that started in the same position that I did as a fellow, and moving throughout the organization in different areas, managers, directors, of course, all the way to our system president and COO, Mike Hulefeld. So just a lot of opportunities for growth and development. And speaking of development, there's just so many components of the fellowship that not only having the opportunity to work with executive leaders and to develop my own executive presence and understand how different leaders lead in different ways, but there's also strategic development programs within the fellowship geared towards fellows, so they can learn a lot of things as they move from the fellowship into starting out their leadership roles. So I know we've got a lot to talk about in terms of the structure, but I definitely wanted to leave that with you all as you determine different organizations that you want to consider. Those are some great things about our program. All right, Shannon.
Thank you. Thank you both for joining us today too, to share about your experience. And they're going to stay on the call as we go through the next few slides, and also will be available for Q&A at the end also. So Beth, I did share with them about this slide, and I did go over as well that there's opportunities outside New Orleans as well in some of our other regions, and just how big our footprint is for Ochsner. And I didn't know if you wanted to take it from here for the next few slides.
Sure, happy to. So I won't, bore you by reading this entire slide. I think what is, what we're trying to tell the story of here is the amount of lives we care for, and obviously that opens up a lot of opportunity across the state and into Alabama and Mississippi as well. We have over 40,000 team members. Again, kind of a neat stat because I think when I joined Auctioner, we had around 6,000. So tremendous growth there. We have 90 medical specialties and subspecialties. I'm pretty sure I can't name 90, but basically do it all throughout our system in different ways. We see patients from every state in the country, and then also 63 countries. We are a travel destination for certain programs that we have here and offerings. Including a very large transplant program, solid organ transplant program. And so this affords lots of opportunities. If you're not familiar with Louisiana or familiar with Auctioner, I will also say we are continuously recognized as the #1 hospital in the state by U.S. News and World Report. And that is both the #1 hospital on the adult side and the #1 hospital on the children's side as well. And then maybe I'll just recognize Healthy State. This is an important collaborative. Louisiana, unfortunately, continues to have challenging health outcomes. We are unfortunately in kind of that bucket of sort of some of the unhealthy South. And as the largest healthcare provider in the state, we certainly feel a responsibility to try and change that, even when it requires overcoming a lot of social factors and lifestyle challenges down here as well. And so we've certainly made progress, but we're committed to our community and committed to trying to build and inspire healthier lives as well. And so there's a lot of work, which would just be one of the many things that somebody could get involved in if they were to come to Auctioner. And then this slide just really tells a little bit about number of so everyone on this slide is a past fellow, and kind of the role or opportunities of what they're doing now. So you can see we've got, all the way from sort of the management level up through President, System COO, Mike, that Shannon mentioned or Ernest mentioned earlier as well. And so I think what this shows is it's not a fluke that I sit here. It's not a fluke that Ernest sits here. This is an intentional talent building program for us. And while it is neither required nor what's the word I want, nor I'm forgetting, I'm drawing a blank, but it is not guaranteed, I guess is the word I want, that you would stay on after the fellowship. It is our intention. We do see this as part of our academic mission and building talent within the organization. And I think what this shows is we put our money where our mouth is there. And there's the other thing I think this shows is that if you come to Auctioner for a fellowship, there are a lot of people that have been in your shoes before. And so you never have to explain what being a fellow at Auctioner is. This is a culture of over 50 years of fellows that we have had here. And so it is deeply ingrained in our culture, and a lot of people here to support and create a community for you all to thrive as well.
Thank you, Beth. So now we're going to go into the program structure. And it's an 18-month program. The first 12 months, we really lean into the learning side of it, professional development, how to have difficult conversations. How do you give feedback to an employee? How do you give an annual performance review? How do you put someone on progressive discipline? It's unfortunate, but it is something that we do need to know how to do when we become people leaders. And so we want to make sure that as a fellow, you are maybe want to lean in a little deeper, you want to go into that particular department. But during that first 12 months, not only is it professional development, but you're going through different rotations of different departments. So clinic operations, hospital operations, rev cycle, you're learning so many different types of programs. And throughout this journey, we mentioned the support with having a 50-year program. You have Beth as an executive sponsor, but Ernest serves as a preceptor. We have every fellow has a preceptor, an executive coach, a mentor, a buddy assigned to them. It's really a support system. Plus, you have me as a program manager and Natalia, who's a talent management director. So we intentionally build support around you through this journey as well. So many projects that you get to work on as well. This is just some examples of some of the projects that our fellows have recently worked on. I won't read them all out, but I'll just give a moment for you to look at what's on there. And then looking at what's in it for you, first of all, it's our culture. We prioritize a sense of belonging, of empowerment, of trust, your ongoing development and human-centered leadership. It's visibility. You're going to work on high visibility projects and priority work as a fellow. It's opportunity, networking, developing your leadership skills. And then just to let you know about the benefits, it is a paid fellowship program full-time. You do accrue time off as well as 9 paid holidays, medical, dental, and vision insurance. There's a 401k match after your first year. We do have various employee discounts available. We have an Oshner Fitness Center that's amazing, and there's a discounted membership for that. There's a sign-on bonus, which you can use to help with relocation costs. There is potentially a yearly bonus, and there is opportunity for tuition reimbursement, but there are certain guidelines that have to be met. For your continuing education, we have Oshner Leadership Institute, of which I'm a part of. You can get your yellow belt, your green belt elite certifications if you have not gotten that yet through your schooling. That's free of charge through our PMO office. The SEALS training is what we call our fellow-specific professional development that I will guide you through. We also give you $1,500 to go to educational conferences and $250 for professional memberships. So what are we looking for? We're looking for people who are hungry, meaning people who are curious, who ask questions, who want to learn. We're looking for people who are humble, that you exhibit humility and empathy. And we're looking for people who are smart. Of course, academically intelligent, but we're also looking for people who have a high level of emotional intelligence as well. Now, looking at community involvement, the fellowship is very involved with leadership events, with executive mentorship. We mentioned Beth is the executive sponsor. There's different fellow activities. This is our current cohort at an event called Moonlight and Miracles, which is a gala for Oshner Cancer Center, and that is at the Superdome, so it's a very unique, exciting event. Speaking of unique opportunities, that's also our fellows at a game last August for the Saints. We were invited to the Oshner Suite for that, and they're invited this August as well, and I know they're looking forward to that. And then community service is really important. These are 3 of our fellows at New Orleans Jazz Festival at the Oshner Children's Activity Tent where they volunteered. And what was really nice is after your shift, you were at Jazz Fest. So you got to go and listen to music and enjoy your favorite bands while you were there too. So I know the fellows really enjoyed that opportunity. They were also really involved with Toys for Tots, working with the U.S. Marine Corps, and we're very involved in that this past year as well. And then we also want to make sure, we mentioned one of our values is inclusivity. And one of the ways that we are inclusive is that we have Oshner resource groups. This is a free internal benefit. We have 10 resource groups, so you can join one or all of them, as many as you would like. And we have a cultural observance calendar. There are opportunities for groups to meet virtually and in person. So you might pick one that is that you self-identify with, or that you're an ally of, or that you really want to learn more about. So we have Able, Pride, OLA, AIM, Retro. Retro is for Gen X and older. WOW, and we do allow men to join WOW. Exceptional abilities could be ADHD, depression, any type of hidden disability or a non-hidden disability. Vet Force One is for our veteran employees, YPA, young professionals, and Globe is for world citizenship. And then looking at our application steps, it's a two-part process. This is a QR code that I'll also show at the end. So there'll be another opportunity to also scan, but it'll take you directly to our website and to our application process. So everything I'm going to tell you about our application and requirements are also on our website. So you'll apply through the careers link. You would submit all required documentation, preferably in one PDF, to adminfellow@ochsner.org. We do require a personal statement, a resume, 2 letters of recommendation, and unofficial transcript. These tips are also on our website. And then we do have some requirements for the admin fellow. We do want it to be 1 page. And most importantly, please tell us why Ochsner. Why are you interested in a fellowship at Ochsner? And why healthcare leadership? We really want to learn that from you. Looking at the timeline, the deadline is August 27th to submit all of your paperwork and apply online. We will have Zoom interviews on September 8th. We will have people come in for on-site interviews on September 17th. We'll ask that you come in on the 16th. We'll have an executive dinner that evening, and then you would travel home on the 18th, lodging and airfare provided, and we would send out offers shortly after that. And then you would start August of 2026, tentatively August 3rd of 2026. So I know we're right at time. I want to be respectful of that. But if you would like to hear more, I have a 1 hour information session coming up July 16th and August 19th, where I dive even deeper into the fellowship program and have other former fellows joining us as well. This is also on our website, so I'm going to put the link in the chat. And then you can, again, this QR code will take you to our website. That's where you can register for the information sessions. You can find out more information about the required documents and what we're needing from the personal statement that I briefly went over today. Any questions for us?
And you have about 4 minutes for questions, so y'all feel free
Oh, great.
to come up
Okay.
and ask questions or drop your questions in the chat for the team.
Hello, I do have a question for you. What do you focus on most when considering an applicant, their experience or if they're a most recent graduate?
I can take that. I don't know that there's a one size fits all. I think we have absolutely had plenty of fellows that were like me or like Ernest that kind of went right through school and came immediately into the fellowship. And then we've also had some who have been out in the working world for 10 years and come back into the fellowship. And I think it's a little bit more about that personal statement and helping to tell the story and what you're looking to gain and why it makes sense for you at that point in time. As you were starting to ask the question, I'm thinking, is there kind of beyond the humble, hungry, smart that Shannon talked about? We really do try and look for what's the right fit. And to me, I can think, but there's not, it's hard to remember everything from 23 years ago, but I do remember that the reason I ended up at Auctioneer is after I did my phone interview and I came for the on-site interview, I left New Orleans and I remember I called my parents and I said, if I get an offer from Auctioneer, I'm going to Auctioneer. Because it just felt like the right fit for me. It just felt like where I belonged. It felt like the things I was looking for specifically were the right fit here. And so I would just encourage you, kind of a general statement for all of you that are looking. I would just really think about what you're looking to get out of an organization, a program, this step in your career, and making sure that you can personally define that so you know what the fit looks like when it presents itself. And look, it's going to look different for everybody else. Not everyone is going to find the right fit at the exact same organizations. And so I would just encourage you to be thoughtful and make sure that you know what you're looking for before you get out there and try and figure out how to match it up. I can start. I see a bunch of questions here. So, the first round of interviews, Shannon, we have a mixed group of people that participate in those. I know that it is primarily it is prior fellows, but many of them are, in higher level management roles too. So it's not just like the
Yes.
immediate fellows, correct?
Correct. It's we have COOs, CEOs, directors. The majority of them are all former fellows who are in leadership roles at Ochsner and very well prepared to make the decisions of who would be the best fit. And then we have a couple of people, like we mentioned, Natalia, who's very involved in the fellowship program. She's in talent management and she's included as well, but it's makes sense to include someone from talent management in the decision making.
And then I know we're coming up on time, but let me try and hit a couple of those. So when we talk about the values in our patient population, yes, we are absolutely working on a lot of health equity, and that kind of ties to our healthy state as well. How do we make sure that people have access to good quality care, that they also have access to food, they have access to mental health services, that they have good schools. We actually really look at our investment in this whole community. So we are also a partner with a STEM school starting at the elementary age to try and say, how do we commit to this community and make sure that kids that are, students of, or I'm sorry, children of our employees have access to good quality education at the same time. And then there was a question on work experience. We asked for your experience, but again, I had internship experience, but I didn't have any significant experience in a hospital setting. I think if you don't have any experience at all, you just probably want to talk to what you've been up to and what you're looking to get at this point. Shannon kind of hit at the number of fellows. We kind of leave it in flux a little bit of kind of what's our current situation at the time and sort of who's the applicant pool. And then is this offered to outside students currently enrolled in a master's program? So when you would apply, you would probably still be active in your program if you're coming straight through school. You would have to have completed the didactic portion of your master's program in order to be, by the time that the fellowship would start, in order to be eligible. Many schools, like Ernest is a UAB graduate, they have a requirement of a fellowship, so that is sort of the ongoing piece. But at that time, he had completed all the didactic work. I feel like this is speed dating here. I think we're at time, so I'm trying to be respectful of whoever goes next.
Yeah, thank you all so much. I love this presentation last week and it was even better today. So you're welcome to stay and answer questions if there's some more that are coming in through the chat, but thank you all so much.
Our pleasure. Thank you all for taking the time and good luck to you. I hope you all go on to do great things in healthcare and we're all gonna make the country a little bit better. So thank you for what you do and thank you for what you will do.
Thanks, y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go ahead and throw it over to the next presentation, which is the team at RWJ.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I hope you're all having a good day, and I hope that the fellowship fair is going well so far. Do I have the ability to share my screen? Okay. I see it. Is everyone able to see? All right, thank you. So my name is Moji Sola Adesanya, and I'm the current fellow at Jersey City Medical Center, which is part of RWJ Barnabas Health, which is a large health system in New Jersey. And fun fact, RWJ Barnabas Health is actually the largest private employer in the entire state of New Jersey. So I'll just be giving you guys some more information about the system, the hospital, and the fellowship. So every administrative fellow has a team of people behind them to aid in their support. And so for the 2026 to 2027 admin fellow, here's some of the team that'll be a part of their team. So I would be helping the next administrative fellow the same way that the fellow before me is an assistance to me. And so that's the first point of support that you have. In addition, we have a fellowship preceptor who's Kwaku, and he is actually the first fellow that the hospital had. And since 2012 to 2013, he's remained in the hospital, remained in the system, and he's the primary preceptor for the fellows. In addition to Kwaku, we have Joseph Anton, who is our COO of Jersey City Medical Center, and he serves as the executive sponsor for the administrative fellowship. And so at this moment, I'm working closely with him to standardize the fellowship across the RWJ Barnabas Health System, and he's a close point of contact in relation to finding different projects and different ways to get involved in the hospital. So now I want to give you some more information about RWJ Barnabas Health and Jersey City Medical Center. So RWJ Barnabas Health is the largest and most comprehensive academic health system in the state of New Jersey. We are the largest private employer in the state with about 43,000 different employees across the various sites. And so we have 14 different medical centers that you can see through the map. And so we go from North Jersey to about Central Jersey. And Jersey City Medical Center can be found at number 4 on the map. And so right in Jersey City, if you're familiar with the East Coast, it's very close to New York City. And so it gives you a lot of the benefits of working in an urban or metropolitan health center. And now some more information about Jersey City. So the hospital is on a 15-acre campus that overlooks the New York Harbor and Liberty State Park. Fun fact, from one of the top floors of the hospital, you can actually see the Statue of Liberty. So that's a nice sight to see. We are a 352-bed acute care hospital. And I wanted to point this out. We are DNV accredited, and we recently got our accreditation to be a primary stroke plus center through the DNV. That happened in about the last 2 weeks or so, and so it's exciting to be part of that accreditation process. In addition to that, we are also a comprehensive cardiac and intensive care center, and we are a regional state designated level 2 trauma center. And so in addition to the hospital, we have these other locations for primary and specialty care throughout Hudson County. RWJ Barnabas Health really seeks to help all of Hudson County and Jersey City Medical Center. Outside of just the hospital, we have various locations for primary care and specialty care. And now I wanted to discuss the mission, vision, values, commitment, credo, and mantra of the health system. And so the mission of RWJ Barnabas Health System is to be an academic health system that partners with communities to build and sustain a healthier New Jersey. Our vision is to be a premier healthcare center destination that provides patient-centered, high-quality academic medicine in a comprehensive and equitable manner while delivering a best-in-class work experience for every member of the team. And some of our values include accountability, compassion, empathy, excellence, respect, and teamwork. And you can see that in every area of the system and the hospital. And this is just some more information about our commitment statement and our credo. And the entire system is really driven by the mantra, one system, one family. Although we span across the state, there's a lot of interconnectedness between the various medical centers that are part of RWJ Barnabas Health. Here are some of the awards and accreditations that Jersey City Medical Center has. So we were ranked high performing in adult procedures and conditions for heart failure, COPD, and nephrology by US News and World Report. I also wanted to point out the American College of Surgeons Trauma Division that was recognized in 2023 as a surgical quality partner by the American College of Surgeons. And this slide shows some more of our honors and awards and accolades that have been awarded to the hospital. And as you can see, they come from a variety of sources. So now I wanted to get more in depth with the administrative fellowship and the structure of the program. So with the fellowship structure, the fellow reports directly to the CEO as they're the executive sponsor for the fellowship. But the cool thing about this fellowship is that it sits directly within the executive suite for the hospital. So the office that I work in is directly across from the CEO's office. I get to work closely with a number of people that are part of the executive team through my direct report to the COO, but I also work closely with the chief nursing officer, chief medical officer, and various VPs throughout the hospital. And these are some of the people that help guide the fellow in the direction of certain projects. So for example, I'd had one-on-ones with all of them, and I'll talk more about that a little bit later. But through my one-on-one with the VP of operations, we got to discuss some of my interests, and he will pull me aside and include me on various meetings. I think one of the coolest things that I've been a part of so far was the CEO got me in on a meeting that was regarding the 2025 FIFA Club Cup and the 2026 FIFA World Cup. So if you're a soccer fan, that could be a cool thing to get involved with at Jersey City Medical Center. And now a brief summary of the program. The program has a 12-month structure, and it's a project-based program. So the first 6 months of the program are spent on departmental rotations on site and with the corporate office. Part of being a hospital in a larger health network is that fellows get an opportunity to work with RWJ-Barnabas Health's corporate office outside of just working in the regular hospital and site. And months 6 to 12 are focused on projects, and they're projects that can be based on organizational need and personal interest. Your preceptor and other hospital directors and other members of the executive team will help steer you in the direction of certain projects that the hospital needs that align with your own personal goals and interests. And then months 9 to 12, in addition to working on projects, it'll also be a transition period for our outgoing fellows. And so that's when they'll start to train the incoming fellow, and they'll prepare for their roles after the fellowship. And throughout the fellowship, mentors will work closely with fellows to ensure that projects are selected based on their interest, experience, and organizational need. The system of rotations is very flexible, and it provides a comprehensive look at the entire hospital. So fellows get to do a little bit of everything. And they include departments throughout the hospital, including quality, patient experience, clinical operations, surgery, and more. And so during each rotation, fellows get an overview of the department's operations, their challenges, and any strategic initiatives that could be useful. And there's also close mentorship throughout the fellowship. Fellows will do one-on-one meetings with the CEO and the COO, in addition to one-on-one meetings with members of the executive team. I started the fellowship back in May, and within the first month, I've had one-on-one meetings with every member of the executive team, so I get to know about them, their roles, the scope of what they're doing, and any areas of opportunity that they have for me to get involved with, which is really awesome. The fellowship is also big on professional development, and through the fellowship, you get an opportunity to participate in things that people may not be able to participate in until further out in their career. For example, executive leadership meetings are something that we do every week in the hospital. And so it's when all the executive team members get together and share updates on things that various departments are working on, in addition to going over Press Ganey comments. And then we also hold an administrative conference, which is a meeting for directors and above, and they share different updates. Different departments share what's going on in the hospital so that the information can be shared evenly. And I can also have the opportunity to take part in different departmental councils. So right now I'm participating in Operations Council. And so that gives a great overview into all the operational things that are going on at Jersey City Medical Center. And as I go further in the fellowship, I would get involved with more departmental councils. There's also great opportunities for networking and in professional development. Jersey City Medical Center and RWJ-Barnabas Health have different business resource groups, and the Youth Professional Advisory Council, or YPAC, is just one of them that they have to offer. But these are interest groups that can be based around different identities. For example, there's one for Black professionals, Asian professionals, and also professionals that are part of the LGBTQ+ community. You can also do networking through external conferences. NACI and ACHE are just a couple things that our fellows can get involved with and have an opportunity to go to conferences through the fellowship. And there are also networking opportunities within RWJ-Barnabas Health, different networking events that come up. Fellows always have an opportunity to take part of them, whether they're on site at the hospital or somewhere else within the network. Additionally, continued education is something that is a priority. The hospital offers tuition reimbursement, which promotes fellows to pursue different certifications and opportunities to continue to develop and hone their skill set. And so these are some of the 65+ rotation and project opportunities for fellows. And so all service lines of the hospital are available to take part in a rotation or project on. And so just to highlight a couple, the ambulatory surgery center is something that people have an option to take part in. And the great thing about Jersey City Medical Center, in my opinion, is that the rotations are very self-led. If you have an interest in something, you're encouraged to go after what you're interested in. So I'm working with population health. I'm also working with patient experience at the moment and surgery. And the rotations are self-led. So one rotation in Central Sterile could take a month, for example, while another one on a unit like 5 West could take 2 weeks. And so it gives you that flexibility to work on what you're interested in addition to what the hospital needs. And now I just wanted to highlight some current and past fellow projects. So some of the things that I'm working on now are the 2026 to 2027 administrative fellowship. And so as the current fellow, I will be working to recruit the next fellow for 2026 to 2027. And RWJ Barnabas Health also has 2 other fellowships at 2 different sites. And so right now I'm working closely with the COO and the 2 other fellowship sites that we have to standardize the fellowship across the network, just to ensure that all RWJ Barnabas Health fellows are experiencing the same things, meeting the same benchmarks, and meeting the same competencies throughout the fellowship. In addition, I'm working with the Department of Surgery right now. I'm working on a project with the OR schedule management, as well as block time optimization. And I'm also working with the emergency department with patient experience specifically. And I'm spearheading an initiative for shoes for patients that come into the ED and get admitted and don't have shoes, so that upon discharge, they would have footwear beyond just the non-slip socks that they typically get from a hospital. Some past projects include things with quality and safety, like the DNV accreditation process that was just gone through, as well as EMR implementation and the opening of a new ambulatory women's health center. And looking ahead, I'm going to be working with population health on SDOH screening process improvement, because that's something that I'm interested in. I love social determinants of health and population health and health equity. So it's great that I get to combine the things that I'm interested with things that the hospital needs at the moment. In addition, the VP of operations pulled me aside and said that he had an interesting opportunity coming up with women's health and oncology. So I'll be focusing on community engagement and raising screening rates for different things for the community of Jersey City. And there's always opportunities for social impact through Jersey City Medical Center's foundation. Right now, I'm helping organize the golf outing, which is a fundraising opportunity that the foundation hosts annually. And that's one thing that the fellow will always take part in the planning and execution of the event. Now I wanted to highlight some previous fellows that have remained in the RWJ Barnabas system. So the previous fellow, Gabriella, she was the fellow right before me, and she remained in the system. She's now working as a manager for patient experience at a children's hospital within the system. And the fellow before her as well also remained in the system through the medical group, and she's a marketing coordinator. And the first fellow, Kwaku, he's still here in Jersey City Medical Center, and he works with medical education and population health. And these are just some words of wisdom from the previous fellows discussing how the fellowship was beneficial and any advice that they would have for incoming fellows. And I just wanted to spotlight what Kwaku said for how the fellowship was beneficial. Kwaku said that it's the network of fellows that we've been able to develop over the past 12 years. Having the core element of team members that you can lean on is a core piece of the fellowship program. So you not only have yourself, the directors, and the executive team members, but you also have the wealth of knowledge from all of the fellows who have come before you. I think it's great that the previous 2 fellows before me are still within the network, and so they're an ear for me to lean on anytime that I need anything. For example, Gabriella and I have biweekly meetings where we touch point on the things that I'm doing to ensure that I'm going through everything well. I had training with her for 2 weeks before I started the position, and it's great that she's someone that's within the system, within the network, that I can lean on throughout the fellowship process, and having the network of all the previous fellows is great. Now I'll get into the application process. So to be eligible, applicants must be in their final year of an accredited graduate program pursuing either an MBA, MPH, MPA, or MBA with an emphasis in healthcare or a degree that's equivalent. And applicants must be citizens or provide proof of eligibility to work in the US, as the hospital does not sponsor H-1B visas. And here are some of the materials that you need for the fellowship. So it's some of your standard information like the resume, cover letter, personal statement, transcript, and 2 letters of recommendation. One thing that sticks out about this fellowship that made the application process pretty fun and interesting is the PowerPoint presentation. And so it's an 8 to 10 slide PowerPoint presentation about what makes you the best candidate for the JCMC fellowship program. And so I think that's a great way for applicants to let their personality shine, to go beyond just what's in a standard personal statement or cover letter, so that you can really let your personality shine through and show why you specifically would make the best candidate for the position. And I'm sure it's going to be a really fun thing to review. So we have a priority deadline for both NAFCAS and applying through our email, which is September 19th, 2025 by 5 p.m. We'll still continue to accept applications through NAFCAS until September 26th, but the priority deadline is September 19th. And so I ask that all required materials get combined into a single PDF. So that would be the resume, cover letter, personal statement, PowerPoint, transcript, and 2 rec letters be in a single PDF file. And to apply, you can either send it directly through the JCMC admin fellows at rwj.org email or applying through the NAFCAS website. Please note that incomplete applications will not be considered. And this is the interview schedule. So the first 2 rounds are over Zoom. The first round is a one-on-one interview with me. And so that's where you'll go through your standard interview. The second round interview is a 2-hour Zoom case review. I think it's nice because it gives you an opportunity to really think on your feet. And so with this, you get an hour and a half to review the case study and create a presentation around it. And then the final 30 minutes of that interview process would be a 30-minute live presentation of your case study. So it's a great opportunity to show how you can think on your feet, think effectively, and work efficiently. And then the final interview day would be 3 separate interviews. One would be a one-on-one with the CEO. The second one will be a one-on-one with our CEO, COO, and executive sponsor, Joseph Anton. And the final will be a panel interview with various members of the executive leadership team. And so you can see some of their names and some of their titles, and you'll get an opportunity to meet all of them throughout the interview process for the final day. And applicants will be informed shortly after the final interview as to whether or not they've been extended an offer for the administrative fellowship. And so be sure to contact us if you have any questions. Please shoot an email at jcmcadminfellows@rwjbh.org. And you can also reach us at our website. And the website is up and it's live for this application cycle. Here are some QR codes for our information sessions. I strongly encourage any applicant that's interested to register for an information session so they can get a more in-depth review about the fellowship, as well as more time for a Q&A. Again, if you have any questions, you're welcome to send an email to the admin fellowship email. And so I'll be hosting information sessions on August 7th, August 20th, and September 5th. So feel free to register, keep an eye out for them. And with that, that's the end of my presentation. I will take time for questions now. Thank you. I just saw that message. So I just saw a question about the final round of the interview. So historically, since COVID, it's been virtual, but the executive sponsor, Joe Anton, he's very ecstatic and very excited to try to have an on-site interview process. And so ideally for the 2026 to 2027 admin fellow, we will be hosting interviews on site. If we do host on site, more information will be given leading up to it, and accommodations and travel can be covered by the hospital if anyone's coming from far away. And so how many fellows do we take? So Jersey City Medical Center takes a single fellow, but in the RWJ Barnabas Health System, there are 2 other fellowships. One is with the medical group, and the other one is with Monmouth County Medical Center. So in total, the network takes 3, but if anyone's interested in any of the other fellows, keep in mind that all of the RWJ Barnabas Health fellowships have their own application process. So you would apply to each individual site. I like these questions coming in. Does anybody else have any other questions? Is there anything that I missed?
Hi, Mojisola.
Hi.
Nice to see you. My question is like in NAFCAS, there is a particular amount going to charge for every application, right? For this administration. Is there any waiver for that?
Unfortunately, we do not have a waiver for the NAFCAS application, but I would recommend applying through the email because that's an issue that I ran into during my application process. But emailing us the application is of no cost. And it's a similar process. It's all the same materials.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
And if I can like chime in on that too, just because I run NAFCAS all the time. Not all application services do this, but if you're applying through NAVCAS and you do have need some sort of financial waiver or something, um, a lot of the sites that are only going through NAVCAS, if you reach out to them, they have a coupon code kind of generator, and you can ask if they'll cover it for you. So it's always an option if you, since you know you're getting the contact information of all these people now to reach out and just ask.
Yeah, so always feel free to reach out to the email. And I think that's a great word of advice. Just reach out if you ever have a question. People are always happy to help in any way that they can. So I saw this question: does RWJ participate in DEI hiring? For the administrative fellowship, we take a holistic approach to reviewing the fellowship applications. So we just like to look at the values that you present as a candidate. A really great look into that is that PowerPoint presentation that we ask for. I think that's a really fun and interesting way to spotlight who you are as a candidate outside of your resume and your cover letter. And as if anybody else has any additional questions, okay, I see another one coming in. So the precise starting period. So the fellowship start date is set for June 1st, 2026. And it's preferred that all applicants are coming from a master's program that's healthcare related. So whether that's an MHA, an MPH, an MPA, or an MBA with a focus on healthcare, just so we know that you're coming into the fellowship with some of the competencies that are developed through a program like that. And applicants must be in their final year of their master's in healthcare or in their master's programs to be eligible to apply for the fellowship.
Okay, we are right at time. Mojisola, if you want to stay and just answer the rest of the questions in the chat, that would be super helpful. And then they also shared their contact information. So y'all are always welcome to reach out as stated. But we're gonna go ahead and move on into the next one. Thank you so much for presenting. We're gonna go over
Thank
to
you.
the team at WVU. So Haley and I think I saw Nathan on here. You can take it away.
Thanks, Malia. Appreciate it. And thank you, everybody, for joining the WVU Medicine Administrative Fellowship tabling session today. I think Lila's bringing up the slides for us.
We are a large, growing, complex health system, and one of our biggest needs is to create the leaders of tomorrow, and we have lots of opportunity for new and emerging leaders in our health systems.
Oh, it's the best time to be here. Are you kidding? So we've got so much going on here. We're the largest private employer in the state of West Virginia. We're on the cusp of so many new and innovative, interesting projects.
What this fellowship does is give you a broad view of opportunities, and it helps define, in most cases, where people go in their career.
Thanks, Lila. And I also want to introduce Nathan Bird, who's also joined us on the call today. He is the Executive Fellowship Preceptor and VP of Operations at WVU Hospitals. So we'll get right into the material. So here at WVU Medicine, our mission is to improve the health of West Virginians and all that we serve through excellence in patient care, research, and education. And I think not only throughout the presentation today, you'll see how WVU Medicine continues to meet its mission, but also how fellows contribute to the mission. I also want to call out the picture here. So this is our main campus located here in Morgantown, West Virginia. You'll see Ruby in the center, which is our flagship academic medical center. Children's Hospital is located off the right. And then we have multiple of our institutes located on the main campus as well. Next slide. So who are we? So WVU Medicine is a 25 hospital health system. As you can see, we are not only located here in West Virginia, but we expand across state borders located in Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Maryland. Specifically, in addition to our flagship academic medical center track, located again in Morgantown, represented by the Gold Star, we do have an additional track this year. It'll be its first year. We're calling it the Community Health Academic Leadership Track, located in Martinsburg, West Virginia. That will be at Berkeley Medical Center as well as Jefferson Medical Center, and that's represented on the map by the Navy Star. Next slide. So a little bit more about Ruby, because Ruby does fall under what we call WVU hospitals. So essentially, in addition to Ruby being the largest facility of the WVU hospitals family, we have our Children's Hospital, which is the largest group of primary and specialty care providers who are dedicated to the care of children, adolescent, and expectant mothers, not only in the state, but also the region. We then have our Fairmont Medical Center located about 30 minutes south of Morgantown. That's a really neat facility because they do have a 30-bed skilled nursing facility for patients who require short-term care. We then have Healthy Minds Chestnut Ridge Center, which is our behavioral medicine facility, and then our associated ambulatory clinics, which provide primary and specialty care needs. Next slide. So flipping over to the East Track, so that is going to be comprised of two different hospitals, with a fellow being primarily located at Berkeley Medical Center, which offers comprehensive services for the community and has one of the busiest emergency departments in the state. And then also the fellow will be experienced at Jefferson Medical Center, which is a 25-bed critical access hospital. Next slide. So here at WVU Medicine, we do have 5 different institutes, and we want to share those briefly with you all today. So our first being the Cancer Institute, and here recently we received some exciting news that will expand cancer services located here in Morgantown for a new cancer tower. So those meetings have already started for the construction of those, so very exciting things happening on here campus. And then we have our Eye Institute. So we recently broke ground at the beginning of this year on a new $233 million facility. So again, expansion of services. And then on thirdly, we have our Heart and Vascular Institute, which continues to lead the state and the region in doing first ever procedures. So some pretty cool things going on for cardiovascular services. Next slide. Next, we have our Rockefeller Neuroscience Institute. You all might have heard about the RNI as we were recently featured on 60 Minutes. Dr. Ali Rezai and his team continues to lead treatments regarding around Alzheimer's and addiction. And then lastly, but not least, our Critical Care and Trauma Institute, which continues to see thousands of trauma patients on an annual basis and expands across not only here in Morgantown, but also offers services outside of the flagship institute. Next slide. So what did we do last year as a health system? So we did a little over 5 million clinic visits. We have just over 3,000 licensed beds. Lots of births, just under 10,000 births. And then we also continue to grow both in the inpatient and outpatient world from a surgery, MRI, and lab services standpoint. Next slide. So getting into the numbers just a little bit more specifically looking at WVU hospitals and WVU East. So again, multiple clinic visits going on, multiple ambulatory sites we have here in Morgantown. Licensed beds is 881, and the Children's Hospital broke record again for the number of births, just coming under 3,000. And then flipping out over to the east side, so they do multiple clinic visits out there as well, as you can see, have 199 licensed beds and continue to grow in surgeries, MRI, and lab services as well. Next slide. From an employee standpoint, looking at WVUH and then the health system. So year over year, you can see not only WVUH, but also the health system continues to grow. So the health system surpassed this year of 35,000 employees, with WVUH coming under just 9,500 employees for the year. Next slide. East also continues to grow year over year for employees as they just came below 2,500 employees current year. Next slide. So WVH has been in the news quite a bit. We were again ranked the #1 hospital in West Virginia, and then our 150 bed children's hospital, which opened in September of 2022, still feels like a brand new hospital, was also named the #1 children's hospital in the state. So it's pretty neat because the children's hospital is directly connected to JW Ruby Memorial. Next slide. Flipping out over in the East, so they have had a recent announcement of investing in a $260 million expansion project. So at Berkeley, they are expanding their capacity from a bed standpoint. And then Jefferson Medical Center is looking to expand their ancillary and ambulatory towers. So very exciting projects going out in the East. I'll now flip it over to my co-fellow Lila to talk a little bit more about the fellowship and application.
Right. Thank you, Haley. Clearly, there's not enough time in this short session to really go into all the amazing things that are happening here at WV Medicine, but you can tell that the organization is really committed to their mission of providing the best care for the people of West Virginia. And they really promote that through this culture of growth. We've grown from 5 hospitals to 25 hospitals in just over a decade. So pretty incredible work from the team. But what I think makes WV Medicine stand out most and is most unique is the culture here. And I think it really speaks for itself. Whenever you come into any of the hospitals in the organization, you're immediately a part of the close-knit family. Everybody's truly so kind and has your back and just wants to provide the best care for the patients here and best possible outcomes. And as a fellow, I think it also speaks volumes that the leadership and the preceptors here are really truly invested in this program, all the way up to our assistant CEO, Albert, who's on the video. Truly, as a fellow, you're mentored and supported, and they have your best interests in mind, want to see you develop as a leader throughout the 2 years and beyond, being a mentor for life for you. So this just touches on what kind of formal mentorship that you would be gaining as a fellow, and obviously probably more beyond this, but at WVH in Morgantown, the fellows do have the opportunity to meet quarterly with our assistant CEO, Albert Wright. And then for both locations, you have kind of a similar structure at WVH and WV East. You have a monthly one-on-one meeting with your assistant or your hospital president and CEO, either Dr. Michael Grace or Mark O'Hearn, both great mentors, as well as weekly one-on-one meetings with your executive preceptors, either Nathan Burt or Samantha Richards, and then a weekly touch base with whatever VP that you would be reporting to in your respective rotation. And then we also have the opportunity to attend regularly our executive leadership team meetings. So this is a really good way to interact with other leaders throughout the organization that you might not rotate with regularly and kind of learn and get a better understanding of what's going on in some of these different areas. So now I just want to highlight the fellowship structure for both sites. They're both very similar and have some differences. So both of these at WVH and East are 2-year programs. For WVH here in Morgantown, the first year is going to consist of the 7 core rotations that are about 8 weeks each, where you'll be doing various projects within them. And then for the second year, for the first 6 months of that year, you will be doing 2 more elective rotations. And this is an opportunity to further explore something that you might have an interest in. This list here is just some examples, but it's not exclusive. You can also circle back to a previous rotation that you were involved in. And then for the second half of that year, then you will be moving into an interim leadership experience that caters to both your interests as a fellow as well as the needs of the organization. For East, also similar, for your first year, you'll be doing all of these core rotations, varying in different length of time. And then for the entirety of your second year, you will be involved in that interim leadership experience. So both tracks are a great way to see a little bit of the entire organization, experience a lot of different things, and then also get into that interim leadership experience. So presentation opportunities, typically at the end of every rotation, you'll have the opportunity to present to our, typically the executive leadership team or any of these other meetings such as leadership forum. which you can see Kelsey here presenting on her indoor navigation project from her project with IT at Leadership Forum. This is also highlighted in the video if you choose to watch the full length on our website, a really cool project. So this is a great way to get yourself in front of different leaders across the system and the organization, show off your hard work and project that you've been working on, as well as work on your own professional development and presentation skills. So just real quick, want to highlight a little bit of life outside of the fellowship, in Morgantown, which is where the home base of WH. So I think Morgantown's a great place to live. It's kind of the best of both worlds. You get the beautiful scenery and outdoor, hiking in the lake, and if you like to do that. But I think the best is when school at WVU is in session and you go to all of the sporting events. I think a football game is a great place to go. Seeing all the people from across the state come, it's a really fun time. But also Pittsburgh is just a short hour drive up the interstate. So if you like the city and want to explore more of that, you kind of have the best of both worlds here. For life in the Eastern Panhandle, kind of the same story. I think the Eastern Panhandle is one of the most beautiful areas in the state. There are a lot of great state parks, hiking trails. If you like to do that, super cool historic towns like Harpers Ferry. And then also Washington, D.C. is just under a 2-hour drive. So again, a little bit of the best of both worlds. So a lot of opportunity to explore there. And this just highlights a little sneak peek as life of a fellow. Most of these are from Haley, but since I'm brand new, but I will shout out the bottom left-hand corner is myself and Haley with our 2 summer residents, Ellie and Chad. So we do have a summer residency program, and we just recently went to a Pittsburgh Pirates game all together. And then the bottom right-hand corner is also Haley and our previous fellow Ryan at ACHE Congress in Houston this past March. So as fellows, we do have the opportunity to go to Congress every year, not only to recruit and promote for our fellowship, but also we get to go to sessions and network and do all the great things that Congress has to offer. So for the application cycle, and all of this following information is available on our website. So don't feel stressed to get everything down right now, but our application is currently open and it will close September 8th. And then we have a relatively quick turnaround time. So around September 11th and 12th, both sites, both East and WVH, will be having their first round interviews virtually. And then the following week, we'll be coordinating for on-site interviews in either Morgantown or Martinsburg. And then you'll be on track to begin the fellowship in the summer of 2026. And for the on-site interviews, that will include a panel of different executive leaders throughout the hospital and the system. So a great way to get to know those people. So for our requirements, pretty standard here. We just ask for a current resume, as well as 3 letters of recommendation, preferably 2 from past employers and 1 from a program director. Your transcripts, and then a narrative statement just expressing that your interests and your goals in healthcare and the fellowship. So for our platform is a little bit different. We have decided to go solely internally for applications. So for WVH or the flagship academic medical center track, those applications will be accepted to our WVU admin fellowship email, which is listed here in a single condensed PDF format with your resume, transcripts, and everything else. Or if you decide to apply to WVU East or the community health leadership track, those applications can be uploaded to WVU Medicine's career website, which Haley can provide in the chat. And there's some instructions there. So I just do want to note that since this WVU East fellowship track is new, our fellowship website is being in the process of being updated. So if you go straight there and you don't see any information for WVU East, don't panic. It's currently being updated, but we are happy to provide any of this information in the meantime. But it should be uploaded shortly. You can also refer to our LinkedIn page for any of this. So with that, I will say here are contacts. So Nathan Burt, the VP of Operations, is the executive preceptor for WVH, the Academic Medical Center, or Samantha Richards, the Community Health Leadership Track. And here are mine and Haley's contacts. So please feel free to reach out to us for any questions or if you need any of that information. We're happy to provide it or any more insights. So with that, we are happy to take any questions.
And before any questions, I want to quickly introduce Marco Hearn, who has joined us. Again, he's the president and CEO out at WVU Medicine East. So any specific questions out east, he might be able to answer a little bit better.
Thanks, Haley. And it was great to join. Just quick 30-second plug for folks. It's great to have interest. I am coming from UPMC. I was there for 16 years. I was the executive director for the fellowship program there for the last 4 years. And I was a fellow myself. I came through the UPMC fellowship program. So I have a lot of history with this program. I'm so excited that Nate and Haley and the team and down in Morgantown are allowing us to have a track out here. As Lila has shared, it is a fantastic and growing market, and glad to talk in more detail, but with anybody interested. But again, thanks for letting me join, and I'm glad to answer any questions. Haley, we just see you. Big picture of you.
Is it just me? Oh gosh.
Maybe it's who's talking, I guess, because the slides are gone.
Milo, put the slides back up.
Haley, you were so thorough. There aren't any questions.
I guess so.
Yeah, it was a great presentation. If y'all want to maybe talk more about your journey as an early careerist, if any tools helped you get to where you are and anything that you think maybe helped you in your application process really stand out, that would be pretty helpful. And there's also a question in the chat, so you're welcome to, to answer that first too.
Okay, perfect. All right. Yeah, of course, Tiffany. Great question. So again, I think the WU Medicine Fellowship is kind of the best of both worlds because as fellows, you're not only rotating throughout different departments, but also being able to be a part of a project and kind of almost lead a project, which is kind of neat. So just some quick examples off the top of my head would be my most recent one in human resources. So they have a session called New Employee Experience where they bring new hires in to collect some feedback just about their kind of 90-day hire. And they weren't really doing anything with the data, with the collection of the data. So they had asked me to create a dashboard. That way, with the data that's being collected, we can then cascade it to leaders and be able to provide that feedback of what new hires are experiencing. So that was a great project. I was able to collaborate with IT, which was a super, super neat aspect of the project. And then another project was during my nursing rotation, so implementing key performance indicator boards at about 90 locations where nurses practice throughout WVUH. So great experience to learn about what nursing looks for, specifically preparing for their magnet visit, which oversees nursing excellence and patient care. So some just couple highlighting projects for me across the fellowship experience so far.
Haley, I'm glad to make a comment if that's okay.
Yeah, of course.
Just to probably just you guys understand the value of a fellowship program, but as I look back on my career and trajectory, the fellowship program was truly career forming for me. The relationships that you build as a fellow with executives, the experiences that you get and exposure you get to working at a large academic medical center, working within a large health system. And then certainly with WVU's fellowship, I know down in Morgantown and out here, your second year getting line management responsibility and what I like to call a get out of jail free card, which is you're going to learn on the job a lot and you're going to make lots of mistakes. And it's a training program, just like our physician residency and fellowship programs. And you have great preceptors and mentors who understand that you're going through that process. You're learning your style as a leader. You're learning how to get things done within a large, complex network. And so for me, I still talk to so many of my mentors that were my preceptors as a fellow. I'm sure it's the same for Nate and others, but I can't speak highly enough if you have the opportunity to be part of a fellowship program. One of the mentors early on said that it will kickstart your career 5, 10 years leapfrogging ahead of others that didn't have the opportunity to go into a fellowship. Now, that's not a guarantee. You got to work hard and do well, but truly, with the exposure and the opportunities that it gives you, it really is that significant. So just want to make some of those additional comments.
No, I appreciate you sharing, Mark. I definitely echo about the mentorship provided here at the Ruby track. The whole executive leadership team is truly dedicated to the fellows' experience and their learning exposure and just different opportunities that you get as a fellow. Obviously, I can't compare to other fellowships, but I truly feel that it's unmatched.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Mark shared, and especially the aspect of getting a lot of excellent work experience in a low risk environment with people who are invested in your success. And the mentorship aspect, much like Mark, still in contact with many of my mentors. Actually ended up here at WVU Medicine as a result of a mentor that I had during my fellowship. So it's an amazing opportunity. It's a very unique opportunity, and I tell our fellows frequently, this is the only opportunity where you're going to have where you can go shadow in the morning, environmental services, cleaning patient rooms, or helping empty trash, and in the afternoon, be in a board meeting. And it's an amazing opportunity that I definitely endorse, and thank you for your interest in our program.
Thank y'all. If you want to drop any more info, oh, you're doing it. Thanks, Haley. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next group, but thank you all so much for presenting and hopping on today.
Thanks, Malia. Appreciate it. Have a great rest of your day, all.
Thanks very much.
Reach out with any questions.
Awesome. And then we've already made it halfway through the day, so this is amazing. I'm going to throw it over to Myra and the team at Cincinnati Children's.
Hi, everybody. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Hopefully you guys can let me know that you can see it all right. Maybe, yes, no. Is it working okay?
Can see it.
We're good. Okay, perfect. Half the battle is technology, right? Good afternoon, everybody. We are the group from Cincinnati Children's and our Administrative Fellowship Program. We're so excited to talk to you about our program today. I'm representing one of 4 of my colleagues. This is a little bit about us. We are all alumni of our fellowship program and obviously love it a lot and are excited to talk to you about our experiences. And just to share, of course, a little bit about our experiences, but just to also share that we've all ended up in different places within the institution. And so are happy to kick us off with a little bit about Cincinnati Children's, and then I'll hand it over to my colleagues to share a little bit more about the program. So a little bit about Cincinnati Children's. We really believe that we want to be the leader in child care and child health. We really believe in continuing the tradition of world-class care. We really focus on innovation and research here as well. We are a top-ranked pediatric institution, and we are top-ranked in many of the specialties, which we're very proud of, but we really care about patients and families here, which you can see as soon as you walk into the hospital. We have a very large footprint, and access to care is a real feature of our patient care and the stories that you'll hear about our work. And so we serve 1.7 million patients annually. A lot of that is done through strategic partnerships, which you can hear about from any of us, I'm sure, because we do a lot of different work across the institution. But we also have a large outpatient footprint, and the institution is really focused on making sure that care is accessible to a lot of patients and families. And so we really serve our tri-state area across Ohio, Indiana, and Kentucky, and we have around 40 outpatient and neighborhood locations. And so we really believe that to access excellent pediatric care, we have to go into the community and serve patients where they are. So you'll hear about that kind of throughout any of the time that we talk about Cincinnati Children's, and it's really a core tenet of the work that we do. Of course, that means that we serve a lot of patients and families through our work. I think in the last year, we've served 26,000 families through our education and outreach programs. And so A lot of times you'll hear us talking about different efforts at Cincinnati Children's, not only in the walls of our hospitals, in our outpatient locations, but you'll also hear us doing work in schools and different outpatient outreach programming across the tri-state area. So we do a lot of amazing work, not only for clinical care, but we of course have an incredible research arm and academic institution as well. So we get to do a lot of amazing things at Cincinnati Children's and serve a lot of people through our work. And we got to do that starting with our administrative fellowship program. So I'm going to kick it off to our colleagues to be able to talk about this a little bit more.
Awesome. Yeah. So I'm gonna, we talked a little bit about the organization, so I'm gonna get us started on a quick overview of the administrative fellowship itself. So here at Cincinnati Children's, our administrative fellowship is a 1-year project-based experience, and it's designed to help our fellows build a real-world skill set in healthcare administration. As a fellow, you'll work on meaningful projects to get a well-rounded view of how a top pediatric academic medical center runs. Everything from, like Myra said, to operations, to clinical care, to research, to our outpatient and community work. And along the way, you'll grow through leadership and professional development opportunities such as mentoring and other programming. And our goal is that by the end of the fellowship year, you'll leave with a strong foundation in healthcare operations and you'll have the tools to take you the next step within your career.
Sorry, technical difficulties. I'm going to talk a little bit about the fellowship program governance. So, this fellowship offers fellows a hands-on opportunity to engage with core institutional initiatives that drive efficiency, innovation, and impact. The fellowship is co-directed by Nancy Gahn, who's a VP of Operations, and John Webster, who's a Senior Business Director in Allied Health, or in Patient Services, sorry. And John was also previously an administrative resident, and Nancy was my preceptor during the fellowship. So both of them have an intimate knowledge of what it takes to be not only be an administrative fellow, but also support an administrative fellow. And then the executive sponsor of the fellowship is Dave Cryer, who's an SVP of Operations. Fellows will gain direct exposure to operational strategy and execution, allowing them to explore real-world challenges and contribute to meaningful solutions. For example, and I'll get a little bit into this in the next slide, but one of my projects, as well as Madison's project, it was actually Madison's the previous year, and then I continued it, was ED to inpatient flow. So you get operational experience, but if operations isn't your interest area, there's a lot of other places that you can also plug in and provide support to. And then operational leaders will support fellows through project development, providing access to key resources, cross-functional collaboration, and professional growth opportunities. Next slide, please. So a couple of past projects, as you can see, there's a lot that we've done and a lot that we'll continue to do. A couple of different project examples include ED to inpatient flow, which I just mentioned. That was actually Madison's project previously that I continued on during my fellowship. And then patient family experience strategic implementation was one of Abby's projects that she actually worked on with our co-fellow Corbin. So there is the opportunity to co-develop projects as well, including the Accountable Care Organization, the ACO Health Find Member Communications Project. That one as well was co-done with me and co-fellow Corbin. So there is a lot of opportunity and a lot of range as well with the different projects, whether you're interested in operations, patient family experience, population health, whatever your interest area is, there is 100% a project for you.
Thanks, Anu. I will talk a little bit about the actual application process itself for our fellowship. We are following the NAFCAS timeline, so our deadline is September 26th at 11:59 p.m. that Friday night. We are accepting applications, however, through NAFCAS or via email. We want to make this really accessible for everyone, and we know that there is a fee associated with applying via NAFCAS. So you're more than welcome to just email your materials to us. And there's no cost associated there. They're reviewed exactly the same. It makes absolutely no difference to us, just whichever is easier for you to submit. So we will have first round interviews virtually shortly after our application deadline at the end of September. So first round interviews should be sometime around that first week of October. And then following that, our final round interviews will be on site here in Cincinnati, again, shortly after that. So it is a pretty quick process. Once applications are in, we get them reviewed and get the ball rolling very quickly. We know it's a waiting process and it can be very nerve-wracking. So we try not to make you wait too long. As I mentioned, could submit in either way, NAFCAS or the email, and either way, you'll be required to submit a one-page resume, 3 letters of recommendation, your graduate transcripts, unofficial or official. We know it won't be a full transcript by the time that you apply, and there's no problem with that. And then a one-page personal statement that includes just a couple of essay questions that are listed on NAFCAS, also listed on our website. You can email the admin fellowship email with any questions or to submit your materials. That's a shared inbox that we all kind of keep an eye on. So someone will definitely get back to you with any questions you have or anything that we can help with. We wanted to leave plenty of time to tell you a little bit more about specific things if you have questions, or again, just offer space to ask us any questions. We're happy to talk about more about the program. The city of Cincinnati itself, I know several of us on this call moved to Cincinnati for the fellowship and are still here. So we'd love to tell you a little bit about our city too, if that would be helpful. But we will open it up. Feel free to come off mute and ask us any questions or drop them in the chat.
And it looks like we already have one question in the chat from Chad, and it says, if the application is submitted through email, I'm assuming you want them all in one PDF. Actually, I think we are fine if it's in all one PDF or if you submit them as individual documents. We've had a mix over the past few years, and it all ends up on folder under your name, so they'll all be reviewed the same.
And then I see another question asking a little bit about our patient population. I can kick this one off and then would love others to chime in. We serve a really diverse patient population from all 50 states and from around the world. We have a pretty significant international population as well, along with patients that travel here from elsewhere in the US for care. I know Myra, not to put you on the spot, but Myra works in our Heart Institute, one of the 3 institutes of our hospital, and they really get patients from all over. If you want to chime in a little bit about the Heart Network.
Yes, I'd be happy to. Always happy to talk about this. Thanks, Madison. Yes, we do serve patients from all over the world, and actually Cincinnati Children's as a whole is really thinking about strategic partnerships and thinking about access to care for this reason, because it shouldn't really matter where you live. You should be able to access excellent care no matter where you are. And so we actually have quite a few regional partnerships and strategic partnerships that the institution is focusing on to make sure that we can make care more accessible to patients and families through a variety of models of care. So Madison, I think, did a great job of summarizing that, but I think the institution is really paving the way of being strategic and innovative about how we do different models of care, whether that be through telehealth, which is very standard, but also how do we actually push the envelope and think about things in a little bit of a different way to bring subspecialty care that is very specialized and often harder to access to different patients and families who may not be able to access that where they live.
Another little tidbit I'll add there. It was just announced very recently that we have partnered with the largest health provider over in the UAE in Abu Dhabi. Again, working to provide that world-class care to kids regardless of where in the world they live. So sometimes that means our doctors going to Abu Dhabi. Sometimes that means their patients coming here to Cincinnati to receive that specialized care. So it just goes to show that as an institution, always looking for ways to kind of meet our mission of being the leader in improving child health and getting that world-class care to kids everywhere. Sorry. I see another question about, do we accept mid-career change applicants? We do. I don't know that I would say I don't know that we've ever seen that, but we actually have had a couple fellows that worked for at least a few years in a completely unrelated industry. One that comes to mind, I think, worked in the housing industry for a while and kind of did a career change. So yes, we would love that, as long as you have a master's of something that relates, whether that's an MBA, an MBA, an MHA, an MPH, kind of any of those that could be could be used here. So yes, there aren't any super strict guidelines there. And then one additional question, do we have a limit of how recent an applicant has completed their master's program in order to apply? Again, I don't think there's any strict guidelines here. Someone please chime in and correct me if I'm wrong. Typically, it's within the past like couple of years, but no real harsh cutoff there, I don't think.
And you can jump in. I do believe last year they might have updated it, Madison. I'm so we should have jumped in a little sooner. But I believe it's in with 1 year of your start date. So the start date for the recruitment season we're doing right now would start in July of 2026. So within a year of that, we're hoping, again, this is catered mostly to, recent-ish graduates, with majority of students graduating, whether it's in the winter or spring before their start date.
Thanks so much for jumping in there. Yeah, sorry. I hope I didn't create any confusion there.
No worries. And I think it should be outlined on our website with more clear details as well.
We have a question from Chad. If a close family member is a patient of children's, would that be a conflict of interest or need to be disclosed? No, that's not a conflict of interest at all. You are still more than welcome to apply. If you have a family member that works at Cincinnati Children's and you want to list that, that's totally fine. But patient, of course, there's no conflict at all.
Yeah, it's actually rather common, I would say, for people that work here to have children that are treated here, that are patients of the doctors that we work very closely with. Of course, the relationship is different when you're here as a parent with your child receiving care, or here functioning as a project manager or as a, whatever your job title is. So that's actually quite common, but yeah, definitely not a conflict of interest that would prevent you from applying or anything.
We have a question from Z. Do you have a long commute to work? Do you enjoy living in the area? And what are your favorite activities? I think all four of us live within a 15 to 20-minute drive of work. So not a long commute at all. There are a lot of different neighborhoods right around the Cincinnati area that are, that have a lot of young professionals. So there's a lot of great safe places to live in the area. And then if you would, I know a couple people at work that do live farther away, closer towards the suburbs and like north of the hospital, which is again totally fine too. But for them, it's definitely a little bit of a longer commute, closer to like 30, 45 minutes. But totally up to you and where you'd like to live. And then do you enjoy living in the area? I love where I live. I live downtown. So Abby was my co-fellow. We lived together last year. And we lived in Walnut Hills, and that was great. There were a lot of different coffee shops and restaurants that we could walk to. And then now I live downtown, and I love living downtown too, right by the Ohio River. So I can go down to the river, take walks whenever I want. And then there's a lot of great summer festivals that happen throughout the summertime that are so much fun to attend. In my opinion, Cincinnati is kind of like a mini Chicago. Like there's a lot to do. There's a river in the middle of the city. It's just a great city. And if you have an interest, there's definitely another group that you can find that has a similar interest. So there is, I don't know, it's a very great place to live, in my opinion.
Yeah, I'll chime in and just share that our alumni group, as you can probably tell, we're all pretty close, and the alum of the program actually maintain those relationships longstanding. I did the fellowship 5 or 6 years ago, and I'm still close to my co-fellows, obviously Abby and newer fellows. And so even the alumni of the program stay in touch and are pretty close socially as well. And so we get together. We went to an FC game. We're like recently, like we get together pretty regularly. And so even when the new fellows start, we always connect with them. You get a buddy in the program as well. So I think the team gets together pretty often socially as well, but there's always something to do in Cincinnati, sports, movies, whatever you're interested in, good food. But just to share that, like the alumni of the program also really believe in that interpersonal social stuff and are pretty close.
Yeah, I would just add that, I think Madison said this, a decent amount of us relocated to move to Cincinnati, and we decided to stay here because not only that we love our job, but we've made great friends here and inside and outside of work, and have really built ourselves a community. And so, moved up from Georgia 2 years ago, and never thought I'd be living in Ohio. And here I am loving Cincinnati. Can't imagine living anywhere else right now, and have a ton of fun. Like they have so many festivals, food festivals, lots of good shopping, sports, if you NFL, baseball, soccer, hockey. I think that Cincinnati offers a little bit of everything for anyone.
We also have a couple different employee resource groups at Cincinnati Children's that
Mhm.
kind of, for me, helped connect me to the community too. For example, we have one called the Volunteer Ambassadors, and that is one where there's a bunch of different volunteer events every month that you can sign up to go to. And I went to different like elementary schools. I did Read Across America Day, and I read to a bunch of like first graders. Like you definitely get to explore the community in a different way too, through the lens of Cincinnati Children's and the programs there. And also, Abby could probably speak to this better as well, but she is on the board for one of the ERGs called Young Professionals. And they do a bunch of different networking events where you can not only meet more people within the organization, but we had one with a hospital in the area. Was it St. E? I believe it was.
Yeah, I was just St.
Yeah.
Elizabeth's Healthcare. So,
Mhm.
yeah, I lead the networking for the young professionals here at Cincinnati Children's. And so we're always trying to create different opportunities for our members to not just meet and connect with individuals within the organization, but also our other partners, whether that's in healthcare or other large organizations here. Like Kroger is based here. We have P&G. I mean, we have a ton of different large organizations here. So we're always trying to do our best to connect with those organizations as well.
Fun fact I heard recently, it's 9 Fortune 500 companies based here in Cincinnati, which is just kind of a fun fact. And another thing we have totally alluded to many times, but didn't directly call it out, that just kind of my personal something I think would be really important to keep a lookout for when you're fellowship hunting is whether it is a cohort-based program or if it's a program that may only take one fellow. That was something really important to me. Again, just like Abby moved here from Georgia as well a couple of years ago and was really important to me that I would have that community in my co-fellows. A fellowship is a really incredible way to spend a year in our case. Sometimes they're longer than that. It's a really unique process, but it's also a process that not a lot of people understand unless you are in it or you have done it before. Just like, you could be in a variety of different things all in the span of one day. So I think it is really amazing that we have that cohort model to kind of build those connections. You may work on projects with them, like we've mentioned, you may not, but they're kind of your built-in support system to, navigate that year with. That is really cool. I see another question that says, is the area LGBTQ friendly and what are the in-person interviews like? So I'll take those separately. To the first one, yes. We just had our Cincinnati Pride Parade this past weekend, actually, which was always a huge turnout. Cincinnati Children's supports every year and is always in the parade. And if you're not in the parade, tons of people go down just to support and be with each other. And it's just a really fun day. There's also another employee resource group, like we mentioned, called Equal, which is our LGBTQ employee resource group that anyone can join to kind of find a community there as well, whether you are part of the community or simply an ally, just another really great group opportunity here on campus. And then as far as in-person interviews, they are typically panel style, and they will be again this year. So you'll kind of rotate through a few different groups of interviews, but you'll never have a one-on-one interview. It'll usually be a couple of people asking you some different questions about your experience, what you're looking for in a fellowship, things like that. It's a great way to see the campus and to meet some people in person that may become your coworkers or co-fellows potentially. So I think that I am bummed that my year was during COVID, so I didn't get to fly here for interviews. So we did our best online, but I think that's a really special way to spend a day here to see a little bit of Cincinnati, see campus, really get a feel for what your fellowship may feel like. But would welcome any of my other colleagues to jump in, add anything there as well.
Yeah, I think we usually do a dinner the evening before. So you fly in the day before, you get to stay at a Cincinnati kind of styled hotel, and then you'll get a tour of the hospital and the grounds. So that's really exciting. And then, like Madison said, the majority of your day will be interviewing in those panel styles. So you'll do a few different rooms with, it will be alumni fellows and past and current preceptors. And then it's usually wraps up after like a lunch. So it's almost about 24 hours. I think that it's a great way, again, to see a little bit of Cincinnati, see the hospital. And again, it's always nice seeing people face to face than instead of, I know we're very used to this virtual world, but it is nice to see each other in person. Do we have any other questions or prompts?
Yeah, there's about a minute left before we have to move to the next session. So if anybody has any other questions, thank you guys so much. This was so great and such thorough ways of answering questions, which is amazing. I should
Thank
also
you all.
I can plug too that Cincinnati Children's is also not only a member of NCAF, but also a member of our Leadership Excellence Networks. So there's definitely a way for, you become a fellow to move into that space as well. That's a excellent networking opportunity. So just a little plug. One of my favorite organizations as our members out here. So
Thank you. The
thank
last
you.
thing I want to add to, Abby, I saw you just drop the link to our website in there. There's a link on that page to register for, we're offering 3 informational webinars this summer. It'll be very similar information to what you saw today, but just a little bit more detailed. So please, if you think of more questions or you want just a little bit more of that thorough presentation, please join us. We would love to see you again.
Thank you guys so much. If you have any other questions, feel free to reach out to them. We're going to go ahead and move on to our next one, which is with the team. I saw
Thank you.
a couple people. Thank you guys.
Thank you.
From WellSpan. So we're going to move over into our presentation from WellSpan. Thanks, y'all. And I thought I saw Vanessa on here, but whenever y'all are ready to present, go ahead.
I did. It's for Children's Nebraska, though, right?
Children's Nebraska. I'm so sorry. I was reading.
No, it's okay. I was like, we could change our name for a day. That's fine. But hi, everybody. We can just go ahead and dive right in. Matt is sharing the PowerPoint, so I'll just do a quick introduction. I'm Vanessa Wall. I was the fellow last year that finished and just started in my new role as the Chris Hart Center Operations Manager. And so I'm here supporting our current fellow and then our previous fellow to give you guys information about our fellowship. But I will let Matt introduce himself and then Pakwisi introduce himself.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just getting set up still a little bit, getting making sure our audio works for this PowerPoint. But so I'm Matt Nielsen. I was the fellow 2 years ago, or I guess I'm going into my 4th year at Children's. So yeah, 2 years sounds right. I currently work as the Innovation Center Program Manager here at Children's, and I definitely credit the Administrative Fellowship Program for getting me to where I am in my career, and would highly recommend it. But so I'll give Possum an opportunity to introduce himself as well.
Thank you, Matt. Hi, everybody. My name is Pakwisi Morrow. I'm the current administrative fellow here at Children's Nebraska. This is my 3rd week, so it's nice to be here.
Awesome. Well, I'll just kick it off for us real quick. We're gonna have a quick organizational overview, talk a little bit about our preceptors, run through kind of what the schedule for the fellowship looks like, give a couple examples of what projects you would see as a fellow. We'll run through some of the details of what the application process looks like, and then open it to Q&A. So first, I just wanted to talk a little bit about our mission and vision and values. When I first got to Children's, I was coming from I worked for a year and a half for Blue Cross Blue Shield in Pittsburgh. And hopefully nobody from there is on, but basically it wasn't an amazing culture. I didn't realize it at the time because I hadn't worked in a lot of different places, but as soon as I moved here, I just absolutely fell in love with the culture at Children's. We truly live by our mission of improve. Our goal is every day to improve the life of every child. And we really do want to be a global leader for everything children's health related. Um, and we really do live those values in every day of our life here. And I just have absolutely loved everybody is here to support the fellow and making sure that they are successful both in their individual projects as well as their long-term career. And I'd also say this is our strategic plan, just like a high level overview of what we do on an annual basis. So this is our current plan. It gets updated every 3 years, but we run it on a 5-year basis. And we really do run every single project that goes through our organization runs with the mission, vision, and values at its core. And then we kind of have these separate goals that we run towards. But for the sake of time, I'll move us right along. And then finally, our people first promise. This kind of goes back to our culture here at Children's. Um, we really do live by these items where we really do want you to have a purpose and find joy in your work here at Children's. We are invested in making sure that every single individual that works here learns and which grows throughout their time. We don't want you to come in and just be stuck at an entry-level position for your entire career. We want to make sure that everybody has the opportunity to grow and become what they want to be with their career. And I will say we invest so heavily in well-being, making sure that everybody is taken care of. We have some really cool benefits and they make sure to adjust those on an annual basis so that everybody um, is taken care of because we know everybody has different needs. And then finally, this is our executive team, which is a fellow you interact with on a weekly basis. You get to attend Chanda's recurring meetings with this is her team. And they are an incredible group. They are all available to you 24/7 if you have questions. They will all love to mentor the fellow and things like that. And then this is our VP level chain. I can't emphasize enough how involved everyone is. Everybody is happy to sit down and take meetings on a relatively, I would say moment's notice isn't quite accurate because everybody's super busy. But if you plan out a week in advance, someone is happy to take time, 30 minutes out of their day to just chat, see how you're doing. If you have specific questions about their area, they're all more than happy to take some time to help fellows. And then with this, our preceptors have just changed. And I so I didn't go through the process with these two, but I was actually surprisingly connected to them during my fellowship. I can't speak highly enough of Alan, where he is a physician. He's work comes from an anesthesiology background, but he's the SVP over our practice plan, so he's over all of the physician contracts at Children's. And he has a unique insight into the physician relationship with administration. Um, and I would just say that he is a really, really nice guy, very much same as how I've kind of described everyone, where I, on multiple occasions throughout my fellowship, would just walk into his office and just say, "Hey, this is a project that I'm working on. This is the problem that I've ran into. Do you have any advice how I can deal with X, Y, and Z person?" And was more than happy to take a little bit of time, especially considering how busy he is managing pretty much every physician at Children's, which is a pretty intense role. And then the other one is Lori, who's our VP of Total Rewards and People Strategy, which effectively is over all of our HR department. And she is an incredible lady as well. She has completely changed our human resources department in the 4 years that she's been here, and it will be an incredible resource to future fellows. So with that, I'll turn it over to Vanessa to cover this.
And just to echo what Matt said, with the preceptors, they did just change. And I know with the new model is each year a fellow comes in, they're going to get different preceptors. And the purpose for that is really to connect you in different ways to different projects, see different leadership styles, and also to just keep all the executives super engaged. They're already engaged in the fellowship, but just to allow each person to grow in that area for them. And so with that, we have the fellowship schedule up. So it is a 1 year long fellowship. We typically only select 1 to 2 people to join this fellowship. And the first 1 to 3 months is really, we call it like your learn up phase. So you will be connected with every single executive leader. You will meet with everybody on that org chart. So it's really busy with meetings, as Paquisi knows. And you'll just start attending executive level meetings. And so you'll be in the C-suite, you'll be with the vice presidents, you'll start attending those meetings. You'll start rounding throughout the hospital. And I would say in the first 1 to 3 months, you're not necessarily getting projects. You are just a sponge, you are absorbing, you're learning the structure of the org, you're connecting the dots between how departments work together. And then from there, in your 3 to 9 months, this is a heavy-based project fellowship. And so it's really unique in that it's not a cookie cutter fellowship to where you are going to rotate through HR, finance, and you go through each of those departments, but rather you spent that 1 to 3 months learning every department, and then you get to choose based off of your experience and your interest, where do you want to invest your time and energy for the remainder 9 months of your fellowship? And so I really liked operations. So I went the operational route, but I also, from my experience, dabbled in HR and organizational development. And like Matt's experience was heavy on the innovation and IT side. And so we had two completely different projects and like learnings, but it was great. And it really does cater towards your interests. So those 3 to 9 months, you'll be heavily invested in projects, still attending meetings, connecting with executives. And then your tune-up phase is your 10 to 12 month mark. You're going to be closing on projects. You're going to be developing a career goal based on the experience. And then you just provide a presentation to the executives as like your capstone to how did it go? What feedback do you have to them to improve it for the next fellow? And really the goal of a fellowship, and hopefully any fellowships you are looking at, is to keep you on the team. And so that is the time that you start honing in on, okay, what positions are available? Where can we plug you in your interest? And executives work very closely to make sure that aligns. So if we go to the next slide, Matt. So these are just some project examples that me and Matt did in our fellowships. And so first bullet point is just evaluate utilization and spend across a process or department. Recommended saving opportunities. That was one that Matt did. Developing business plans for potential or new expanded services or locations. I actually did a lot of that in the Heart Center during my fellowship, which makes sense why I landed my manager role in the Heart Center. But that was one that you could get plugged into so many different specialties and do that with, because we are just growing across the Midwest. And then evaluate an area of enterprise risk, mitigation strategies, study space utilization. So we are very strategic when we do space. So we look at where's the needs, where are we growing in the market. So that's one that both Matt and I both did for each year we were the fellow. And then Paquisi, I'm sure, is going to do that one. That is one that is just like a fellowship staple now. And then just design recruitment and then improve operational processes. And I could give you a list. I did probably 25 projects. And this is just a handful of them. But really, like I said, you design this in a way that you choose the projects that are meaningful to you and allow you to grow in your skill set with the support of the entire executive team and the directors. They are heavily engaged as well. So if we go to the next slide, just to give you guys some insight on how to apply for a fellowship. So you can apply through NAFCAS by September 27th. On September 1st, we are going to do rolling applications. And so we'll start reviewing all those applications and scheduling your initial round interviews. Of course, if you have questions, administrative fellowship at childrensnebraska.org is the best way to reach me, Matt, and Paquisi. One of us will reply. If you want to do a one-on-one session with us to dive deeper into our fellowship or meet any of the preceptors, we are more than happy to link you guys up as well to that. We have more dates, and those are going to be posted when we update our NAFCAS page. So you'll see those dates. We have 2 more webinars coming up, July 24th and August 20th. But our first round interviews, which I don't believe we have a slide for, so it's okay. But our first round interviews will be September 29th, 30th, and October 1st. And so following that 27th date, and then second round is October 3rd and 6th. And then final rounds is 14th and 17th. Those are on-site interviews. So you go through an initial round with the fellows. You will interview with the preceptors, and then we fly you on site, and that's really your chance to interview us to see if we're a good fit for your needs. And so all of that will be on our NAFCAS page. I don't expect anybody to remember all of those details, but just for your awareness on timeline. So I think next slide. So I want to let you guys have questions. We just have a short video we wanted to show you all.
Our story has always been defined by light. First, it was a spark, a glimmer in the eyes of visionaries, ignited by their belief that all children deserve compassion and care. Next, as a beacon, a glowing ray of hope for kids and families searching for a healthier tomorrow. Then as a catalyst, spurring our community, proving that when people unite, great ideas can turn into incredible results, and dark days can be remembered for producing the brightest stars. In the years since our founding, that light has only grown more radiant. We continue to advance the art and science of pediatrics, pioneering new methods for delivering miraculous outcomes, providing everything from routine checkups to life-saving procedures. And as the definition of care evolves, so do we, always embracing change and the exciting opportunities that come with it. Extending our reach from Omaha, across Nebraska, and beyond. Expanding from a hospital and medical center into something even more remarkable. Embracing our role as true difference makers in research, advocacy, and education. Inspiring the next generation of care providers, leaders, and
is one of our favorite videos to show you all because it really represents our eye care values that Matt talked about and just how it's embedded in everything we do for patient care and taking care of our employees. So with that, do you guys have any questions for us that we could answer about our fellowship? Oh, yes, Nydia.
Yes, hi, thank you. I was just wondering if you had any restrictions as far as do you prefer or do you just look at recent grads, or do you still consider those that have have graduated a year or two ago?
We have no restrictions. And so I know I was a recent grad and Matt was, but Paquizi, he's been, I think, out of your master's for quite a bit now. And he just joined the team, so no restrictions. And I do see a question saying, do we accept sponsor work visas? Yes, we do. We will sponsor a visa. Mm-hmm.
Just curious, how many applications do you typically receive and how are they reviewed?
Yeah, so typically it's increased in the years since Matt was a fellow. I reviewed them last year. And so we had about, I would say on average in Matt's year, it's like 60 applied, I think is what it was in your year, Matt. But I'd say on average, like 40 to 60. It depends. It just fluctuates each year between that. But I don't think I've ever seen it higher than like 70. Like it's usually in the 60s at the max, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'd say that's pretty accurate.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just the screening process is art. The three of us will do the screening. So if you're wanting to have a leg up on the competition, my recommendation would be reaching out to one of us and just having a conversation. At the end of the day, not that that's going to change anything, but it at least helps us recognize that, put a name to a face before and rather than making a decision purely off of resume and things like that.
Yeah. And so like typically that's what we do. We'll typically interview about 20 to 25 people initial rounds.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then I just saw, and just looking in the um, comments, I know Matt just shared the website. We are working on building a administrative fellowship website. We just went live with our new Children's Nebraska website, so that is being worked on. But that is our homepage, and then we do provide assistance with relocation. So it's dependent on your mileage. So if you're coming from Texas versus New York, right, that's gonna be reimbursed differently.
Yeah. But more or less, if you're relocating, it'll be covered. It without going into further detail. Like I wouldn't worry about it based on relocation. We don't necessarily prefer a certain area or anything like that. Every applicant is viewed through the same lens. I would say that while it, I've heard of certain fellowships that only take students from Texas or things like that. What we don't necessarily we don't do that. If we did, we would get like there'd be two people available because there's not that many people from Nebraska. But that being said, please feel free to apply. Please reach out if you have questions. We're always happy to have a conversation.
Yeah, and then Mary, you put, are there opportunities to volunteer as a fellow? I'm assuming you mean like volunteer in the community. So correct me if I'm wrong, but I actually did do that. So Children's Nebraska is highly embedded into our community. We have a entire department dedicated to community outreach. We have a vice president over community outreach, and each is part of our We Thrive program. But we have a list, and when I mean a list, like there is like in a year, like 60 different volunteer opportunities you can choose from, just from being a frontline team member to being a fellow. And I actually volunteered on a lot of them. So we did like a diaper bank, and then there's food banks, and there's just so many different things we do in our community that's really unique to Omaha. That's super cool to see. And so, yes, you do get to volunteer as a fellow. And in addition to volunteer work, we also offer, I don't know what I would call it, but like a community tour where you get on a bus with a whole group of random children people. So you get to meet a bunch of people, but you get to go to these organizations and see what they do and see how we support them as a hospital. And so just take a tour of the different organizations in our community. And I will say that was probably the coolest thing I could have done as a fellow. And the reason for that, I'm from Colorado, and then I was in Texas, and then now I'm here in Nebraska. And I did not know anything about Nebraska, but the amount of work we do is so much more than Texas and Colorado from what I've seen. It's absolutely wonderful. And so those tours and experiences and volunteering opportunities as a fellow was really eye-opening for me to see the community here, and to also make connections in the community. Any other questions about our fellowship?
No, I don't know if I may have missed this when you were explaining that, but one of the really cool benefits here, and I mean, this might just be restating, but that we get 8 hours to literally, you get paid for 8 hours of work over the course of the year, but you can just go and volunteer at random organizations throughout the city. And so, like, if you want to take 2 hours one day to go to the diaper bank and serve for 2 hours, you can literally log that as PTO, and it's just through a special program that we host. And so you get 8 hours every year to basically just serve the community, and you can choose like the organization that you do. And so it's really, really awesome opportunity on that front.
Okay, so Brianna put in the chat, are there one-on-one support groups that assist upcoming fellows as a learning experience? What have you learned when starting as an upcoming fellow? If I'm understanding correctly, it's if you're selected for a fellow, do we have like support groups to get you onboarded? Is that what you're asking? Because
Yes.
I would, yes, okay.
Yes.
I wouldn't say we have like anything before you start, of course, but once you start, you partner. Well, one, you have your preceptors who are going to make sure they introduce you to everybody to set you up for success. But like me and Pugwisi, I was the prior year, he's this year. And so I'm supporting him by giving him all my tips and tricks that really made me successful in the fellowship and making sure he has access to everything he needs. And so I wouldn't say we have like a group. The group is us three. We're the only three fellows this org has had. So this is the fourth fellow we're looking for. But we do provide you like one-on-one time. So like I'll be meeting with Pakwisi, I'm sure, quite a bit in the next year as he's going through his fellowship, and just helping mentor him through that.
He came and knocked on my door yesterday, and I told him to go away. So
Oh.
kind of one of those relationships sometimes.
And maybe Pakwisi, maybe you can speak to that question. Like, how has your experience been in the first 3 weeks?
Right. All right. So, one thing that I would say is that one of the things that I actually love about the program is that everybody is super supportive. You would have us, I have Matt and Vanessa. They would, uh, like she said, give you all the tips and the guidance that you need in the first weeks of your fellowship. And then you have your preceptor, who is right now I'm working closely with Jerry, who is the outgoing preceptor, and he is very involved, and he makes sure that you have all the meetings that you need to attend scheduled, and after the meetings you do a debrief where you catch up on all the things that went on, and you have all these, like, you have a very wide range support. And my this is my third week, as I mentioned earlier, and it's been beyond everything that I expected it to be. So uh, support is very, 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 very phenomenal, I would say.
Hopefully that answered your question, Brianna. Anything else that you guys might have?
I think we're otherwise, that's all we have as far as content. Feel free again to reach out to any of us. There was that email, Children's Nebraska, or administrative fellow at childrensnebraska.org. That goes to all three of us. You're more than welcome to look us up on LinkedIn, and we're always happy to set up one-on-one conversations, or set up a conversation with all three of us. Our fellowship is really unique, and we for sure love it. But we definitely understand that everybody needs something different. So if you want to learn a little bit more, reach out. Otherwise, that's everything we have, and appreciate everybody taking some time to learn a little bit more about ours.
Thank you all so much. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out to the team. They're incredibly responsive from my my experience. Very quick to answer emails, so they're awesome. We're gonna go over and now actually move over to the group at Wellspan.
Hello, my name is Catherine Balava. I'm the Administrative Program Director, and also Director of Organizational Development and Change Management here at Wellspan. So thank you for having us. And I will be giving our presentation today, but also have the opportunity to introduce some current and former fellows to ask questions as well. So let me go ahead and share, and then I can get started. So, of course, always the most awkward part where it shares the wrong screen with you. Hold on one second. I'm so sorry. I don't know why I did that. And okay, please don't judge our program on my ability to share in Zoom. We normally use Teams. But so please forgive me. All right, so I'm gonna get us started. So again, this is WellSpan Health, and I'm going to give you a little bit of information about our administrative fellowship program. Starting out with some introductions of our current fellows, an overview of kind of what our programming is like, as well as what life in South Central Pennsylvania can be like, and then talk about our program structure and application process and open it up for questions. We also have a fun little video to share similar to the one that we just saw from Nebraska. So starting out with our current fellows, so we have Jen Raynaud, who is in her second year of fellowship, and she's currently in a rotation with York Hospital, with her preceptor being the hospital president there, Dr. Alyssa Moyer. And then Bantry Patel and Rachel Verchansky, both are first year fellows that just joined us recently. Bantry has just started her first rotation at Good Samaritan Hospital with the president there, Tina Citro, and Rachel has just started her rotation at Waynesboro Hospital with the president there, Melissa DeBrow. So we'll give them an opportunity to say hello when we open it up for Q&A as well. And then let us tell you a little bit about WellSpan. So like I said, we have a video. Hopefully it plays without any issues.
Catherine, we can't hear it.
Okay. Thank you for telling me that. Is there a
when you share your screen, there should be a button to select to optimize for video, I believe, to share your sound.
Okay, so let me unshare and reshare and hopefully that'll fix it. All right, let me get that started again.
We play a part in shaping the lives of every person we come across every day. Every person we no matter if it's a patient or a colleague, no matter if it's a patient or a colleague, to make a difference. Whether it's a simple smile, whether it's a simple smile, a word of encouragement, or something more significant. When we care for each other and our patients as unique individuals, we create moments that can impact a day, a week, and in some cases, a lifetime. And we've been doing it for over 150 years.
Husband and wife, and I've cared for my family practice for many years. Last year, the husband came down with idiopathic interstitial lung disease. So his lungs just sort of froze up. The wife thought it was important that he have a flu shot, so did I. But he was homebound at that point. We were trying to figure out how to get him a flu shot. So for the first time, many years, I decided to do a home visit. And that turned into two or three more home visits where I was seeing the patient on a hospital bed in his family room. Unfortunately, the patient did eventually pass after about 4 or 5 months. And for the first time ever, I actually went to the patient's funeral. As soon as the wife saw me, she burst into tears. And then I remember her pulling the person in front of me back, the person behind my head to say, "This is my doctor. He's the best doctor."
We recently had a patient send us a handwritten note, which was really special because she really didn't have much of an appetite while she was in the hospital. The one thing that she really enjoyed was chicken noodle soup. In fact, she ordered it a couple times. Said the staff just took it upon themselves, so that on discharge, they took a quart of soup up, and it really meant so much that they knew her well enough to know that she liked that was one of her favorite things. Not only that, but had sent a quart home for her as well was really special.
Reputation and legacy is built upon thousands of stories just like these. This level of exceptional personalized care doesn't happen by accident, and it doesn't happen alone. The way we care for our patients is a direct reflection of the way we care for one another.
I think everybody on our unit really serves each other and has each other's back, is helping anytime somebody's down or somebody's swamped and super busy. Our team really works together.
I'm sorry, you guys. This is totally a glitch in my computer. I don't know why it's doing that. I was texting another team member to see if it was echoing because I thought maybe it wasn't, but it was. So I'm going to we'll send out the video afterward, and I'm so sorry about that. I'm just going to go back to the rest of the presentation. So many apologies. Think that will span. Oh my God. So again, I will say one more time, please don't judge our program based on my ability to use Zoom. It is actually a really cool video that we were super excited about, and we just rolled out an initiative called One Size Fits One that is really focused on creating individualized care and individualized experiences for every patient, as well as every one of our team members, and it's something that we're really proud of. So wanted to spend a little bit more time giving you information about our system as a whole. So we have 23,000 plus team members, about 25,000 physicians and advanced practice providers, over 4,000 volunteers, and more than 250 patient locations, as well as 9 hospitals, a regional behavioral health organization, and a home health organization, and are particularly fond of our community benefit in terms of the amount of money that we give back and invest. So these are our 9 hospitals. York has both York Hospital, which is our flagship hospital, a surgery and rehab hospital, and then in Ephrata in the east, and Good Sam, which is in Lebanon in the east, and then Evangelicals are new, or actually we celebrated a year, so we're still thinking of it as new, of Evangelical joining our team, and they are in the north, about an hour north of Harrisburg. And then in the west, we have Chambersburg and Gettysburg, as well as Waynesboro, and Phil Haven is our behavioral health hospital system. So in terms of a new partner that I just mentioned, Evangelical, we just celebrated a year of that acquisition where they had joined with 2,000 new employees, 200 providers, and 5 counties in the North region with a number of specialty practices. So our overall mission, vision, and values are to work as one and to improve the health through exceptional care for all, and to assume positive intent, do the right thing, find a better way while showing respect for all. So we view ourselves as a trusted partner, imagining healthcare and inspiring health. So you have a number of awards and recognitions that we're very fond of. I am not going to read them all out to you, but one that particularly makes me feel warm and fuzzy because I'm in HR is that we are considered one of the greatest workplaces in America and have been considered that way for quite some time. We are also a very strong supporter of belonging and inclusion in terms of building an inclusive environment and recruiting and retaining diverse talent, and have also been recognized for that work. So as I mentioned, we're particularly proud of our community benefit. We have about, or in our last fiscal year report in 2024, had donated or invested is a better word, 346 million back into the community through a number of different avenues. This is uh, a true community hospital system is one of the things that drew me to join the organization a couple of years ago, and you will hear the same from our fellows. We're really integrated and taking care of the communities in which we serve. So about those communities, so what is life in South Central Pennsylvania? So what does South Central PA even mean? It's kind of that East Coast. So we're about 2 hours from Philly, from York, which is our hub, and about an hour from Baltimore in the South. You can also get to DC if you're on a good traffic day in 2 hours, and Harrisburg is actually in the middle of our service area. I even though you'll see it here because our North region is above the Harrisburg area. So in terms of great communities, I'd really say that this is a collection of communities, and we have fellows that are living both in the East and the West. So I'll ask that they speak into this as well. I personally came from out of the area about a year. Oh, I've been with Wellspan 2 years now. Wow, time flies. And I was really attracted to this kind of combination of kind of quieter, more rural, but not super rural living. So you have the opportunity to, kind of be on the edge of both of the kind of urban and rural experience. There's a ton of farmers markets, local arts and galleries, and different kind of things to do. This is Pennsylvania, so we're well known for railroads, and there's a lot of really cool old heritage trails and things, as well as just beautiful nature, state parks, and so forth. But I am kind of on that Maryland line, very close to York, and I know that some of our other team members are in other areas. So I'm going to toss it over to Bantry if you want to speak into what's kind of happening in the Lancaster area.
I live in the Lancaster area, and it's pretty central to the East region as well as close to York. It is a little bit further out, but is very nicely placed with 3 hours from New York. That drive is not terrible, but the trains are great. Farmers markets, and it's an area that's a melting pot of you get like that smaller city life, but also have that rural mountain area as well. I will hand it over to Jen for Life in York.
Hi guys, my name is Jennifer and I'm the current second year fellow here at Wellspan. I am actually situated in Central PA. I am in York, York City itself. And I would like just to add on to what Bantry said. We're in the middle of everything. We're an hour away from Baltimore. I am 3 hours away from home, and we're surrounded. I think one of my favorite things is farmers market. I think the fact that we get fresh product is it's a good it's a good thing to have around, and just yeah, Pittsburgh is 3 hours away. Philly's like an hour and a half. There's just a lot of things to do around here.
And then Rachel, I don't know if you're on the call as well, but if you want to kind of mention your area, because Rachel's further west.
Hi, yeah, I am in Carlisle, PA. I am about 45 minutes from York, but also still very central. And same things, have farmers markets. Also, my area is known for car shows yearly, so you can see whatever car you want. They had them like every weekend, so that's a really fun thing that I like to do.
Thank you. So I am going to say that the community, just to kind of tie it together here, the community here is very tight, it's very friendly. And like I said, at the same time, one of the things that Rachel has said in conversations to me that really resonated with me because she's a New Yorker is like you could still have a favorite restaurant for everything because we still have all of that, but are at the same time just kind of living a slower pace of life, which we really enjoy. So I want to spend a little bit of time talking about our fellowship structure. We have put some energy into upping our game. So if you have heard us talk about our program before, this is definitely an updated, newer version. So we have 4 executive sponsors to make up our executive team. So our Senior Vice President, Nikki Hinkle in the West region, my Vice President, Kim Brister, who runs talent and culture, our Vice President of Surgical Service Lines, Erin Pica, and our SVP and Chief Development Officer, Harvey Green. This makes up kind of our sponsor committee. And they, in addition to kind of advising and doors, spend have access to our fellows. Our fellows meet with one or are assigned one of our executive sponsors to meet with throughout the course of their 2-year fellowship, and they do meet on a regular basis and get further kind of like I said, they open doors, they give advice, make connections, things of that nature. And then there is us. So again, my name is Catherine. I'm the director for the program. Ruth Beck is on the call as well. She's our leadership development manager. And Erica Call, who is a former administrative fellow, is one of our program advisors and has really put a lot of energy into building the program over the last 7 years. So she deserves a lot of that credit for for helping us get to where we are today. Our program structure is a kind of 2-year fellowship, which is both project and apprentice based. We start out for our first 3 weeks before you go on rotation, doing an upskilling and assimilation, which includes getting a deep dive into lean project management training, certification and change management, as well as additional education in our data analytics, finance, and strategy areas so that you get a good introduction into what the system is doing before you kind of go into rotation. We then have 4 rotations starting with hospital, with 6 months each, sorry. So starting with hospital and then moving to one of our medical group service lines. You do have the ability to kind of express an interest in the type of service line that you would like to go into. And if there is the opportunity for them to take you on, then you would be able to kind of go in that direction. My advice, if you want to join the fellowship, is to think of 2 or 3 that you might be interested in so that you have a first and second choice. The third is our corporate kind of rotation, and that really encompasses strategy and business development, marketing, communications, government relations, our innovations group, which is very active, HR, and population health. And then our final rotation is with our performance improvement group, which owns our lean management training and certification and is home to our 2 major project management offices. And so that rotation really gives fellows an opportunity coming toward the end of their fellowship to jump on a bigger project that they're particularly interested in, and also kind of a home so that you have ample time to settle in, look for the position that you want coming out of the fellowship, because our goal is also to kind of retain folks in the system afterward, but you have the opportunity to kind of stay with performance improvement for as long as is needed until you find a place that's right for you. In addition to our rotations, we also do 30% of the fellow's time is at the enterprise level, and it is split between serving as a change management leader on high visibility projects, which is part of why you get that certification up front. It's an opportunity to lead and to be engaged in a number of system-wide initiatives. And then we also give our fellows the opportunity to select a system level priority initiative and out of kind of the 5 main areas that I'm about to share with you, and to join that core project leadership team. So our system level priorities for FY26 are deliver, focused on reducing life expectancy variation within populations, innovate, focusing on treating patients as unique individuals and increasing human capacity through augmenting and automation. So that's kind of where our AI innovation group is. Thrive, which is focused on access and ensuring network integrity. Engage, which is focused on our team members, so fostering a safe team environment and a culture of curiosity and learning. And then build, which is really focused on improving our mental health and well-being outcomes in the communities that we serve. So the support structure for fellows in our program do report through the program director for the full 2 years. So despite moving preceptors, you also do kind of have that steady home. You're guided by the preceptor for each rotation, and they serve as a mentor and a matrix leader. And then our Erica's our fellowship advisor provides some additional guidance and through regular check-ins. Like I said, she's a former fellow as well. And then our fellows are further connected to a professional development coach for the duration of the 2-year fellowship. And that is outside of anything that you do with the fellowship in order to kind of help you guide and guide you and to help you grow. Further, our fellows are expected to be active members of the Central PA chapter of ACHE. And we are building out a administrative fellowship community of practice that has monthly touch points and opportunities to kind of be a part of our former fellow community, as well as connect with speakers and get kind of education and networking opportunities. So in terms of program eligibility, applicants must graduate by the spring of 2026 with an MHA, SHA, MBA, or MPH. We do consider some equivalents. You do not have to be a brand new graduate, even though I believe both of our current fellows are. And then we do prefer for accredited programming, or I'm sorry, to pull folks from accredited programs. Even though we do give consideration to comparable degree programs, as well as experience in healthcare. So the application process requires a resume, a CV, 3 letters of recommendation, a personal statement, as well as your official graduate transcripts. And we do have 2 short answer questions because we want to know what it is that is bringing you to WellSpan Health. Our fellowship timeline, our applications are currently open and close on September 26th. We'll do first round interviews in early October and on-site interviews in mid-October, and extend offers to candidates within a few days of those on-site interviews. So this will be sent out as well. So you have the opportunity to contact any of our current fellows, as well as our most recent former fellow, Tyler Hendricks, who is currently serving as a senior practice manager. And the contact for our program administration team is on this deck as well. And with that, I will stop sharing and open the floor for questions.
I think we only have time for about one question before we move over to the next session. But I sent you a message. Feel free to send me over the slides and I can get it out to all the registrants so everyone can get a chance to watch the video. But if anybody has a question, I think Erica may have just answered one in the chat, but if anyone has a quick question, they can come off of mute and we can answer that before we move to the next session. Okay, if not, thank you all so much. Again, y'all all have their contact information. They are on NAFCAS, so you can definitely reach out to them to ask any questions. But thank you for the presentation.
Thank you so much for having us and for toterating my technical glitch.
Totally
Sorry about
fine.
that.
I get it. I totally get it. Thank y'all. And I will throw it over to Anna and Emma at Prisma Health.
Hey, thanks. We'll get started. I'll pull up our slides. Can y'all see that?
It's
I
just a
can.
black.
Awesome.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Okay, thanks. All right, well, welcome. We're here to talk a little bit about Prisma Health today. So just a brief overview of what we're going to talk about. We'll do some introduction, talk about Prisma Health as a system, talk about our fellowship program, talk about Greenville Memorial, where the fellow will be, and then move on to talking about the application and those requirements. If y'all have any questions, feel free to jump out and say whatever, ask anything, raise a hand. We're happy to answer those. So we'll start with intros about us. I will let Sarah introduce herself first.
Hi, everyone. I'm Sarah Miles. I was a fellow from 2021 to 2023 at Prisma in the Midlands market, and I am currently a business transformation manager here at Prisma on the corporate side.
Hey everyone, I'm Patricia Myers, and I was the 2022 to 2024 Administrative Fellow based out of the Greenville Memorial Campus, and I'm now Director of Outpatient Services for the Greenville Memorial Campus.
Hey everyone, my name's Anna Dunbar. I just finished up my fellowship in the Midlands and started a new role as a senior planning analyst for the primary care division across the system.
And I'm Emma Johnson. I'm the current fellow at Greenville Memorial, and I started here in 2024. So just a brief overview of Prisma Health. We are the largest health system in South Carolina, just recently expanded into Western Tennessee, as you can see on the screen. We have 13 acute care hospitals that make up 3,131 licensed beds and 212 NICU bassinets, and two of those facilities I have are level 1 trauma centers. That's going to be Richland Hospital located in Columbia and Greenville Memorial located in Greenville, and those are where our fellows are based. So a little bit about the program. It was reestablished in 2021 with a 100% retention rate. The number of fellows we have is 2. We have 1 per market, and we take 1 fellow per cycle. So this year, our newest fellow will be starting next week, actually, and he'll be starting in the Midlands, and then we're recruiting right now for our Greenville replacement fellow. And the length of the fellowship is 2 years. So a little bit about what it's going to look like. You will rotate through departments, spend time with our senior leadership team, shadow various leaders in the organization, and really just take the first year to learn the organization. But it's very likely that you'll have some project work in this first year, which will continue on into your second year, and you'll continue to grow yourself within the organization and invest more in those areas that you're really wanting to pursue a career in. So to speak a bit more about project work, I will tell you about some projects that we've worked on. I'll start and then I'll let my colleagues jump in with some of the projects that they worked on with their time as a fellow. So most recently, I've been working with our solid organ transplant team to start up our liver program. We submitted our application to UNOS back in, let's see, March, April, and it was just approved most recently. So within the next month or so, we're looking forward to taking our very first liver transplant patient, and we will be the only ones in the region that will be able to provide that service. So that's very exciting for our area.
Yeah, that's awesome. So one of the projects that one of the larger projects that I did as a fellow was opening the state's first inpatient pediatric rehab unit. So before, the project even started, the COO asked me to be the project manager and pull everyone together for the first meeting and just go from there, leading the project meetings and making sure that, the regulatory, the billing, the staffing, the educating of the staff was all completed and scheduled. And it was a great way to learn the health system and to learn kind of what goes into starting a new service or a new unit. And so, yeah, I'll always really be appreciative of that experience.
Sarah, Patricia, whoever.
Yep. One of my biggest projects was I was at the Richland campus, which is the Level 1 Trauma Center in Columbia, and we implemented multidisciplinary rounds while I was there. And so I got to be in charge of two units, a step down trauma unit, and as well as a regular med surg unit, and kind of lead the team and watch that whole multidisciplinary round process and implement that along with a process improvement team, which was super impactful and helpful. We ended up reducing the length of stay within those units by more than a day in about 90 days, which was pretty incredible and pretty fast. But it was great to get to work with the clinical teams as well as the operational teams and watch that grow and be successful.
One of the projects that I worked on was related to employee engagement and employee retention. And so one of those things that came out of our, annual engagement survey was, how do we ensure that all team members have access to benefits, and how do we make sure that they're educated on the benefits that employees and team members have working at Prisma Health. And so one of the things that I worked on was starting a annual benefits fair, our resources fair, so that team members know what benefits and what resources they have available. And there's a lot of people that came through and stated, "Oh, I didn't even know that we had this service available for team members." And so just being able to impact our team on that level was a great experience for me.
Yep. We've all done a lot of great work, so it's great to see the things that we've implemented still going on to this day. So let's talk a little bit more about Greenville Memorial, where the next fellow will be stationed. So on our Greenville campus, we have Greenville Memorial, which is the main hospital, Level 1 Trauma Center. Marshall Pickens is our behavioral health hospital. We're actually going to be getting a new behavioral health hospital that will open up in 2027, just down the road. Roger C. Peace, our rehab hospital, our children's hospital, and our cancer center. We are also responsible for North Greenville, our long-term acute care facility, and quite a few other facility-based clinics scattered throughout the upstate. And we're also a teaching hospital, so we have the USC Med School on our campus, as well as the Clemson School of Nursing building on our campus. And we have quite a broad continuum of services, as you can see here, everything from our bone marrow transplant center to our transplant center and level 3 NICU, all the things. So we do a lot of things, and we do a lot of things well. So it's just nice to see all the accolades that we've accumulated over the past few years. So here's our senior leadership team at Greenville Memorial. You'll spend a lot of time with this team. On the left, you'll see Tim Brookshire. He is the CEO of this campus, and the Upstate Fellow reports directly to him. So it's a wonderful opportunity to engage with this team. They're awesome. Next to him, you have Mike, our CNO. Christy, next to him, is our ACNO. Dr. Liao is our physician executive. Adrian Talbert is our COO, and then Barrett Ledley is our CFO. So not only is the fellowship wonderful, but Greenville, South Carolina is. There's a lot to do here. There's always something going on. We have the Swamp Rabbit Trail, which is 28 miles long, so lots of outdoor trails and activities to do. We also have an awesome farmers market, which Prisma sponsors during the summer and fall months. It's really great. The Peace Center always has great events going on. The Bon Secours Wellness Arena also supports our minor league hockey team and several concerts throughout the year. We also have a minor league baseball team, which is really fun to go to those games. And there's lakes nearby. So there's just plenty to do. I can't speak highly enough about how fun it is to be in Greenville. So looking at our fellowship application, here's everything you need to know. So what we look for in qualifications, you're obtaining or pursuing a master's degree, and you're on schedule to complete the degree before July 2026. I believe we've also updated this to include those of you who need a fellowship to graduate. COMI is preferred, but always, as always, non-COMI programs are accepted for review as well. We look for experience in the healthcare industry, whether that's an internship, former employment, anything like that is helpful. It's helpful that you possess a broad knowledge of what's going on in the healthcare world and just have an awareness of things like that. And for your application, include your cover letter, a resume, a personal statement, just talking about why you want to be Prisma's administrative fellow, how Prisma aligns with your goals and career, and what your expected outcomes of the fellowship would be. We also ask for our unofficial undergraduate transcript, your graduate transcript, and 3 letters of recommendation, preferably academic, professional, or from a program director, something like that. So where do you apply? You apply through NAS. The deadline is September 26, 2025. I'm sure you've heard that a few times today. As far as our timeline goes, we'll accept the application deadline of September 26th. The semifinalist interviews will be September 29th through October 1st. Our finalist virtual interviews will be October 7th through the 8th. And then we anticipate being able to offer the fellowship on October 10th, 2025. So the time frame of the fellowship itself would be tentatively July 6th, 2026 to June 30th, 2028. Obviously, this all could change, but yeah. Any questions for us about Prisma, about Greenville Memorial, about the fellowship?
I did see one about offering relocation assistance. And Christina, I just as background, I now live here in South Carolina, but am I originally from Detroit, Michigan, and so it is it's provided on a case by case basis, dependent on kind of like where are you coming from, and that sort of thing. So that's the answer for that one. And then we do offer kidney transplant services already. So liver is just the next feather in our hat for our transplant services.
Mm-hmm. Nydia, did you have a question?
Yes, hi. I have 2 questions. The first one is, do you have to be a recent graduate to be able to apply?
No, I don't believe so. I don't think we have anything in our requirements about that.
Okay. And the second question is, do you feel that having a 2-year fellowship makes a significant difference for a fellow's success versus a 1-year
Yeah,
fellowship?
so I think it's up to what you want your fellowship experience to look like for sure. I can speak for myself. I came from the background of an MBA, so I definitely wanted a 2-year fellowship because I wasn't coming in with an MHA or having too much prior experience in the healthcare world. So I just valued having more time to establish myself and understand and explore things, especially at a health system like Prisma Health that is so large and there are so many things that we do and do well. So it's having all of that time to explore. So I'm actually coming up on my 1 year. It'll be next Tuesday. So I'll be starting my 2nd year, which is crazy to say. But I am just so excited that I have a full next year to explore still and kind of narrow in on all the things that I want to focus on. I specifically want to focus more time on spending time with our administrators in the women's area or in the cancer area. So getting to spend more one-on-one time in those areas and really invest in that is going to be valuable for me, I think. But that's my opinion. I welcome others to share what you think about the 2-year.
I was worried about the 2-year commitment. It just felt like, what is my life going to look like 2 years from now? But it really flies by. And I remember after finishing my first year, I was like, I simply cannot imagine having to start a new job right now. And just having to leave the team, you bond with them so much. You're with them every day through all of the ups and downs of running a level 1 trauma center. So I think we would all agree that we would have wanted a 3rd year if we could have it. But
Well, thank you. That was very helpful.
Yeah, great questions. Any other questions for us? Well, if any other questions do come up, here is how you can reach us. Those are our emails. Don't be afraid to reach out. We're very excited about the fellowship program and we love to talk about it. So please reach out. We're happy to answer any questions that you may have. But thank you for your time.
Y'all technically have about 9 minutes before we start the next one. If you want to, unless you're in a rush to get somewhere else, if you want to answer maybe some questions about what tools worked for you that you felt like were most helpful as you have become an early careerist, or any books that you read, or anything that was in your application that you think made you stand out. That would be probably super helpful for the group.
Yeah, I think I can speak a little to what I think works well with an application, especially like what we're looking for. I think it's so meaningful when you really understand the culture and the purpose of an organization and you really resonate with that. I definitely found myself resonating with Prisma's purpose and culture. It's inspire health, serve with compassion, and be the difference. And I think that like everyone I know here just embodies that every day and really works to kind of uphold that culture. And that's what makes it so special here. It's you can say it, you can say it, you can preach it, but to see it live and in action every day is really special. So I think just speaking to that in your personal statement and making sure your values align with the organization is going to make you stand out.
I would say one piece of advice that I always give to individuals who are applying to fellowships is that um, while, me and Sarah and now Anna have completed our fellowship, and, doing an administrative fellowship was everything that I hoped and dreamed it would be. Another thing, like, as, once you're in your interviews and you finish your applications and you're in the interviews and you're, in that frantic, stressful time of the application process, just understand that, completing an administrative fellowship, while it is a blessing and it is great, it's also, only a certain percentage of healthcare leaders have completed administrative fellowship. So really, don't beat yourself up, and, really just enjoy the time of being an applicant and interviewing with different healthcare organizations. I would say that if you did make it through to the interview part of, your journey applying to administrative fellowships, they think you're good on paper, but, you need to prove how you fit with the organization in your interviews. And I think once I got that, through my head, I think it made things a lot less stressful, and, just be yourself in the interviews. That's what I would say.
Yeah, 100%. And just to add to her point, like the interview process is so interesting because we are interviewing you, right? But you're also interviewing us. So you will find an organization where you just click, where you know that it's right. You feel very comfortable and like you could get along with these people for the next, however many years you're going to work with them. So I think that's important to remember too. Like you've got to find the right fit for you while they've got to find the right fellow for them. So it's a balance.
Yeah, and I think too, just another small thing that someone told me back in grad school that I think really helped, and I've noticed now when we've been interviewing for fellows, is to try to do some sort of research on the facility that you're interviewing for, because it does always stand out when someone's in an interview. It can make a comment saying, "Hey, I noticed you just started your transplant program," or "I just noticed that you started doing this," or "What do you think about this proposed legislative action that's going to happen in South Carolina," or whatever state it is. I just think that's always helpful and impressive and stands out with whomever you're interviewing with. So just as a small tidbit.
Agree with all of those things. The only thing I was going to add just about like being an early careerist and like tools and resources that would be helpful. I really think that like your greatest tool, like probably throughout your whole career, but definitely when you're starting out, it's just like the relationships that you make with people. Like you can't really get anything done like if you don't know who to reach out to, that has the data that you need, or that knows the background of this situation that you're being asked to solve, um, especially when you're starting out. And so I think just like prioritizing when you start a fellowship or start a job, um, just getting the lay of the land and like understanding like who's who, and then like also like who they are as people, and yeah, just making it known that you're not just looking to get something out of them. Like you want to build relationships and also get to know, what advice they might have for your career path. So I just can't imagine like with this job that I've just started and as a fellow, like where I'd be if like I didn't have people that were willing to like walk me through, how to do certain things. And then just to answer the question about the on-site, we've been doing them virtual, all of the interviews since COVID, or since we, I guess, restarted the fellowship since becoming Prisma. So I'm assuming that that's probably going to remain the same this year. Emma, correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, at this time, we're not doing on-sites. As for the future, I don't know if that will change. I hope so. I think that's always a wonderful opportunity to get on site and interact face to face. But at this time, that's not an option.
Mm-hmm. But we're always happy to like hop on more calls and talk through things more personally. I know any of us would be happy to do that. So if it's about just, Greenville or South Carolina or, the fellowship, anything like that, because we obviously recognize that it's, hard to make those decisions when you can't, physically be present. So happy to do anything that we can to supplement that.
Anything else? I know we're wrapping up. Well, we really appreciate y'all's time. Please don't be afraid to reach out. I'm happy to answer any questions. Love Prisma, love the fellowship. So yeah, happy to brag on it.
Well, thank you all so much. Prisma Health has been around with NCAF for a while. So, and their preceptor who retired last year was very enthusiastic about the program. So it's always great to see them and hear more about their program. Mina, if you're ready to go, or unless you're waiting on anybody, we can move on to yeah. Okay. Thank you so much, y'all.
Hi everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. I'm trying to see if Eli is in this chat. Eli, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. So Eli is going to share the deck and then we're going to tag team the presentation. And before that, we'll just do a quick round of introductions of the two of us. So my name is Mina Nuhi. I am a senior organizational development consultant at Children's Hospital Los Angeles, or CHLA. I've been with CHLA for 7 years now, and I was the fellow in 2018, 2019. And then I joined a few years later as a program administrator of the fellowship program. And so I'll be going through the deck with you alongside my colleague Eli, and I'll have him introduce himself.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eli Alston. I am the previous administrative fellow from 2024 to 2025, and my current role at Children's Hospital Los Angeles is a project manager in respiratory care.
We're very excited to have Eli placed. And so he's going to run through the first half of the deck. I'll do the second half, and then we'll open it up for questions. But I'm also happy to field anything in the comments or in the chat feature as well in the meantime. Take it away.
All right. Thank you, Mina. So just first and foremost, as we always do at CHLA, we did provide a copy of our mission, vision, and values. We start all of our enterprise meetings with these three, just reminding ourselves of why we're here and why we do the work. So as you can see, we create hope and build healthier futures, and our vision is that we will be the pediatric health system of choice by offering transformative, compassionate care and life-changing discoveries. A little bit about the history of CHLA. CHLA was established in 1901 in a converted house that was located in what is now Chinatown in Los Angeles. And during the first year, we cared for 14 patients. CHLA was established by a group of nurses and always with the mindset of providing that compassionate care. Through its beginnings were humble. The generosity of our community helped turn scientific advances into medical miracles for children. And I think that really sums up kind of where we started, but also where we are today. CHLA is now a pillar of the community, and we continue to look towards the community as we offer our services. Fast forward to today, we're an academic medical center, just providing some facts and figures. That is comprised of 386 active beds. We see about 18,000 discharges and 747,224 patient visits annually. As a safety net hospital, we pride ourselves on providing high acuity care to patients from all backgrounds, regardless of their ability to pay. While clinical excellence is at the front and foremost, we also are a research institution. So this is just kind of providing some background. As you can see, we have 597 active clinical trials and receive about 168 million in research funding annually as well. So some of our accolades and some of the things that make CHLA special, as you can see, we have made the World News Report Honor Roll in a variety of areas and specialties. Also a magnet recognized institution. We've continuously maintained that recognition since 2008. And something that really drew me specifically to CHLA was the fact that we are also healthcare equality recognized by the Human Rights Index. We are a high performer in that area as well. So we serve not only a diverse group of diverse patient population and patient and families, excuse me, we also are really diverse within our organization, and the people who are providing the care are reflected throughout the people who work here at CHLA, which I think that's something that's very special. So our main hospital is located in East Hollywood, which is one of the main central parts of Los Angeles for anyone not familiar. But outside of the main metropolitan area, we also do have our footprint throughout the community and throughout Southern California in general, with 6 specialty care centers located in various locations. And then we also do have a network of primary care physicians that serve patients. And then something else that I do like to mention is our footprint does also expand internationally. We have a really strong standing global health program that is also one of our organization's accolades that we're very proud of. So speaking a little bit on our cabinet, this is our amazing cabinet. And as a fellow, you will receive a lot of exposure to each of these individuals weekly through cabinet meetings, cabinet meetings. You also play an integral role in planning leadership briefings and forums. And then more specifically, you'll get to work really closely with them as you complete your various rotations throughout the fellowship. And Mina will provide a more specific overview of what the fellowship looks like. But I did just want to call out that one of the really, really special things I think about CHLA in general is that we have a group of leaders that really prioritize mentorship and guidance. And as someone who's interested in completing a fellowship, the leaders and their willingness to provide those lessons and really take you under their wing has been really special. As someone who just completed the fellowship, I still find myself in communication with these leaders. I still get to see them in the hallway, and the fellowship is a well-known function within the organization. And I think that's something really special here. And I will say, even outside of a cabinet level, all of the senior leaders and leaders that I have and everyone at all levels who I've had the opportunity to work with is really willing to provide you with guidance and support. CHLA is a highly collaborative environment. So that being said, I'll pass things off to Mina to give you an overview of some more specifics of the fellowship itself.
Thanks so much, Eli. So talking about the fellowship structure and process a little bit, and then kind of getting into into the application itself. We have structured the fellowship around what the ACHE assessment tool had focused on. So really leadership at the forefront, that is what fellowships typically are doing, and then kind of building around that, getting you the networks, the professional development, the actual like didactic learning aspect of it, furthering your healthcare journey and knowledge of that database, and then also traditional project management type duties and activities. So with that, next slide, please. The structure of the fellowship, as Eli was mentioning, kind of stems from cabinet there. So we have Paul Viviano, who is our CEO. I need to update that slide. Is our CEO. Laura Corey is now the president of CHLA, and so those two roles separated. Laura Corey serves as a program co-director alongside Rolando Gomez, who serves in our government relations and community affairs area. I'll be the program administrator, and then this year we welcomed one fellow, and we'll likely be welcoming one fellow this coming recruitment year as well. Traditionally, we've hired on 2, bringing it down to 1 for now for the foreseeable future. And then the idea is we are a hybrid of a project and rotation base. So it is all very rotation based. And then within each of those rotations, you work on various projects. Some projects very specific to that rotation area that you are in. And then we do have an enterprise long, wide project that you would support. And the idea is that there is one core rotation sponsor. Sometimes that person just happens to be the cabinet member if their area is smaller. So think things like the foundation, IT, and or HR. But if you have a larger area, your rotation sponsor could potentially be a VP or a director. And then within that rotation, you also have either formal or informal preceptors, folks who you work with day to day on whatever project you're working on, or other individuals that you may connect and work with. Next slide. The structure of the fellowship. So we kind of bucketed it into the core areas. So the exposure and access, as Eli was mentioning, you do get weekly, if not daily, exposure to cabinet members, to executive leadership, to leadership, and kind of all the way through. And that's by recurring one-on-ones with our CEO, recurring one-on-ones with our President and Chief Operating Officer, recurring one-on-one with myself. I'm not as cool as they are, but I can provide something. And then also attending the weekly cabinet meetings, some additional leadership meetings. And then really during the fellowship, whenever you're in your rotation, you continuously can get that exposure by asking to attend specific meetings or being invited to them. And so really what the fellowship is whatever you put in is what you can ultimately get out. As cliche as it sounds, it truly is accurate. And then the rotations in the middle, again, rotations are not only information learning, but then also actually doing and learning. And so hoping to get, we hope each time to get our fellows integrated into projects for them to own and drive. And then if a project is much longer, at least getting them inserted into some part of that project to own and drive, or to help others own and drive as well. And then the ongoing project management piece. So we really rely on the fellow and fellows to run the whole recruitment cycle. There is guidance from myself and others, but really want to put them in the driver's seat there. And so that's like a whole micro vacuum project you'll own in those like 2 short months essentially. And then 2 of our big leadership meetings you see with the acronyms of EMF and 3M. You'll meet on those with our chief of staff on a weekly cadence to help coordinate and kind of get the materials together to then be shared later on. And then your enterprise strategic project, this is something that came to inception during Eli and Kosh's fellowship year. So they're the first guinea pigs, but it stemmed from the experience I had back in 2018, where just by chance I happened to work on a project that spanned the entirety of my fellowship, and I decided to carry it on throughout, and really wanting folks to have had, and we've learned that since 2018, what folks were missing was something that they could really carry and own the entirety of the time, and kind of not having to like stop halfway through or end it and then move on to their next rotation. So we continued that again this year, and our fellow it is in a really great project, which I selfishly believe is really great. The rotation structure at CHLA, you do have 4 core rotations. And so those are finance, but specifically decision support services, so DSS, clinical services operations. So more so on the management administrative side of the world is what clinical services. And then we have patient care services, which reports up to our chief nursing officer. So it still is that administrative management, but it's specifically towards our patient care services. So you have nurse leadership and things of that nature. And then strategy, so our strategic services. And then those typically take the first 6 months of your fellowship. CHLA is a 12-month fellowship, and then the remaining 6 months are really core or electives that folks can rotate through. We typically do two months, sometimes 2.5, and then sometimes like the very last month kind of gets dropped, so it's a month essentially. These are just a few of the areas whenever a fellow gets fully embedded into CHLA and kind of begins to learn all the things that come with it. Some of the hot topic areas there are going to be quality, the service lines, our innovation and transformation office, global health, as Eli mentioned, and things like that. Next slide. Really quickly, sample projects. You can work on a variety of things. As you'll see on this slide, not one thing is the same. Some of them are the same, but everything looks a little different. No fellow has done the exact same project. The only thing that is the same is in DSS, you do a Medi-Cal trends analysis, and that's just to get you familiar with the landscape, the financial landscape of CHLA, and then also our patient and payer mix. Next slide. So the fun stuff, the application process. So it is open now. Our site is almost finalized, but the material still stays the same. What we're asking for the 5 materials is the same. So it's going to be that personal statement with addressing the 2 questions you see there, a cover letter also addressing the questions there, your resume, your official graduate school transcript. We don't require your undergrad transcript. You made it to grad school. We believe you are a brilliant individual. And then 3 letters of recommendation here. So 1 academic, 1 professional, and then the last one of your choosing. And then we have opened up our qualifications. And so before it was you had to be in your master's program to apply, but we've actually opened it up. So it's folks who are graduating in 2026, but all the way dating back to those who graduated back in July 1 of 2023. So we do appreciate those who have healthcare experience or just working experience, not required, but the qualifications are now broader than they used to be. Post-fellowship experience, just really quickly, there are some fun events that our folks go to. We do have, I'll go to the alumni. We do have, since 2016, we do have 17 alumni. Folks have stayed here 1 year post all the way to 6 years post. So I've been here for 7 years. 6 of those were post-fellowship. So I think I am the longest alumni here. And then folks have either internally moved around or have left CHLA and come back and or have left CHLA for growth and opportunities in different capacities too. So we've seen them all. And then next slide. Just some fun events. Eli mentioned going to cabinet retreat. So those used to happen every 2 months. I think they're moving to quarterly, but they are a full day offsite with our executive leadership team. And it's more of an informal setting, but it's a full day. The majority of the day you're spent kind of working and digging into really complex issues that CHLA is facing. And then the evening is spent with the dinner with the executives. And so you see Eli and Kasha here. There are also some conferences that folks go to, or Paul, our CEO, invites fellowship alumni to. And so we do have a privilege and honor to attend this as well. And then I think there's some more fun stuff. So sometimes we go to the Dodgers game, and then some of these photos are just some of our fellows who had co-fellows, and we're kind of exploring life at CHLA, and then life in LA in general, and then life in California too. And I think with that, we will open up for questions. The website, if you just Google us, you'll find it, the CHLA Administrative Fellowship Program. Our current fellow is Meher. She joined as of yesterday. So if you do email us, please know that asking for Eli or Kasha or the prior year fellow, they'll be able to have the most information for experiences. And then Meher will also be able to help address those moving forward too. So with that, we can stop sharing and we'll leave it open for questions that folks may have of myself and Eli. I see a question in the chat. So at the CHLA does accept work visas, but at this time, the fellowship does not have the capacity to support visas at this time. But email us just in case, and I can double check that if anything has changed since. And I'll drop the email in the chat. Let's see. What separates it from other places? Eli, do you want to take that first, and I'll chime in?
Absolutely. So I think something that sets CHLA apart is that it's a really unique space. Given that we are a safety net and a pediatric medical center, we're also an academic medical center. So we are really providing really, really high acuity care to a really diverse patient population from an economic standpoint. We see patients from all different socioeconomic backgrounds, and just the level of care that we're providing, regardless of your ability to pay, really sets it apart. I also think the specific exposure and access to executives that we get is really special. For example, I've had the opportunity to, as Mina said, Paul frequently invites you to events throughout the Southern California region and different dinners and conferences. And then I also think that you get really a unique opportunity to develop really, really close relationship with these executives. For example, a couple months ago, had the opportunity to go to Laura Curry's house, the president, for lunch one day, which I think was really special and not something that you necessarily get to do at other organizations. I also think that corporations the enterprise strategic project is something that's really special. I think that's a great decision. And it does give you something just with the brevity of the rotations. It's a nice contrast that gives you something to really provide ownership and autonomy over for the entire.
Thanks, Eli. Yes. Is it Nydia or
Yeah,
Nadia?
it's Nydia. Thank you. I was just curious about how the applications are reviewed and how many roughly do you typically get?
Yeah, so we have two rounds. The first round is a virtual WebEx, no, not WebEx, what do we use now? Teams interview. And then the final round is a 2-day on-site with more of an informal an informal reception the first day, and then the full day of interviews the second day. We typically see around anywhere from like 150 to 250 applications come in. And the first round, we select about 24 to do that virtual interview. And then for our final round, we bring on 8 candidates.
And also, what do you typically think makes a stronger candidate, having the experience or being a more recent graduate?
I think in general, a healthcare experience or experience in general is very, very helpful. That's not to say that we wouldn't take folks that do their schooling continuously for a variety of reasons. People choose that route. And I think when it comes down to candidates in general, I think customizing and tailoring your personal statement and cover letter as much as possible. I know that fellowships are very competitive and very selective in the end of the day. And so sometimes it's, we understand folks wanting to apply to as many as possible, but really spending time on the portion of your personal statement that focuses on why this organization, why LA, why CHLA, why California, if you're moving from out of state. Everyone joined healthcare for a reason and has that passion statement in the very beginning, then kind of tying it back to why specifically us is what makes you stand out more.
Okay, thank you.
Can I answer Christina, and then I'll move back up to Xavier? We take 2 fellows traditionally, but for this year and the next year, we'll be taking on 1 fellow only. Speaking more about global public health programs and opportunities while you're in the fellowship, we do have the Center for Global Health, as Eli mentioned. It is a smaller shop of folks, and we have had folks rotate through them in general. And so if that is an area of interest, everyone would love to have a fellow to have extra hands working in their area. And then opportunities while you're in your fellowship, I think it can be endless. If you're interested in an area, we always say network and connect in with that leader. And if you need additional support, we're also there to help connect you to folks. And the one thing I would go back to your first question, Xavier, about what sets us apart. Similar to what Eli said, and I just want to tack on it. I think CHLA being a safety net hospital is kind of like everyone has a mission statement, and everyone in healthcare is doing the work to be important, and it's really great for our patients and families. I think being a safety net in a really complicated administration and a complicated landscape and a complicated city and country and state and all that is really, really hard. So 74% of our patients are Medi-Cal or Medicaid. And so we really do serve care to the folks that are the most vulnerable and need the care the most. And so I think that's what sets CHLA apart in general. And then when you think about the fellowship, I just think pediatrics is really fun and it's different. And all we ever learned about in school was adult medicine, and you never really learned about pediatric care. And so I think it's nice. It's different. Any other questions that we can help address? If not, again, Meher has joined us as of yesterday. And so if you do have questions, you can email that inbox. It's also on our webpage. You can find it. And she will likely be the one to respond, but she'll likely connect you into Eli or Kasha. Kasha was Eli's co-fellow, or myself to help answer. And then just give her about a month's time. And then you can ask her for some phone interviews if you're interested to learn more about her experience the first month. No, there's no preferred university. We understand that people attend schools for a variety of reasons, and every program and every curriculum is great and accredited. As long as it's accredited and it's an MPH, an MHA, MBA, or something of the equivalent, it is all fair game. Of course.
I want to give y'all time for questions, but I don't want to leave it too silent.
No, you're good.
I know we've also had it's been a pretty long day. We only have two presentations left today. So if anybody needs to, be sure to drink your water, have a stretch, all that good stuff. But thank you, Mina and Eli. It's always great to see y'all. But again, did you drop, I think you did drop your information in the chat. But again, the agenda has information from all of these programs. So make sure to go through their flyers and their website and all that information to get the links you need to contact everyone. Thanks, y'all.
Bye. Thank you.
Okay, I see Max and Jill are on. If you're ready, unless you're waiting for someone, but if y'all are ready to go, you're welcome to take it away.
Yeah, it looks like we have everyone here from our team, so I'll go ahead and share our screen, and Lauren will go ahead and kick us off.
Okay, I'll go ahead and kick us off. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us today. We're so glad you're here. We're excited to talk about the IU Health Fellowship and answer all of your questions. We're going to start with a brief overview of the program. We will answer any questions that you all have about that, so feel free to use the chat or unmute and ask them. We do encourage you to to be present and active during this conversation. But before we get into questions, we wanted to introduce ourselves and tell you a bit more about the program. So we'll have each fellow here introduce themselves, sharing their names, hometown, and school. I'll start first. My name is Lauren Fleetwood. I'm originally from Seymour, Indiana, and I did my master's at The Ohio State University.
Hi, everybody. My name is Jill Torrey. I'm from Cincinnati, Ohio, and I completed my master's, currently completing with Xavier University in Cincinnati also.
Hi, everyone. Name is Max Frosto. I am from South Bend, Indiana, and I completed both my undergrad and grad degree at Indiana University Bloomington, and I'm currently a second-year fellow. In that same breath, I'll go ahead and introduce my co-fellow, who unfortunately couldn't be here today, but she is Annie Bowen. She earned her MBA and her undergrad degree at Indiana State University. With that being said, I'm going to go ahead and take us to the next slide, which will kind of provide an overview of the fellowship program at IU Health. So IU Health is one of the largest academic medical centers in the country, with 15 hospitals that range from academic teaching hospitals to critical access hospitals in rural settings. IU Health works in partnership with the IU School of Medicine, which is also based in Indianapolis. The IU School of Medicine is the only medical school in Indiana and is the largest medical school in the country. Now, the fellowship itself is structured slightly different from other programs. The first year is project-based, and fellows work on projects across the entire health system that have a connection to the strategic goals and direction of the organization. These projects are selected with the fellow's interests in mind. The second year, which is the year I'm transitioning to now, involves 3 to 4 rotations that are customizable to the fellow's interest areas. So in these rotations, fellows are immersed within a department or area that helps them transition from the fellowship into potential full-time positions. Some additional highlights of the fellowship include a strong mentor network, professional leadership development, and attendance at senior leadership team meetings, networking and community engagement events, and opportunities to attend national conferences. Finally, IU Health is based in Indianapolis, which is the largest city in Indiana with a population of around 875,000 individuals. It's a growing city for young professionals with a vibrant restaurant, bar, and brewery culture, excuse me. Additionally, for all sports fans, Indy is home to the Indiana Pacers. Unfortunately, we lost in the finals recently, but no worries there. Home to the Colts and then the Indy 500. So in this slide, you can kind of see our fellowship roadmap, right? So As a fellow at IU Health, you'll have the opportunity to participate in a variety of targeted experiences. And we kind of just wanted to share an overview of the different components of the fellowship program. So in the dark blue, fellows begin onboarding, which includes meet and greets, shadowing, tours, and attending leadership meetings to begin to get the lay of the land at as you can see on this in the red kind of boxes, fellows also complete a individual development plan and receive professional coaching, where we take leadership assessments and discuss strengths and opportunities for improvement. Also, similar to professional coaching, fellows also engage in professional development. At IU Health, we have what's called the Learning Institute. That's part of the HR team. They provide education and training for team members. So these include leadership perspectives, leadership essentials, and the Leadership Development Institute. Also, as part of the professional development, fellows are paired with an executive mentor. They attend lunch and learns with leaders across the system and participate in national conferences. And like we mentioned before, fellows work on projects for the first year, engage in rotations for the second year, and attend system level operations and strategy meetings during that first year. And then in the second year, when you transition, fellows have the opportunity to attend IU Health System board meetings. And finally, fellows are involved in both external and internal opportunities. IU Health is very involved with the community. So these include volunteering and participating in our fellow alumni events. Additionally, we recently volunteered at the Gleaners Food Bank, where we had the opportunity to help address local disparities that Central Indiana faces. We also gather with alumni fellows and many alumni fellows that serve as both formal and informal mentors for the current fellow team. So with that being said, I want to go ahead and open up the floor to questions. And if there are no immediate questions, we do have a list of questions that are commonly asked throughout the recruitment process. So with that being said, I want to go ahead and open up to the floor first, see if there's any questions at all. And if there isn't, I'll go ahead and get started with the questions we commonly get asked, but feel free to unmute yourself or put in the chat any questions that may come to mind.
Looks like we do have one in the
Okay,
chat,
cool.
Max. Between the three of us, what would you say are the best aspects of living in Indianapolis? Lauren, do you want to start us off?
Yeah, so I am very new to Indianapolis, but I will say it has a variety, like Max said, restaurants, breweries, bars, and tons of sporting events. We also have locals, farmer markets, and just a lot of different outdoor activities such as trails. There's hiking in the area, state parks, and whatnot.
Going off what Lauren said, this is my first time living in a city, and I have to say it's been a great experience so far. There's plenty to do. There's plenty within a 20-30 minute drive if you want to get out of the city. But there's always something new to try. There's a beautiful canal walk, plenty of areas to explore, and a lot of people in different age groups if you're wanting to make some new friends and socialize that way.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of Lauren and Jill, I think we all live downtown for the most part, but even in the suburbs of Indianapolis, there's just a lot of great things to do, great opportunities to do. I've lived here for a year now, and I've never had a dull moment. I've often my weekends are packed with activities, even during the weeks themselves, the weekdays they're very packed. And I would say, like we mentioned, as a young professional entering the city, it's been really, really exciting to be immersed in the city itself.
It looks like Christina had a question about how many fellows do you take per cycle? And each cycle we take 2 fellows.
Yep, and that's kind of stayed the same historically. We just find that with having 2 fellows, it's really great to kind of bounce ideas off of one another. It's really great for that collaboration piece. So the total fellow team itself will be 4 administrative fellows at a time, if that makes sense. So don't see any other questions in the chat, but I can go ahead and get us started with some of the application questions that are commonly asked. What does the application interview process typically look like? Jill, would you want to kind of get started for us with this specific question?
Yeah, happily. So, application process we're currently in. As you all know, the application is open on NAFCAS right now. And you're welcome to reach out with any questions that you may or may not have to any one of us. And the application cycle will close on September 26th, 2025. So, in about 2 months or so, we'll be closing that. And then we'll do first round of interviews and then a second round, which will be on site with our current fellows and some of our leadership team. I would say it's a pretty standard interview cycle. Lauren, you might have a different insight to that. Lauren and I most recently just completed this last fall in October. And you do a virtual round for the first round, and then we'll bring you on site if we continue with the application and follow up from there to select our 2 fellows.
I can agree that it's a very standard process that Jill explained. We also have another question in the chat of what qualities set an applicant apart from others.
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I would say what we typically, I guess, would stand out for an applicant. In terms of that same application question, we do have a very specific essay prompt, personal statement prompt, right? So if you can show us in the application process your connection with IU Health and how you connect to that prompt itself, I think it would say a lot about your desire to want to be involved with the enterprise and the health system itself, right? So I think in addition to that, what makes fellows stand out is they're willing to be sponges, they're willing to take on projects, they're willing to learn from previous fellows, the leadership team itself here at IU Health. And I think all those specific qualities would make for a really good applicant and a really good fellow within this program. Another question I have on this list, you have to actively be in grad school to apply. No, I wouldn't say you'd have to be actively in grad school. I applied to this fellowship program 2 years after working as a consultant straight out of school. So, and I know some of the previous fellows do have working experience before they applied for the fellowship program itself. And I do know some programs require that a fellowship is completed while you're in their graduate program as well. So if that's one of the requirements, we'll also accept applicants of that nature, I guess, if that makes sense.
I can kind of touch on that a little bit too. So Xavier University is one of the schools that requires a fellowship residency position. And so as long as the didactic portion is completed, you should be eligible to apply, but we can answer any questions anyone might have about that as well.
In that same breath, I want to ask you, Lauren and Jill, what are the minimum educational degree requirements or the preferred requirements for this application process?
So the minimal degree requirements we have are a master's degree, whether it's an MS, MPH, MBA, MHA, MHSA. Max, please, and Jill, add on if I'm forgetting any to apply to this fellowship.
Yeah, I'll say any of those degrees of similar nature would qualify you for the program itself. And we don't discriminate based off your background of the degree. I would say like Annie, for example, she came from a risk management background, not really directly from like a healthcare management degree program, if that makes sense. But based off her experience and her desire and willingness to be involved with the program, we took that into consideration as well.
Looks like we have a few questions in the chat. So first one, who reviews the applications, and going with that, roughly how many do we receive each cycle?
Yeah. You want me to go ahead and answer that, Jill?
I can take the first part. Max might be able to speak a little bit more to the second part. With reviewing the applications, Lauren and I, and then Max and Annie will also play a role in this, but we will review the written applications and go through all of those as they're submitted.
Yeah.
To the current fellowship team.
Yeah. Yep. current fellowship team will review those applications, and then in terms of the amount we receive, I would say on average, when considering the past 4 years, it was around the 80 to the 90 mark when I took an average of the past 4 years. Yeah, hopefully that was able to, I was able to answer that question. What do you think sets this program apart from others? I think for this program, the buy-in from the very top of the organization is there, right? So we have COOs in our system that were former fellows. Our CEO of IU Health was actually a fellow in the past as well. So I would say they recognize the nature, they recognize the competitiveness of this fellowship program itself. So that buy-in really helps integrate us into the whole enterprise itself. I would say on top of that, our partnership with the School of Medicine is really, really great and really, really amazing. And I think that's a specific opportunity that not a lot of fellowship programs can see in itself. That makes sense. So we're very unique in that process itself because we're also very involved with their senior leadership as well.
I would also add to that the scale of IU Health. I didn't run into many statewide organizations on the level that IU Health has. So if that's something that piques your interest, then this could be the right fit for you as well.
I would also add that I think the structure of it is very unique in its own way, with it being first year project based over the whole systems and then rotation based. So you get a little bit of both, and you kind of get to try out a lot of different areas throughout the organization.
I do see a question from Chad. And is regarding the retention rate. What is the retention rate for previous fellows? I think immediately after the graduation of the program, the retention rate stands at somewhere around 70%. And I could double check that, Chad, and make sure I am correct there. But it is around that 70% mark. And the second part of your question was, what are some roles they have decided to take if they decide to stay within an organization? Most recently, our two fellows that just graduated from the program, Bryce Showers, he was a physical therapist in the past. He has taken up a role of the director of patient experience for the whole system. And then Kendall Ranges, he is now a senior project manager for the nursing administration. And then also we've had others who were transitioned to chief of staff for our children's hospital, excuse me, and some that transitioned to like a practice administrator role throughout the system. If that kind of gives you an idea of the roles that some fellows have taken up in the past.
And then it looks like, from your experience, do you see a difference in preparing a successful fellow between a 2-year fellowship program versus a 1-year fellowship program? I'll tell you one of my draws to a 2-year structure. Personally, for me, I feel like it can take up to a year to get to know an organization. And obviously that will vary person to person, but you can learn so much in 1 year. And by the time it's done, you moving on to something else potentially. So I really saw the value in a 2-year fellowship, but I think it's different for everybody.
Yeah, I would agree that it's different for everyone. I do see the value in it being 2 years because even a year into the fellowship now, I'm still very much learning a lot of the ins and outs. And healthcare is a drastically changing scene industry, right? So there's all kinds of stuff, external factors, I should say, that impact the day-to-day business, right? So I think being in the 2-year experience really exposes you to those different experiences. And it's been really, really great from my personal experience.
Yeah, I have to echo what they are saying. I think the 2-year fellowship gives you the opportunity to, like Jill said, really learn the organization's ins and out and continue to learn it, and then kind of really get a lot more exposure than you would have in maybe just a 1 year. And looks like we have another question of, do you offer relocation assistance?
Yeah, so I can go ahead and take that question. In terms of a formal relocation assistance kind of idea, I guess you could say, we don't, but we do offer a very competitive sign-on bonus. So it should be able to help you out with that relocation piece, if that answers your question.
And then I just wanted to remind everybody, it looks like we have about 4 minutes left, so just be mindful of time. And then we see if you wanted to shadow at one of the IU satellites, for instance, IUJ or Muncie, is that a possibility for a fellow? Lauren and I actually currently have quite a few shadowing opportunities on the calendar, pre-scheduled for us before we even showed up. So Max and Annie we have 9 minutes left. Thank you, Malia.
Awesome.
Even better. So yes, from what we've experienced so far, the system is very open to shadowing experiences. I know we're shadowing in the emergency department soon, and they make sure to get us out in every different region. Yes. And Max might be able to expand on this a little bit more too.
Yeah, I think the opportunity is there for sure. Being in this fellowship position, you're exposed to a lot of great leaders and a lot of great departments, a lot of great specialties. And I can't even think of an example in the past where someone said no to you, right? I think all these amazing people that you meet throughout the fellowship, let's say you may want to one day be in their shoes, in their position. They're more than willing to take you on for a day of a shadowing experience. And in my past year, I've had the opportunity to shadow a number of different individuals, a number of different hospitals to get that experience for myself as well. And so the opportunity is definitely there. And I guess in that same breath, one of the questions that are typically asked to us is, would the fellowship be based in an administrative office settings, or would there be various opportunities to work in the hospital or clinical settings as well? And I'll go ahead and open the floor up to Lauren and Jill to answer that one.
So it's set. We are currently based out of one of the administrative buildings here in Indianapolis. So that's our home base. We have a foundation to come back to every day. But like we kind of just touched on, there are plenty of ways to get involved outside of an administrative space, and I would argue that they encourage for fellows to see every part of the system. Lauren, if you have anything else that comes to mind.
Yeah, no, I think they've already, as Joe was saying earlier, they've already went ahead and scheduled us opportunities to see different departments within healthcare settings outside of just an administration office, such as ED visits, getting to go out to the regions and see the different the departments and whatnot they have there. And so I think it's heavily encouraged, and it's also, we're told to reach out to people that have areas of interest and whatnot. So we're not just focused on the same thing, but we can find our interests and go to elsewhere that's not just kind of an administrative office.
Yeah, and I do see that question in chat. What stands out more, having professional experience or being a recent graduate for an applicant? I think, again, I'm going to go back to the earlier response, which was how we have, when we go through the application process, if we could really see your connection to the IU Health mission use, and we see that passion from your end, then that will really help you stand out from all the applicants if you can make that connection somehow. And sure, I think having professional experience helps, but I think to get to these points in your career, right, you've done a lot to really show to external stakeholders, external parties that you deserve to be in this position now, to be interviewing for these fellowship programs, right? So I think just being able to show your interest and being able to show your passion for the why as to being in the fellowship program for IU Health would really help you stand out. One of the questions we have here, are you able to choose an area of focus or specialty to focus on? And yes, you are. I think, like I said earlier, in the first year, it's mostly project-based. In those projects, you are exposed to more areas of the enterprise. But then in your second year, when you do your rotations, you can really tailor it to your specific interests or your specific areas that you really want to explore some more, right? So when I came into the fellowship, I had a background in doing software implementation work for large payer clients in my consulting role, right? Well, I came into this fellowship saying I really want experience in operations, or I really want experience in day-to-day um, activities in the hospital, right? So now in my current rotation, I'll be located out of a Riley Children's Hospital and helping with the President's administration with their kind of day-to-day work and help them build out a dashboard, right? So I made that pretty clear early on that I want to be exposed to opportunity, and our fellowship director was able to kind of help me connect me to those resources to make that happen, right? So the opportunity is definitely there for you to pick an area of focus, and it doesn't have to. You don't have to wait until those rotations, right? I think if there's a project available to you in your first year, you'll have the discussion with our fellowship director, and you will place you in that project that aligns with your interests. Okay,
And as first year fellows, they're very cognizant of asking if you do have any specialized areas of interest, if there's anything specific that you want to see. I think in every single one of our meet and greets, all of the executive leaders have asked us that and have already tried to make opportunities for us to see it. And then encourage us also to see things that we think we might not like, just to make sure. So it's already available to us within the first few weeks.
Yeah, they've have really emphasized like us and our interests, and kind of like Jill said, every executive leader's asked about it, and if they don't have an opportunity for it, they try to connect us with someone who is in that field or give us a name of someone to reach out to, so we can kind of get a deeper dive into those interests.
Awesome, thank you both. Well, being mindful of time, I just wanted to pass it off to Jill to kind of share this conclusion slide and any ways to reach us and how to access the website.
Yeah, thank you, Max. So that will conclude today's session. We have a few more Q&As coming up, and you can find that on our Admin Fellowship website. And then as far as a few reminders go, applications are due September 26th through that NAFCAS portal. We'll be conducting our first round interviews on a rolling basis, and final rounds will be sometime in early October, so you can keep an eye out. And not too long ago, all three of us were in your guys' shoes, and we understand how stressful of a process this can be, how exciting it can be. But we just want to encourage you to be yourselves, be deliberate about finding what's the right fit for you. And we just want to wish you all the best of luck to each of you, and feel free to reach out to us. And I'm going to post our admin fellowship email in the chat if you guys want to save that from there. And that, I believe, just went through. So yeah, feel free to reach out whenever. And thank you guys so much for having us. Good luck with everything.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank y'all. That was great. I think that was the most amount of questions we've gotten all day, so that was awesome. We are heading into our last presentation of the day. Want to make sure everyone got a chance to introduce themselves in the chat. So if you want to put your name, your grad program, no matter how long ago it was. I love an icebreaker. So if you want to put who do you think your top artist of the year will be on Spotify or Apple Music or whatever streaming you use? Put that in the chat too, and I will throw it over. It looks like we have one person from Henry Ford. I'm not sure if Jared will be joining us as well, but Henry Ford team, whenever you're ready to present, feel free to share your screen.
Hello.
Hey.
Hi, I'm Semis Guevara. I do not think that Jared will be joining us, but it's me and one of my co-fellows. I'm just checking in to see if I see him on call. Lem, if you're on there, feel free to come online. In the meantime, I want to go ahead and share my presentation. So give me a sec. We're not used to using Zoom anymore. Do I have access to share?
Yeah, you should. If
Okay.
you go
Let me,
down, it should be in that bottom bar.
do you
There you
see
go.
my
It's
screen? Oh,
live.
okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It should.
Thank you. Right. Just waiting on the fellow. Okay, with this, let me not delay and get started. If I see my co-fellow, he'll join in at any time. So welcome everyone. Today we are going to have an overview about the Henry Ford Health Administrative Fellowship Program. I'm one of the recently graduated administrative fellows. And with this, I also want to introduce the next my co-fellows. So I have Alexis Pickrell. She was with the Office of President and CEO. Shelby Ward, she was at the Office of President, Clinical Enterprise and Chief Physician Executive. I was paired with Chief Operating Officer, and I was at the Office of EVP. And we have Lem Cartman, who was at the Office of the President of Value-Based Enterprise. Each of us were paired within this office, and we are also having a leadership overview with Chair Stone. He's our program coordinator. We have Catherine Susko as our program director, and we have Nina Ramsey as the program sponsor. She's also the executive vice president and the chief people officer. Each of us as fellows, as I mentioned before, were paired with an office. The executive sponsors for the previous year was Bob Riney, who is our CEO, Dr. Munkara, Robin Damschroeder, and Denise Brooks-Williams. So we want to move forward with the Henry Ford Health overview. Today we'll go over with just discussing some history of Henry Ford Health, some program specifics, and then finally we'll move on to the application process and then go over to the Q&A section. So at Henry Ford Health, we are proud of the rich history of our organization and some key historical facts about the transformation of our organization. It was founded in 1915 by auto industry pioneer Henry Ford in Detroit, Michigan. The hospital was built for the employees in order to meet the needs of the patient who moved to the suburbs. Henry Ford Health expanded in the 1970s. The Innovation Institute Center was established in 2011, which supports the development, testing, and commercialization of groundbreaking technologies that enhance healthcare delivery and improve patient outcomes. With this, we are excited to also share with you the recent joint venture of Henry Ford Health with Ascension Southeast Michigan. Together as one organization, this partnership created opportunities to coordinate, grow, adapt services and care settings to meet customer needs by expanding access to care, lowering costs, and improving health outcomes. We are very excited because we expanded from 5 hospitals to 13 and over 250 sites of care to 550. There will be many changes occurring over the next few years as the two organizations become one. Given the ongoing changes and integration efforts, a lot of the information presented today will be referring to Legacy Henry Ford Health, meaning before the JV with Ascension. We try our best to also encompass all of the recent changes involved. Henry Ford Health is one of the nation's most comprehensive and integrated healthcare system and is a national leader in clinical care, research, and education. It previously included 1,900 member medical group, which has now only expanded further with the recent JV, which has physicians and researchers from over 60 countries across the globe, recently expanded from 13 acute care hospitals. Our insurance arm, the Health Alliance Plan, the Henry Ford Physician Network,
and again, various sites of care. We have also the major economic driver in Michigan, and we employ more than 50,000 team members. These are just some pictures of the various sites of care we have. As you can see here, these are our major hospital sites, with the exception of the main hospital pictured on the previous slide. We also have a diverse range of ambulatory centers, urgent care centers called Go Health throughout Southeast Michigan. What's critical to understand is that Henry Ford Health offers almost every component of healthcare delivery system you can think of, which is important to consider when you leave education and enter the workforce. From both a patient care and learning perspective, the system offers everything from an inpatient academic medical center in an urban setting to a large employed medical group comprised of outpatient clinics and insurance. Whatever you are looking for in terms of a career in healthcare, you can be a part of it at Henry Ford Health. We are building a brand new destination for state-of-the-art care with patients, members, and our communities in mind. In 2023, Henry Ford Health, Tom Gores, and the Detroit Pistons and the Michigan State University announced a sweeping community development that reimagines a shared campus in the new center area of Detroit. Plans include a major expansion of our legacy hospital, a joint research facility for Henry Ford Health and Michigan State University Health Sciences, space for future growth and partnership opportunities, and a beautifully connected and walkable community, creating a destination to live, work, and play. With this, we want to move into some programming details. But before that, I did want to show you guys this picture of our first day as fellows. Now that I look back, it has been a year long, and I have absolutely enjoyed working with all of my co-fellows here. So what does Henry Ford Health offer you as a fellow? The goal of the Administrative Fellowship Program is to attract, develop, and retain a diverse pool of administrative talent in an effort to really create a pipeline for future organization leaders who are really displaying an ability to think strategically, build relationships, and innovate approaches to healthcare delivery. It offers a platform that can accelerate career advancement, enhance leadership skills, and expose the fellows to some of the best leaders in the industry. Henry Ford Health's fellowship program for 2026 to 2027 class will be offering 2 to 4 positions. These positions is a year-long system-wide approach, but each fellow is assigned to a business unit as a home base where they work under the mentorship of a senior committed leader. With more than 30-year-old history of the program, it is very well known and respected among the organization, making it a welcoming environment for the fellows. In addition to the executive responses that I showed previously in this presentation, the fellows are also paired with preceptors, mentors, and executive coaches who provide guidance on projects, on development opportunities, and ensure the fulfillment of your fellowship goals. The fellowship also provides an immense network of alumni who have been past fellows and who serve as a great resource and colleagues right from the start of the program. We have often heard as fellows that the fellowship year just flies by, and now having almost completed the program, we can definitely attest to that. So let us look at some highlights during your progression as a fellow. In July, you will begin with program onboarding to learn more about the program structure and design. Orientation lasts about 4 weeks. During this time, the fellows meet with senior leaders across the entire health system. We also provide community health tours, which includes visiting organizations in the city of Detroit that are helping to improve the health of the city. As you can see, we are really committed to the city healthcare. Throughout the duration of the program, Fellows participate in numerous learning experiences, both at the system level and operating unit level. Fellows are also encouraged to shadow leaders, visit various sites of care, and get to know the organization in other ways. The program does not have rotations and is very self-directed. This gives the fellows the opportunity to structure the experience to meet the learning goals of the year. To provide context, we have had opportunities to observe surgeries, shadow in the emergency department, and so on. Around March, the focus is on setting the fellows on their desired career path. The fellowship is intended to train future healthcare leaders, and although post-fellowship employment is not guaranteed, many of the former fellows have stayed at Henryford Health, and several of these have assumed significant leadership positions within the system. Some current positions of our past fellows would be Vice President of a service line, Group Operations Director, Program Manager, and so on. As the year comes to an end, we have a fellowship graduation dinner, which signals the conclusion of the year. Then the fellows who stay within the organization are asked to enroll in an alumni responsibility. We do this to keep the past fellows engaged within the program and maintain continuity. We have often also mentioned as fellows that you have a key to the kingdom, which means that fellows are exposed to various departments throughout the organization and can pick up projects according to their interests. Some example areas would be clinical operations, insurance arm, quality, finance, community health, and so on. Building relationships with senior leaders is an important part of the fellowship program. One way these relationships are developed is through one-on-one sessions that allow you to ask the most senior executives what their personal thoughts and feelings are on certain issues, internal and external to the organization. This also provides an insight into strategic decision-making at a system level. Finally, the investment in your personal development is robust in that you learn about your own leadership style, natural strengths, areas for growth, and how you put all of those together to make the most out of your fellowship year. As I mentioned before, we are really committed to community health. So in addition to the project work, the program also offers opportunities to serve the community. In the past, the fellows have visited and volunteered at Brilliant Detroit, the Matrix Center, and Zaman International. In addition to these experiences, you also have opportunity and get an educational stipend to go and get attend conferences at local and national level, attend networking opportunities, and also educational expos. To sum it all up, in the words of our president and CEO, Bob Riney, our fellowship program exposes individuals to a healthcare system rich in culture, history, innovation, clinical expertise, and outstanding insurance and support systems. It is an organization dedicated to precedent-setting solutions within a complex environment, the perfect learning laboratory. We will now go.
Thank you, Sammy. I can take it from here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
I've
you.
had some technical difficulties over here. My name is Lim Carpenter. I'm one of the administrative fellows. And what we'll do now is just kind of go into the candidate eligibility and selection timeline. So, yes. So eligibility, when qualified applicants will have received or should be on track to receive a master's degree in healthcare administration or hospital administration, health service administration, or business administration with a concentration in healthcare, or MPH, or any other equivalent degrees. And this master's degree must be completed by July 2026. The application instructions, the items listed to your right include, the resume, CV, short answers, one work sample that is meaningful to you as an individual and is representative to your abilities, 3 letters of recommendation, and at least 1 from a faculty member of your graduate program, graduate school transcripts as well. And completed applications are accepted from June to September. And you can see the NAFCAS website for a specific deadline. And to be considered a valid applicant, all parts of the application must be submitted by the deadline. Incomplete or late applications will not be reviewed. If you have any questions about, any parts that pertain to the application or eligibility, you can email us, or at the end of our Q&A, you can kind of ask us some more questions as it pertains to that. So when looking at the selection timeline, we're currently accepting applications now for the administrative fellowship. And we'll be conducting phone interviews early October. We'll select candidates for the second round interviews mid-October, and following the second round interviews, fellowship offers will be extended the following week of mid-October. So all interview dates and offer practices are in compliance with the National Council of Administrative Fellowship Code of Good Conducts. And fellows will be here with Henry Ford Health by July 2026. And so now we want to kind of open it up for Q&A. And I kind of want to add some pieces a bit to some of the things that Sammy has shared. So, get the next slide, please.
Yeah.
Here we go. So this is all our current, our current information. You guys want to email us? We're more than happy to answer any more questions. But I do want to add to some of the things that Sammy had mentioned, and I don't think we do enough justice about talking about this fellowship without the mention of Detroit. With this fellowship, not only getting healthcare experience, you're at the forefront of rebuilding an entire city. Detroit is on a resurgence right now, and Henry Ford Health is at the forefront of that resurgence. That destination grand campus that we are building is being built in tandem with community involvement, not just from the Detroit Pistons and Tom Gores, but people that live locally in a community telling us what they want in this destination. And not only as part of building out this grand facility to be a destination for care for those who are not just in the city of Detroit, but those also abroad. We not only commit to state-of-the-art facilities, we committed to new programs that impact the various communities that we serve. Henry Ford Health is truly committed to health equity and being in alignment with the community. And so that's in almost everything that we do. We had completed this thing called the Community Benefits Agreement as part of building that destination of care, which means that we're committed to really uplifting the community, building talent pipelines, and creating job opportunities for those that we serve. And so this is a great space to be in, because we're at the forefront of really rebuilding not only our health system, but rebuilding an entire city. And so it's a lot of great work that's happening here. And we're like basically the whole southeastern side of Michigan is Henry Ford Health right now. And so we're continually growing. It's a lot of great things that's happening. And so with that, I'll turn it over to you guys with some Q&A.
All right. I see a couple of questions. Is the fellowship open to permanent residents?
Permanent residents of what, Michigan or Detroit? Or permanent like United States citizens? Or
Yeah, I mean, if it's open to permanent residents of the United States, or is it just for citizens?
Yeah, Sammy, you should take that one.
Yeah, I can take that. So the fellowship program is, as I said, 1 year, and it is open to everyone in United States as long as they have been graduated from an accredited university or equivalent degree. I can attest to saying that I was an international student, and I was able to apply to the fellowship program. In addition to that, the fellowship program also provides sponsorship if anyone is interested. Let me know if that helped clarify some of the questions. If not, we can definitely come back to that.
Yes, thank you so much. It clarified my question, and perhaps I can ask one more, and that is if you could give some more details about the work sample that is needed for the application.
Yeah, definitely. So the work sample, and when you apply for the application as well, there is I think a page limit which says that we should not exceed like more than 10 pages. And then also it would be It's whatever best describes your work, right? Like it could be a presentation, it could be a paper. So whatever you feel is the best representation of your work is fair deal. Lem, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I would just say for the work sample, it's anything that you feel that you've done good work on there that represents your unique abilities and talents. Now, we do have a page cap, no longer than 10 pages, but it could be like an essay, a project, could be something you did for one of your internships. It could be a variety of different things, just anything that you feel represents the work that you do.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Could it be like a poster presentation from a master thesis?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We have one more question here. Is it safe to assume, since it doesn't mention it, that you don't have to be a recent graduate to be able to apply? And I'm assuming this, so the instructions say as long as you have graduated by July 2025. So if you're applying for the 2026 to 2027 cycle, as long as, my apologies, as long as you have graduated by July of 2026 for the next cycle, you're good to go. We also take applications on a case by case basis. So that also depends on if you have recently graduated or not. It could be a year ago. But definitely if you have further questions, do reach out when you're applying and we can definitely answer to that. Hope that helps. So the next one is, I love it when we integrate to community that we meant to serve. Do we have to be within a year of graduation to be out? It's the same question. So I'm assuming that also helped. So I'll move forward with the next one. Who reviews the application, and do you know how many are received? Lem, do you want to take this one?
Yeah, so applications are reviewed by our fellowship coordinator and fellowship director, as well as the current administrative fellows. They review applications as well for the first round. Then second round, there's a more robust like grading system that's at play from all the different senior leaders and things like that. The second part of the question was what, Sammy?
And do you know how many do we receive?
Oh yeah, so the number keeps increasing every year. I think last year we had around 200 applicants. So yeah, the number it keeps increasing like every year. So we'll see what the number will be this year.
Okay. Can you explain what that grading system looks like for the application review?
Yeah, so applicants will be graded not only on resume, but also how they answer questions during the interview, the depth of questions being answered, timeline, like how long do a person spend on the questions answered and things like that. And also for the second round, we do like a case study and things like that. Is how you answer the question. How well do you work with those in your study group? And so it's a robust formula to not only just look at applicants as students in the grades and the resume, but also what other skills that they possess with the team set, because as we know, healthcare is a team sport.
Right. What would make a candidate stand out throughout the application process? Do you offer relocation assistance? I can take this one. I'll start with the second half because that's a quicker answer to give. We do offer relocation assistance. Lem and myself both are not from Michigan originally, so we both moved out of state. So definitely we will provide all the support that we needed. What would make a candidate stand out throughout the application process? As I mentioned before, since it is case by case basis, so I would say like bringing in your best foot forward. As a fellow now, I can definitely say that doing our research, heavy applying, making sure all the applications are right. Lem went over just a few like resume and short answer questions that we need to be submitted for the application process. So making sure those are provided and completely followed with the instructions. Any incomplete or partially completed applications would not be reviewed. So definitely reach out if you do have questions. As you can see on the screen, we do have all of our emails out there. So if you want a more specific question answered, we can definitely, you can reach out and we'll provide you with a better answer. And then would a foreign degree be considered if it is evaluated as US equivalent degree? Would a degree in nutrition be eligible? That would, and I can take this one a little bit, Lem, too. It would depend what we are looking at with the foreign degree. If you can make the case that it is specific to healthcare, for example, nutrition, if it's a master's degree, then you can definitely make a case for it. Again, the reason we put equivalent degree up there is because we want to make sure all streams of healthcare are represented. This is a way of really building that pipeline for the future and making sure that it's not just specific to one degree or one quota that we are trying to fill in. We really want that difference and this field being represented. Lem, anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I think you hit it right on the head, Sammy. I think all the points you touched on was really important. But also, I think things again will be taken on a case by case basis. So I still encourage those to apply.
Definitely. You lose. What was the phrase, Lem? You lose 100% of the shots you don't take, right?
Definitely, definitely. Is there any other questions in the chat, Sammy?
I don't see. I hope I don't miss anything.
I think we have time for one more question, and I see that
Mm.
Victoria's hand is up, so I want to give them a chance to go.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you. I'm Victoria. I'm an executive MHA student at UNC Chapel Hill.
Go Tar Heels. Sorry.
Yes. Oh my goodness. It's good to hear that there's a fellow Tar Heel here. But could you talk about how projects are chosen and what projects you guys worked on?
Definitely. So like I mentioned before, we are definitely paired with mentors, preceptors. So that's one way that we are introduced to projects. And it's totally up to the fellows to really have the final call of if you want to do this project or not. Having said that, early on, it's harder to really understand and gauge if this project is, if it would really fit in within that 1 year timeline, which is why we have a lot of support from fellow alumni. Jared Stone, he's a program coordinator. He all constantly has one-on-ones with the fellows. In addition to that, what the orientation week really comprises of, like the 4 weeks, is all the meet and greets with all of the senior leaders. So even if you're not assigned to a specific area within that leader, you're not tied down to that area. You're always exposed to the different areas. And once you have made that initial meeting with the leader, you can go ahead and do a project with them. And with the long history of the fellowship program at Henry Ford Health, are respected. Everyone knows who the fellows are. They're excited every year to welcome the fellows in. So that's definitely an open space. Key to the kingdom, right? Like wherever you want to go, you can go. I hope that helped.
She asked a question too about just what projects we've worked on. I could take that part.
Yeah.
So one of the projects that I worked on was in at one of our hospitals we had some problems with length of stay. So I worked on an optimization project to decrease our length of stay in the hospital. Work with some of the internal consultants that we have to decrease length of stay. But my most favorite project is revamping our system in terms of how we measure community impact across all our sites of care. And not only how do we measure it, but how do we put a better process in to make sure people are reporting the community impact that they're doing. And so just putting together a strategy around that was my most favorite project because it not only aligned with like community health pieces, but it also aligned with our business strategy, right? When we make the mission and business align, when those synergies come together, I think it's just a really beautiful thing. And so that project for me was one of my most favorite. Also, lastly, my co-fellows and I, we built a mentorship program in combination with two of the Detroit high schools to have students shadow at our main campus hospital here in Detroit to get some healthcare experience, to expose students to new careers and things like that. And so those are a few of the projects that I worked on. We worked on a variety of projects, but those are a few of the ones that I like the best.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you both very much.
Thank y'all both so much. And thank you to everyone who has stuck around all day and even those who have popped on and off. It's been such a pleasure. We are at time, but y'all can see their information, the Henry Ford team's information on the screen. They've also provided plenty of links for us to use and to send out to y'all. You can expect to get the recording and all the materials from both days of the presentation from me by end of day on Thursday. I'm gonna quickly drop the link to our LinkedIn in the chat in case you're interested in keeping up with NCAF and all of our information that'll come out throughout the year while you're looking for an administrative fellowship. And even further, if you get it or you don't, and you stay in healthcare and you're engaged with leadership. But again, my name is Millie Nellums. Thank you all so much for sticking around. It's been great. Have a great rest of your evening. Bye, y'all.